Well, you can call it Decision Day, or you can call it Survival Sunday. It's week 5 of league play in College Rocket League, and this right here has the makings to be one for the ages. Hello, everybody. My name is Ovanta, and as always, I am not alone. I'm being joined by the luminaries and dignitaries of College Rocket League CRL. We're talking about Oliver Bass from the past, Jeff Scalamaro of the Danger Talk, and of course, I get up to the lovely Chicksa. Chicksa, I want to start with you. You know what? I'm feeling okay. How are you feeling today?
You know, I'm feeling pretty good. I can't believe we are in our final week of league play on broadcast. Does that really decide a lot for us? To be determined. I think we have been going through scenario after scenario and different match after different match type and kind of know what we're doing, but truly I cannot comprehend how many teams are still in the running.
Well, let's get into it here, because when it comes down to how you really got to this situation, we have so many different ways to punch your ticket over to that spring championship. Take a look at the format here we have. There's many different ways to get to that dance. I want you to walk me through the Chicksa, because it feels like everyone has multiple paths to the promised land.
Yeah, we all know this started with our 16-team league play, but really, truly, we are focusing on spring championship. Our top 4 in league play move on forward in that top part of the bracket, and everybody else currently right now is moving on forward to that championship Sunday that made league play. And of course, our last chance qualifier, we had a couple of teams in there as well that moved to LCQ in that top 8. So we have a very large bracket, and everyone wants their best possible seeding chance going on moving forward.
It does seem like about a couple weeks ago, that spring championship was like so far away, but you blink, you miss it. League play comes to and fro, and we're looking at spring championship just around the corner. Of course, we'll be here live stream to cover that. Taco, I gotta ask you this, man. We're talking about those final open point standings and a look into the future of that that last chance qualifier bracket. Walk us through that. What does that look like for those in that path?
Well, we did have opens being played throughout the semester. Everyone who did not make league play was eligible to play in it. Based on how well you did, you could earn points to be able to make that top 8. We see them here highlighted in orange. They are clinched to be able to make it into our LCQ bracket, and they will be joining the bottom 12, aka the top 4 that didn't make playoffs from league play. So when we kind of take a look over at that last chance qualifier, when we look at that expanded bracket, don't panic, don't hyperventilate. You just gotta focus on the bottom left. Those are those 8 teams from those open quals. So clearly they have to go through so many rounds. All those top bracket, that upper round 1 and upper round 2, those upper quarterfinals are going to be filled out with the league play teams, the bottom 12 that we just referred to, but all of it will eventually culminate into qualifying for the final 2 spots for that spring championship.
Yeah, you know what? It does look absolutely ungainly there, looking at that one graphic, but it comes at you fast, doesn't it not? Is it kind of like, you know, catch as catch can?
It does kind of feel like that, but ultimately this bracket just means that it is a journey you have. If you don't make it through the playoffs, then it's like, oh, you can still have a chance, but it is a true marathon. You are running definitely about 26 miles just to be able to get back into that playoff contention.
Yeah, and so one of the things about this league play, the 5th iteration here this semester, is that they have to take a look at the standings. Bass, walk me through this one here. Our standings have been topsy-turvy. We're talking about the parity this semester, and it seems that more often than not, there's still some teams in the mix.
Yeah, this is the closest semester we have had of Collegiate Rocket League ever. Obviously, that could be debated, but I'm going to, in my opinion, claim it as so. Not only because of the fact that we now still have a spot left. Maryville, Northwood, and West Virginia have clinched their spots in the playoffs, but that 4th position is really available to every single team that has not yet been eliminated. As you guys can see, 11th through 16th has already found their bid out of CRL and into the LCQ that we just spoke about here, and Concord, Akron Blue, Indiana Tech, Cumberland, Syracuse, and Wichita will be very strong teams in said LCQ. However, for the rest of the squads, there is still a chance. Obviously, the teams at the very top have the greatest chance here. Winthrop, their destiny is kind of in their own hands. If they win out from here on out, they are guaranteed playoffs just because they haven't taken as many losses. But for Fisher and for St. Clair, it's about finishing off the season as strong as possible and giving up as few wins as possible, including here today. For St. Clair, they literally need to win this because otherwise the threshold can drop a whole nother game. If they finish at, if they finish at 10-5 overall here, then make it to where 5 is now the threshold. If Winthrop is able to also stay at the same, you get the idea. There's a lot of theoreticals, there's a lot of ideas. Everybody, including Akron Gold, is still in the hunt if they just straight up ball out throughout the rest of the semester. But the basic idea is that every single series loss you take from here on out is basically putting you in elimination territory. For a team like Baylor, if they take another loss, the odds of them making it in the playoffs drop astronomically. And for a team like Akron Gold, if they do lose another one, they are physically incapable of being able to. They will have too many losses, they will no longer have that ability. So the big idea for today is that every single loss is going to matter, not only for the series, but for game differential as well. Because as you guys can see all the way to the right, that differential is what separates you from making it into playoffs and potentially getting booted out and trying again in the LCQ.
Just real quick, are you kind of surprised there's so many teams still in contention so late in the semester, or nah?
I am, but I think I am for the wrong reasons. I think I'm surprised to see that there are this many teams, still in contention late into the semester because, again, it's a very large list. Normally, we have 5 or 6 teams that are really competing for those top spots, and the rest of them, good luck to them. The reason it's so surprising to me in this case is that no one has gotten even close to a perfect season. Normally, we have a team that drops, maybe one series. They might even go undefeated. The best record possible right now is still 4 losses. I can't remember the last time we had multiple teams at 4 losses, all occupying the #1 position in the league.
Well, we got to take a look at what we have in front of us here today. This matchup seems, look, if you love Akron, you're getting all the Akrons, man. You got gold, you got blue, everything is coming at you here. Chicks, let me ask you this. We have a slate of matches that all of them, in some way or some fashion, have spring championship implications. Which one's on your spotlight?
It has to be our last match of the day, St. Clair and Davenport. St. Clair, we thought they were pretty much in the clear. They were doing really well early on in the season, and they faltered a little bit, like a lot of our other teams. So they need this one in hopes of getting that 4th and final place. And Davenport, out of sheer willpower, are 5-4, could do some really silly stuff and tie our 11-4 teams at the current top part of the leaderboard. Davenport purely not having as many games as everyone else right now is making things 1,000 times harder, but at least this one will help us out a little bit more.
Real quick, Taka, we were talking about this before we went live today about having Concord in the double feature spot on this one and saying, hey, man, they have an opportunity to put their destiny in their own hands, but which Concord will show up today? I mean, look, I know we have different flavors of Concord, but help me understand this, like the pros and cons of what they can do today of stamping their own ticket and their own destiny.
Well, ultimately, Concord are already in a position where they are eliminated from being able to make top 4, which means they skip that LCQ bracket. So at this point, they're playing for seeding, which is important. But it's also important for, I would have to say, almost like the legacy, which is weird to say since this program has really not made a huge splash in CRL until the prior years, in which they were a national championship winner. They were always in contention. They had won other land championships within collegiate. So to see this squad sitting at 4-7 is such a whiplash, but also at the same time, incredibly emblematic of what CRL has become. It is no longer a team-based game where you can just go off sheer momentum. You're just saying, yep, we're better than everyone else. We're going to brute force it through. Teams in the beginning of the semester were saying, yeah, it's going to be a breeze. Don't worry, we have the quality. And then you're looking at Concord, not even close to even, trying to be able to salvage the rest of the season. And if they could do so, if they win out, for example, that could bring them into a much higher position. And obviously, then with the higher seeding in LCQ, easier matches with a better chance at getting into that final 2 spots to make playoffs.
All right, putting down Taco as a momentum hater confirmed. Sounds great. Let's talk about our first matchup of the day. It's going to be Akron Gold taking on Ball State. And these are 2 teams we've seen plenty of times on the CRL stream, but this matchup here is kind of hard to call because of how the shape is for both these squads on offense and on defense. It's Oxy Patty and Jonathan on the Gold side, and of course, Phoebe's good on the Ball State side. Bass, look, Ball State's been pretty strong here and there, but they got to win today, right?
If it's you would say they will never. For everybody else, potentially so. Look, man, it's no secret. I think you've had your fair share of criticisms for Ball State, but I think they're very fair. That's why you call them that, because this is a Ball State that I think at a lot of moments have been up there for one of the top teams in all of Collegiate Rocket League. I think the highest we have ever had them ranked is somewhere between 2nd and 3rd in the entirety of the scene. And this is a team that made a bit of a risky move. They ended up not going with their usual roster from last year, moved in Phoebes instead. And since then, it's looked okay. I think at times it's looked fantastic. At other times, you've been like, Ball State, how did you take that loss? This doesn't make any sense. And I think the big thing for Ball State is finding consistency right now. And I believe that they can, but the problem is they're up against another team that doesn't have consistency, but in like the opposite way. I have no idea ever what to expect from this Akron Gold team. They have taken down teams that are currently in contention for playoffs. They have lost to teams that will never sniff playoffs. It does not make any sense how Akron Gold plays, but if they play at their peak, get ready. We're going to be in for a heck of a show.
Guy, shout out to Audible, who called them chaos agents. Taco, Akron Gold, you're right. Does seem like have one of the most unique win-loss records and the strength of opponents. What is their keys to victories here today, you think?
I think for Akron Gold, they need to tap into the chemistry that got him here. Jonathan and Patty have been playing together for a very long time. They've been friends for a very long time within the Akron system and even before that. So they were able to get into an RLCS main event. Shout out Shakaz, their 3rd. But that's another time in which Patty on the Akron side has been able to get into an RLCS main event because they are just that good. In fact, this was technically Akron Gold, the B team always. It was always Akron Blue that was the team that was kind of the main squad that you see. And now with those roles reversed, I think they just need to be truly engage with the passing plays because they're playing against Ball State with Phoebes. We both thought that would be a weird switch up, but actually he's fit in perfectly. Phoebes has looked phenomenal with Ball State and they have not missed a step. So they really need to rely on what they're good at. And right now that is working off each other.
Definitely heard on the kind of random, do we even consider a golden threat? Well, guess what? They're a threat right now because they're in our first matchup of the day. But you know what? Not to belabor the point, let's get right in predictions. Chicks, you're the analyst for this one. What do you think? You got yourselves a choice of Gold or Ball State?
You know, I'm going for Ball State on this one. I do think the addition of Phoebes has been pretty seamless compared to a lot of additions that we've seen really in this spring semester. He fits in well with both Oath and Ga, which he had very big shoes to fill. I think this was a great, kind of early admittance to understanding what CRL is like, how they're going to play in the future. They looked, I want to say, pretty solid so far this season, so I think they want to continue and play strong the rest of the season they have remaining.
All right, Ball State gets 1 the tally. Taco, are you going to be the one to even the score?
No, I'm actually going to double up on Ball State, mainly because I do have them higher in my personal power rankings. I think they're a bit more consistent. Akron Gold has a lot of really, I would say, power behind them in that they are really annoying to play against, but I think Ball State kind of knows them. They play in similar conferences within kind of like the smaller ball leagues within CRL. I think they do have the edge on this matchup.
When you say personal power rankings, do you have one that you don't show publicly, like their own?
No, my private power rankings. It's written on my wall in the bedroom with a sheet over it. No one else sees it. It's only for my eyes. It's for workshop reasons. All right.
Oh man, Baz, tell me you're the voice of reason here. Or are you going to add on to the Ball State tally?
I'm adding on to the what may be delusion at the end of this one. Look, I know. It's very hard to pick Ball State. I think, like we said, they've had some shaky moments. They've had a less than consistent season so far. But I think at the end of the day, Akron Gold has been a team that's been on like the fringe of top 10, somewhere around there. I mean, they sit in 10th right now. It makes sense. Ball State just kind of proves to be that sort of measuring stick every season. If you can't beat Ball State, you're probably not going to get into the upper echelon of CRO. If you can, congratulations. But right now, it doesn't feel like Akron are at that level. Whereas Ball State, again, continue to be that middle point. If you can't get past them, you're not getting past the rest of the league, and I don't think Akron is going to get past them.
I thought you would jump in there to make sure we don't sweep the desk, man. I had all of the hope onto you, but I guess I have to be the villain here. Gotta go with Akron Gold just because of their past history. They are such an erratic team. They are such a team that you can't even call. You would think they will get steamrolled today, and that's the reason why I'm going to go with them, because pressure makes diamonds, and well, here's a chance for them to shine. on stream. But you know what, Ben? Enough of this. We have to get into our first matchup of the day already. I think both teams are ready to go. So let's get right into it. It is Ball State taking on Akron Gold. Our first matchup of the day is going to be an absolute doozy. It's two teams with some fight left. Listen, we gotta give it to Fish Taco here. There's ones in the booth. Fellas, take it away.
It's a MAC matchup we know and love with high stakes as usual between Akron Gold and Ball State. Both teams in the running still to make top 4 unbelievably, but they need to win out. So Bass, we're back to our favorite kind of matchup, a must win to kick off CRL Week 5.
It's a must-win, and it's a rivalry between the two teams. I would say this might be the most common matchup we see year to year at this point. Ball State and Akron, the two universities, seem to fight over and over again through multiple conferences, through multiple different events outside the Collegiate Rocket League and inside of it. The only difference this time is that we're talking about Akron Gold as if it's the primary team because they kind of have become that. Akron Blue, despite taking a pretty big upset win over Northwood, has not seen the same form as Akron Gold. So they kind of have to rep them right now. Usually it's Blue versus Ball State, but instead Gold gets a chance maybe to wear the crown. So far through the first 30 seconds, though, they're just wearing a defensive stance as everything is going against them.
Yeah, right now it's just trying to peek his way through, and he will be able to get the bounce shot. Phoebes with a flip reset from the ceiling, and clearly they're just doing everything in their mechanical tool bag to be able to try to get past Akron Gold, and yet defense slowly constructed. But the thing is, I'm waiting for an Akron Gold offense because this is just save simulator. Go with a triple tap and the own goal to start us off.
Yeah, unfortunately for Akron Gold, nothing really went right after this kickoff, and enough pressure, something is going to break. You had to do it pretty fancy, though. That's a hard one to read. Oxy and Jonathan both had full tanks of boost and net, but just too hard of an angle to try and escape from, and too much pressure early in this game. Early start here for Ball State shows them on the board first.
Well, any Kep watchers in the chat are going to know, I think, know it very well, because they were able to actually squeeze into that main event for RLCS, and obviously not for no reason whatsoever. Granted, Oxy, let's not keep his name out of our mouths. A phenomenal addition to Akron in the past, and it's because of plays like this.
Yeah, this is a very talented roster. Almost everybody in this. I think pretty much everybody here has made it into RLCS in some fashion or another. Like you said, Gud just made it with Little Step Bros. I know that Oath just made it, I want to say, with LOB. I believe that was the team, as T-Krell instead stepped in for Little Step Bros. So again, CRL is all up in RLCS. If you guys haven't been paying attention, there are multiple very talented players who are also competing at the highest level of professional Rocket League as well. For right now, though, they seem to be at even footing here as we get into our second minute of play. However, Oxy, a touch here. Can he find another one out center? And he actually has a reset off the ceiling, but his teammate's still committed to it. That's two players downfield with low boost. Patty's got to be careful. Instead, it's just going to take his time as he picks up this one in the corner.
It's a nice deflection, especially if Phoebes can facilitate. Patty's got to get back on his horse because that is a wide open shot, and Oath has never missed those.
Open nets usually are pretty hard to hit, but when you have somebody like this commit out of midfield, it'll make it a little bit easier because you have a wide open net. Patty, try to get back as you like. You're not going to be there in time. And this is kind of the pressure that we usually see from this Ball State team. They like to suffocate you, and as soon as you think you've got a breakaway play, they lull you into a sense of security that you definitely should not feel secure about. Ball State playing phenomenally right now, and again, another counterattack to show an example.
It's not hesitation, it's not overcomplicating it, it's just understanding, hey, you're in open space, Phoebes, hit that as hard as possible. Ideally on that near side, because he saw Jonathan. He thought he was back far enough. I guess he needs to think again. Ball State starting to accelerate. Not what you want to see if you're an Akron supporter.
Yeah, it's not going well for Akron so far, but again, this is why we talk about this Ball State team just kind of being head and shoulders above a lot of the competition in Collegiate Rocket League. There's a certain level of play that you have to expect out of them every time. Occasionally, they'll drop a little bit underneath it or drop a little bit above it, but it's never abysmal play. It's always a certain level and standard of professionalism that they bring into all of these matchups. And right now, Akron, who have played somewhat inconsistent with over-aggressive offenses, a midfield that's been too pressured at multiple times, they got to be careful. Great save there from Jonathan, though, back pass to Oxy. Can he do anything with it? No, instead it just goes to the backboard, and theoretically, someone should have been there for Ball State, but they just let Oxy get some free double touch.
Excellent possession play, and Oxy honestly just notices Phoebes is too far out. Oath is right in the middle of the goal, so it's reliant on Guh to get back on that backboard, but he's not even at the corner yet. By the time he actually gets there, he just has to watch Oxy get a wide open touch, and that is what boosts starvation. That's what awkward positioning can do to you. Even Ball State is not impervious to that. Granted, they can get it right back if Phoebes can try to get underneath, though Patty plays that 50 so well.
Guh, another touch out center, intercepted by Patty this time. Oath. Great first touch. Does he have a couple more? He does, but the pinch out center actually does find his way to Phoebes, who's maybe got a double touch, but Jonathan avoids the bump and makes the save. Got the follow-up and keep this one close. Oxy, it's an awkward challenge, but he at least gets a wheel in the way, so Phoebes has to try and keep this play alive. Again, this is Ball State. It's what they like to do. They had one of the most suppressive offenses in all of Collegiate Rocket League for many years, and they're proving that they still have it.
And right now, it's just Akron trying to stay at the course, and granted, they're going to do it the annoying way that Akron knows how. Going for bumps this time doesn't work out, and even then, Phoebes goes coast to coast. He does have Guh in the end, but Jonathan also can sniff out a play like that. Right back to Phoebes, into the ceiling, but also right into Jonathan.
Oath, a couple extra touches out of midfield just to keep this offense alive. They've been able to suffocate and just kind of push back Akron through the last minute or two with a goal in their favor. That's not something Akron can afford to do. Need to find ways to clear their lines, get some offensive pressure of their own, and this is not going to help. Jonathan with some extra space, but nobody's going to make the challenge. Bit delayed by Guh, but I guess it's because he was buying time for Phoebes, who can just launch it back into the blue half again. Now Oath's turn. He immediately gets challenged by Jonathan. Guh to take over. He gets challenged by Patty. So Akron are trying to clear their lanes right now. They're doing everything they can with these challenges out of midfield, but somehow, some way, Ball State retain possession.
Patty with a catch. Phoebes going to try to challenge that and realize it's way too late. Patty from the ceiling looking for the read, but good job by Guh to make sure he gets in the way. Phoebes laying down his life on the line. Could even facilitate a counter. It's all gone, the double, up until Patty shuts the door. Oath possession touch, but that's all about it is. Phoebes just trying to get it forward, but the dunk means Akron have another chance as time starting to dwindle on them. Still a 1-goal margin, but Ball State doesn't look all too nervous.
No, they seem very comfortable right now. Again, most of the offenses that have been thrown at them, they've been able to contain by just keeping a player back who launches it immediately into the blue half and puts on that pressure all over again. It's the same standard play over and over here, but for some reason, Akron cannot find a way to shake it. How about they get around this one? No, not quite. And the pass out to the sidewall is only to the hands of Phoebes. Oxy doesn't really have much he can do with this one, and Jonathan with low boost is just trying to interfere downfield. Maybe it'll work out, but not if you get an immediate challenge from Oath, who also has some extra boost to work with and a lead blocker. Had Guh got the touch, that would have been the end of this game, but there still has to be a full field march if Akron want to change that up. Jonathan to the sidewall, the pinch down goes right to Guh. The follow-up from Oath just stays in the corner, and as this one pitches out to midfield, Ball State will wrap up game one and take the victory.
For a half second, I really thought Oxy might have been able to actually react to that one, but no, it was a bit too much on the deflection, and yes, you have to understand, Ball State's going to be real difficult to beat, especially, it's not necessarily they were given goals, but they found a way to just see that Akron maybe rotating a bit too far up, take advantage of those open shots, be able to rocket one downfield in the perfect placement, and it's because of that that Ball State is so good. Not necessarily that no one else can make those plays, but Ball State knows when there is a passing play to be made, they will find it every single time.
Yeah, this is, again, a staple of Ball State. They're one of the most in-sync teams in all of Collegiate Rocket League. Like I said, this has been a staple of their gameplay for multiple years, to the point where you and I actually had a conversation with the former coach of Akron. I don't believe he's at the university anymore, but Huntley a couple years ago, where he said, yeah, we don't really know what to do about Ball State. There was just a moment where this team was so in sync, they were so fluid, that this offense that just kept putting you under pressure never really let you escape from it. And that's kind of what we saw here. Again, double-digit shots for the team. Everybody on the team has a goal and an assist in that game. Ball State seemed like they haven't missed the mark at all, man. We said, could there be some problems with pulling Wova from the main roster and putting in Phoebes? The answer is a definitive no at this point, man. They look just as in sync as ever.
And I think that's a huge thing, because not only is Phoebes, pictured right there in the center of the cam, playing well, but he's doing so with a lot of pressure, because this really is his first years trying to do this, and being able to blend, not only play for a varsity team, but being able to play in the top flight of Collegiate Rocket League. This is the official developer league, and doing pretty well. They're still in that playoff hunt and one step closer with the game win. Game two, maybe trying to double that one up, because also, to speak of something on the change race for that top 4, Bass, is not only do you need the series wins, but every game you can get to boost that game differential is also super important to be able to beat out on those tiebreakers.
Especially if you are Akron Gold. Akron Gold come into this one -6 overall, so unfortunately for them, every single loss that they take just takes that playoff picture further and further away from them, and at a certain point, it may just kind of be out of their own hands. They may not be able to do anything to really impact their playoff potential just due to giving up too many games and other teams not conceding as many. So it's going to be very important for them to fire back here. They do not want to take another negative differential game to continue on throughout the season. I think, as we mentioned, the odds of them being able to technically make it if they lose this series are astronomically low. If they win this one, there is still a potential.
And you got to fight for that potential because you really can't control what happens to everyone else. You just have to focus on your own destiny and obviously fighting for pride. A lot of history between these two teams and no love lost. A demo nearly cleared the path, but instead Crossbar and the Post come to Akron's rescue.
This is business as usual for Ball State, though, man. Just shot after shot, pressure after pressure. The entire first minute spent on the Akron half. Not a single player even has over 100 points, and Ball State's already on the board.
And that's a rough one. You could almost tell just looking at that top left or just looking at the players on the pitch. No boost at all. Akron just helplessly spiraling, trying to get that touch in the whole time. Ball State never loses a grip on that rotation. Finally gets that open shot and gets that one to go. Akron had a post hit earlier, but that's really all to speak of for offense. So how about Jonathan trying to kickstart things? That is in the middle, but not going to be any problem for Guh.
You can see Akron starting to get also a little trigger shy on this one. They don't want to send the second man too aggressively because they got counterattacked 2 different times in the first game, so they're trying to patrol that midfield a bit more carefully, but in doing so, letting opportunities just kind of sit in front of the net and nobody there to follow it up. Maybe a solo play from Jonathan can change that, but he tries to go to the corner, and Phoebes kind of knew where that was coming. Did he recognize the bump? Somehow, yes! He recovers, makes the save, and it's still 1-0 to Ball State.
Young Phoebes, how do you do it? Get bumped out of the way. I'm thinking that's a perfect play by Jonathan, and yet he still is able to fall into that play and get the save away. Jonathan will then try to rebuild on the next one. Oxy into the path of Patty. We know what damage he can do on the double tap. Thing is, it has to be in his path. Can't wrangle that one. Guh's never gonna have an issue parrying that away.
Yeah, we need to see Patty P. Patterson pop off like usual, man. This guy's highly mechanical, and we just haven't seen any of those opportunities. Great save from him, proves he still got his defensive prowess. How about the follow-up from Oxy that turns to the corner? He's going to muscle through a 50 as well, and he's got Jonathan downfield. Multiple options, and the trickery will work out. Unfortunately, stuck between a rock and a hard place, and the final defense shows wrong.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a delay on this one, but you cannot get a better contact. Maybe a better placement, but Phoebes is going toward that near post. It's a little behind him, and even the best players forget you got to tap the brakes sometimes to be able to reach those saves. Right behind him, but it's also a good momentum builder, a team play to make sure you're right back in it, and then maybe more. Oxy open, he has no boost. The pre-flip can't connect.
As you can see on the camera, apparently Akron is not shaken by giving up that first game, man. They're literally dancing in between goals. I think that Jonathan and Patty are just kind of harassing each other for whatever reason. Gentlemen, I was going to say it's good to keep the vibes high. You might want to focus on your defense a little bit more there. That was a bit shaky, but it might work out on the counter the other way. Oxy shot denied, and Phoebes now there's space to work with. Flip reset around 1, and the bump leads way to a shot from against Jonathan, and still it is turned away.
Oxy, excellent read as Oath was trying to bait it in, and not only that, gets the boost steal. Jonathan, open shot, just trying to rocket that one top shelf, and it will clatter off the top of that shelf. Ball State getting away with that one, but you can see Akron growing in that confidence and also just being more decisive. Nothing really tricky, just going for straight line reads right down the middle and hoping for those good 50s. There's another one with Patty to accelerate it again.
Oh, Patty almost able to turn that into something special, but the challenges that are being met mid-air by Ball State are just not letting them develop anything. Great example is Phoebes from the heavens will perfectly put it on target. You might call it an own goal from Patty, but brother, what are you supposed to do against this?
Perfect touch, preserves the boost, pivots the car, and then gets all of that flick as 2 players are up and have 0 chance of keeping that one out. Again, it's just those tiny moments where when you have that much time in the air, it has to go in. Phoebes knows it better than most, and he will make that one count, showing that the freshman not really intimidated whatsoever at who's facing him on the other side.
Ooh, good trickery, though. Immediately off the kickoff, fake out like you're going to make an aerial and then let the other guy shoot. Great response from Akron.
Really do like that from Jonathan, and I was just complimenting Phoebes. Thing is, you gotta play well on both sides of the ball, and I don't really blame him for diving on that one. He has to shut down the lead man, and because of that, it's all about placement on the follow-through. Akron neck and neck with Ball State in this one, but honestly, not too much different than game number 1. Thing is, they're hoping to have a change of fortunes. Not gonna be too much better though. Just let go all the way back down. Reset, Musty, pass down, and Patty still shuts the door.
I would be so furious if I was the setup man on that play, man. Perfect Musty flick, but you know what's even better? Waiting on your reset off the ceiling and nailing another shot. Phoebes, man, on fire.
Well, this is exactly why they mirror shots in custom training, at least on that one Bacchus plugin, because you have to be able to go off the ceiling from both sides of the goal, and he will have a similar result. Akron got to be shaking their head. It feels like they're doing everything possible, and then Phoebes just has the pop-off ready in the back pocket.
Feed the Phoebes, man. He's just been electric so far through the first 2 games. He's got 3 goals and an assist at this point. He's been all over the offense. He's only not been a part of, I think, a single goal that has been scored so far. So, impressive stuff, man. We said, what was the rookie going to do on this roster that had such a history? He has proven that he can compete with the best of them. He's also proven you might want to start challenging him mid-air. That's like the 3rd time he's just gone off the ceiling uncontested. Granted, that time he didn't have any boost, but Akron got to be aware of this. They're giving him far too much space right now.
Also giving him far too much boost, and it doesn't help when they're getting demoed all over the place. Oxy desperately trying to get on this one, and does get the backward save. Got fake challenges, knows that they've got Akron in a blender. From the ceiling, double tap, trying to reach that back post. No such luck. How about Oath? Trying to draw into a challenge. He does get 2, but doesn't really produce much from Akron. It's Phoebes again from the ceiling, but this time, not even he can reach that.
They still didn't call the bluff, though. They just did not challenge Phoebes. Somebody's got to get in the way, because all it's done is extend the offense here for Ball State as they force Akron to restart again. Jonathan, a lot of time and space, though. Do you have a good first touch or even a second? Not really. He tries to get an aerial, tries to get a ground play. Neither one of them really works out in Ball State. They got 2 in a row.
I really like that idea, too, from Jonathan. He has a pass middle. There was even a pre-jump attempt halfway through, but he actually kept it. And I think he tried to catch it off that backboard and then be able to ricochet it middle. Regardless, doesn't work out. And more importantly, it's the same scoreline, and now 2-0 for Ball State. Well earned from them. Nice to see Phoebes in the spotlight, but as you can see, with that shot count and the distribution, everybody from Ball State, equivalent threat for that Akron goal.
Yeah, that's the big issue right now, is that Ball State are just all across the board playing synonymously versus what we're seeing at Akron, which, again, there's been moments of brilliance where it does feel like all 3 of the players are playing well around each other. The fluidity of the offense has had its brilliant moments. The problem is also there have been moments where it doesn't look that way, where 2 players do commit out at midfield, or they overextend out at midfield, and counterattacks have just left them somewhat vulnerable. Also, in contrast, we have seen both versions of Ball State with good team plays as well as good individual plays. We talk about Patty as one of the most mechanical players in this league, man. He usually has at least like 1 highlight clip on stream per year. I don't know if we've seen one necessarily this year.
Not necessarily, but they definitely still emoting on camera. That is an Akron staple. This isn't them acting up. This is just how they actually always are. So Oxy's the most straight-faced there, and they need to lock in a little bit because, yeah, we haven't seen Patty hit some crazy clips on stream. We haven't been able to see Akron Gold do much of anything outside of what I kind of compliment them for. Team play off each other, work those comms because that's the way they stay in this game. But that's the thing, Bass. They're staying in the game. They're not actually taking command of it. It's always Ball State kind of leading the way, and Akron just trying to keep up.
That's why we state that Ball State are the gatekeepers here, man. It's one of these things where they've always been that team that's just right at the middle threshold. If you can get above them, you're probably in the top half of CRL. If you can't, you're probably not. And this is the problem, is that many teams can compete with them. Beating this Ball State team when they are on is a whole different ball game. And right now, Phoebes in particular is absolutely on. What do you mean you got to reset from there? It didn't do anything, but come on, that's not allowed.
I mean, again, they're just mechanical. They'll go for absolutely everything, and it does often work out for them, or at the very least, neutralizes things. Kind of like that 50 from Phoebes. Patty trying to blow through, and Phoebes is still in the way. I mean, again, this is what I'm talking about from Akron. It's hard just to sometimes get possession, but it's hard to even just get out of your half.
This is painful, man. I'm getting to the point where I want Akron to try and improve, and even when they do actually play a little bit better, someone from Ball State is just there to stifle all momentum. And this has been a repeat pattern at this point, where just somebody muscles through a 50, is in the right play. Phoebes didn't even flinch. He had a dude straight up barreling at him, and he went, I know you're not gonna hit me, I don't care. Let me take this 50, and let's just keep playing the game.
And really, just all trust in the comms and also an understanding of how far the opponents can reach with the limited boost because they've been getting starved to oblivion in this series. Jonathan trying to slow things down, and that time the changeup is going to get Phoebes.
And change up and a little bit of physicality. This is huge from Oxy to just keep swinging through, find the next defender, and just straight up remove them. Phoebes stuck between a rock and a hard place yet again. And if there is one point of criticism we can have for Ball State, it's that they have left their final defender alone on an island a handful of times. If Akron can start recognizing that and using the numbers advantage downfield to their advantage, they'll have a huge chance at a comeback in this series. Okay, well, Orga could just do that.
Yeah, anytime Guz going for a double A, it's going internet. I'm sorry, that's just the reality of things, especially with a touch like this. Patty tried to cut it out, and then after that, Jonathan was just putting his hands off the controller, putting them together and saying a prayer, because that's really all he could do. 1-1 immediately, and again, just another instance of Ball State taking the wind out of the sails of Akron. It feels like they have momentum, and then they just snatch it right back.
It's just so difficult when you've got multiple guys who are just absolute shooters on the team of Ball State. That is Gug getting his third goal, meaning he's averaging a goal per game. And guess what? Phoebes is also averaging a goal per game. So it's kind of difficult. You're looking at one player thinking he's the guy we got a man mark, and then the next guy just flip resets, double touches, does whatever he needs on top of your head. Ball State, again, putting a very clinical game up right now. Consistency on both sides of the pitch. And Akron Gold, well, they're starting to meet them for that. Unfortunately, they're down 2 games in this series, so they need to be extraordinarily careful.
Jan trying to throw that one middle. 2 players from Ball State, a little bit of a comms mismatch, or maybe they just really don't care. They were just going for it on a pinch. Regardless, not going to work out too well, and it will put them on the back foot as Patty takes the skies, going for 2 players and can't get the second bump. Both will be able to rescue things, and maybe Ball State has a bit of a counterattack. Phoebes waiting, but Jonathan sniffs it out.
Low boost, though, unfortunately, and that's the reason he doesn't get to that ball initially. It does look like Phoebes might have stolen boost on the other half, and he's just harassing the defense, so Akron maybe allowing him to live a little bit longer on their own half than they had hoped for. And also, somebody's got to shut down Oath. Great initial touch, and Phoebes lurking in the wings will keep the play going. Miss there, though, is going to cause some issues, but Patty jumps a bit early and goes completely uncontested on this ball. Even he is surprised at the amount of space being given. He tries to bring this one back down to the ground, and the 50 out is all he can muster. Akron, again, starting to meet these challenges. They're starting to find better opportunities, but you need to be careful of the individual pop-offs. It feels like Ball State have had a lot of airspace that has not been contested.
And yeah, Ball State still can be susceptible, especially with 2 players chasing him. Guz still able to get that clear away, but Akron not necessarily able to take advantage of the counterattacks. In fact, I can't really name too many times in which they do have counterattacks. It's mostly through the midfield, trying to double up on pressure, going through some fakes, and right now in this more, I would say, equivalent match in terms of the equilibrium being balanced out, you do see a bit more back and forth. Thing is, some things are still bread and butter, like backboard play up until the goal line stop. Make sure this stays even, but for how much longer? Oath can't keep it out, and Jonathan off the counter gets the lead.
Oh, that's the closest we've gotten to an own goal, and we've had many near instances. This is definitely not on target. That's going off the bar and out. Oath thinks it's in, so he immediately goes up. You can even see he tries to turn away at the end. He knows he's not meeting it off the bar. He knows he's going to meet it after it bounces, and unfortunately, that's all you can do is just kind of accept the facts and go, all right, GG's go next. The good thing is they've got 90 seconds left in this game. There's still plenty of time for a response out of Ball State, and they might just do it immediately. Phoebes, a shot on target, and Patty to turn it away.
Jonathan, I like the extension, making sure Oath has to backpedal. In fact, he gets a really heavy touch. He still is able to get on top of it and get a demo as well. Not really going to harm Jonathan too much as Guy actually mistouches it. Jan was not ready for that one. He can't steal the boost as well, but honestly, even when Ball State messed up, Akron can't react to it because what are the odds of that?
Yeah, a lot of perfection being respected right now, and I think that's the only concern for both teams, is you do not want to be the one to make the first mistake. That is anything but a mistake. Fantastic demo play from the side of Akron, and I don't know if that's a mistake. I don't know if that's just happenstance. I don't know if that's good fortune. It might be for Akron, though, because they're trying to sneak this around Guh after a couple of demos. Exchange on both sides. Guh, the follow-up, goes right back to Phoebes. Phoebes, maybe hoping for a teammate out center, but instead he just gives it away to Oxy, who's got a full tank of boost now to try and clear this off his half. He will not be able to do so, and some assistance from Jonathan is required, but Phoebes, a half volley, sends it right back to midfield, where Guh will meet the ball. Jonathan underneath it to keep this one close, but both teams starting to get heavy touches, and that's only favoring Akron as they waste more time off the clock.
An excellent boost steal as well from Patty. He could have turned and immediately challenged Guh, but he knew Guh was not going anywhere with that type of catch, so now it's up Ball State to go forward with this last real ditch effort. Oath around one, right to Patty, and this is where the time wasting begins. They're holding it up. Oxy will spike it, and this series will not be that easy for Ball State. Akron Gold getting one on the board.
still a one-goal ball game, though, and that's as every game has been so far in this series. It's been very close on both sides, but the biggest difference in this game, in my opinion, Taco, is the lack of offensive pressure that Ball State were able to produce. Last couple of games, we've talked about it. It's been double-digit shots pretty much every time. This one, 4 total shots. Ball State did not get to live on the Akron half for nearly as long, and that really stifled their production on offense and gave a lot more opportunity for Akron to just kind of, throw a hook in here, throw an uppercut there, and those little jabs have just kind of thrown Ball State off their game in its entirety.
Yeah, and being able to keep things lively is really the Akron lifeblood of really the playstyle that this university has always had. We have always kind of defined them as somewhat endearingly, but as annoying. They are not a fun team to play against because they go for a lot of demos, they go for a lot of weird rotations, they do a lot of things that make you scratch your head, not because they're playing aimlessly, but because they are trusting in each other's rotation on that improvisational ability. And of course, they vibe in the comms. You can see them joking with each other still, yelling at each other, just being goofy, but that's part of the playstyle. And I think Ball State is acutely aware of it. Like we said, these teams play each other constantly across so many different tournaments. This is very much kind of like a rivalry in the Midwest, and for good reasons. It's always back and forth.
It very much is. And again, the vibes are always high for Akron. For those that are maybe wondering, yeah, that's the Akron quote-unquote A team. That's the blue team on the other side there. I believe that was both Milio as well as Bullseye in the background, just kind of hyping them up. It's a little bit funny to me to see Oxy just kind of, calm, cool, and collected there. Meanwhile, both his teammates and the other team at the university are just partying and popping off. Hey, man, whatever gets the job done. And right now, it's looking like it might work out for Akron. That's another one to start off game number 4.
That's got to be a record for slowest goal we've had in Zero, right? Like that. Look at this one just slowly crawling on in. Poor Oath can't get around it, but hey, it's kickoff goal, well worked. And again, it is Akron momentum. That is 2 straight with the first goal on the board.
Am I crazy in saying that Akron's kind of just winning off of aura right now? Is that incorrect? Because it feels kind of accurate, but also feels like a disservice to the offense that they've started to produce at this point. Again, it's a much improved version of Akron we have seen as the series has gone on. The problem is Ball State still pretty good. You want a bump? We can do it too.
That is 100% faith right there from Guh jumping up for this one, because he knows, hey, I'm not going to get there first, but I know that Oath will get to that defender first, smacks him down, spikes him into the turf, and then be able to put that one equivalently on. Again, 15 seconds in, and it's always punch, counter punch.
And the counter punches are more than likely coming from Guh. We keep talking about just the averages of players. That's the 4th game in a row that Guh has gotten at least a goal so far. He has been unbelievably consistent in terms of offensive production here for Ball State. But again, both teams have been relatively even on almost every single stat. We talked about the shots being in favor of Ball State early, but the series has gone on. Akron have found ways to even that out as well and just produce more offense that's threatening at this point. Another good example is they force the final defender back, and Phoebes doesn't have any boost, so there's no quick escape for Ball State. Oath will dive at this one, get a couple of good 50s, but it's up to Guh, who's the only player with any tank or with any boost on his team to actually get this off the line.
Patty, I like that high lob, does buy them a little bit of time, as Oath is just going to send it with 0 boost to the guy who has all of it. Low down, and the fake from Oath. Look at that. It's like a knife cutting through butter.
And this is the problem. Akron keep giving a bunch of time to everybody on Ball State, so Ball State know that there's a specific timing to when the challenge is coming through. Oath knows he's going to dive for that one immediately, and he goes, all right, if you don't touch this, I've got a clear shot. If you do touch this, I've got a good 50. The first of the 2 options happens. He cruises on by, and that's another goal for Ball State, and it might even be another if not for the bump from Patty. Very heads-up play to prevent a 3rd.
And even worse, that shot downfield actually was wide open, but I don't think they realized that when they had the clear. So that one, potentially a freebie that's going to go out a window. But as you mentioned, heads-up play, and that's what really it has all been. How many times have we seen a lead blocker or someone hitting someone in mid-air? It is about that predictive play. Everybody has to be on their game, just like Oxy, cherry-picking downfield.
I'm glad Oxy's the one to score this, because if not, I was about to pick on him instead of the cherry pick there. He had 4 points before this play, finally gets on the board. It took him a minute and a half to see something significant, but it ties up the game.
And really do like that as well. The ball will always move faster than the player, so knocking that downfield into Oxy's path. Jonathan could have taken a shot, but trusts the young gun on the squad to be able to handle business. Just like Patty is going to trust himself on this air dribble. Phoebes is saying not so fast. We'll tag him to slow him down. And then here comes Oxy, but again, right into Guh's bumper.
There's a long ball downfield, but for what reason there? Oath does get to steal the mid boost, but his follow-up play is just non-existent. I believe it was Guh downfield who just doesn't have any boost to do anything, and now it gives a free counter attack to Akron, who absolutely had possession. Unfortunately, I don't think Oxy really coordinated that cutout at midfield with either of his teammates, so it just catches him off guard. Now it's Phoebes to make the follow-up challenge, and Jonathan floating mid-air, meaning Patty's got to make the challenge and hope that Oxy with a full tank can get the follow-up. He gets actually a perfect pass out, and Phoebes knows the follow-up will probably be just as precise, so he will cut it out. Both teams on even footing right now. This one pops out center. Where is Ball State? Shot on target, and the lead block was not enough.
Yeah, Oxy's got to be really careful. A couple times now I've noticed him. He's roaming around the midfield. He's trying to be chaotic, but he's not grabbing pads. He's on 0 boost a lot of these plays, and he's kind of just forced to kind of stare and just hopefully have his sheer presence be intimidating. But Ball State is going to sniff that out one way or the other. So maybe you just got to rely on the 1-2 punch of Patty and Jonathan. That's an insane angle from Patrick P. Patterson.
Remember how we said that Patty's got those pop-off moments and sometimes you just need to let him do him? Yeah, this is what we're talking about. That's barely an angle. I want to give credit to Jonathan as a 1-2 punch, but brother, that's all one. That's all Patty.
That is absurd from Akron Gold, and that is exactly the player that we know Patty to be. He was on blue, the A team. He transferred over. We're wondering what's going to happen. Well, not much. He's still that guy for Akron. Look at the squad goal coming together, getting the lead, and then hopefully building off of it. Actually, from the ceiling, unfortunately, meets the crossbar.
And all of a sudden, that unfortunate fear of Ball State is starting to creep into their mind. They lose this one. We're moving to Game 5 and a reverse sweep on the line here for Akron, a team that has done it many a times before. And honestly, I think everything's starting to turn Akron here. More shots on offense, more defense, more everything just seems to be in their control. And Ball State, that's up to BK now. That's their coach. He needs to get in their ear and start trying to change some stuff up because even these plays just don't seem to be enough. A clear double touch, a great one at that, and still Patty's in the way.
Unfortunately, Patty has hit flow state, and Ball State can't do much about that. Maybe just go around him, or maybe just take him off of the field, because that seems to be the primary position that they need to find themselves in. Patty is that last defender, and he's doing well, but also notice how the speed of Akron, they're playing just up to par with what Ball State is matching, and getting most of the reads as well. However, low boost, still always an issue. 2 players to the ball, and Phoebes not able to get the better of him.
The bounce out does technically go to Oath, and oh boy, it forces a triple commit out of Akron. Ball State, if there was ever a chance for you guys to take advantage of their awkwardness, it would be now. A flick around one, but not around Jonathan. He's got a full tank and a reset. They're gonna challenge him. Eventually Oath will get there, and he's actually just gonna fake it out. He immediately goes for the headhunt. He can't get any contact. Ball State, they are trying to get creative. They're doing as we asked, but they've got under a minute to get at least one.
Oxy, deflection, trying to get back onto it, but instead he'll grab the boost and he'll go right back up to say no to Ga. That's way too slow of a double tap, and not only that, Young Gun Oxy gonna keep on going, getting those dunks, wasting down this time, or maybe just facilitating one more on top.
This one hurts. No other way to say it here. Oath is thinking he's got time. He's expecting to take this off the sidewall. The touch just gets a little bit too heavy, and all of a sudden, Jonathan's immediate challenge finds an open net with 2 other players rotating center, not really thinking that could even go close to their own goal. 4-2 here. I think we're getting Game 5. The reverse sweep in the cards here for Akron Gold. All they have to do is hold on, do it one more time.
And we keep saying all these scenarios about playoffs and being able to get into top 4. Akron Gold definitely has the longest path to go for it, but every series win gets them that much more closer. It keeps them in those potentials. But with Ball State, it's the very same thing, and now both teams have their records in their own hands, but it's gonna have to go the distance, Champs Field, to see how this one's gonna close out.
And this is the fear that we had for Ball State, which is that they are very good, and oftentimes they are able to set a bar that you have to pass. But are they able to ever stretch far enough up that they can actually surpass some of the best teams when they are playing at their peak? And I don't think this is an exaggeration to state that Patty is hitting his peak right now, man. If you let him get into this form, it is a terrifying thing. Many a good teams have lost to this Patty. He has won opens in our old format as a part of that Akron Blue roster. He's a very talented individual, and unfortunately for Ball State, their star player for the first half of this series has gone quiet. Phoebes has not scored a goal or gotten an assist since Game 2, and after us talking him up through the first 2 games, it's a bit surprising.
Yeah, but Patty has activated. Look at this replay. Oh, that is such an insane angle. Half of that is sometimes you just don't even expect him to be able to get that on target. Like, okay, let's play the ball off the backboard. Oh, that's just in. Okay, well, I guess we just got to throw up our hands and sigh. Or we could just emote and do whatever Akron is doing because, again, vibes are high. And why shouldn't they be? They have brought this one back. As you said, reverse sweep on the cards. And I think for Ball State, it's not even necessarily panic. You're not getting blown out of these games. You're just starting to get edged out on these 50s. You're not actually getting these passes middle. Your shots are lacking that power. You don't have that lead blocker. All these tiny things that were working in games 1 and 2 are no longer. And that's why Rocket League, or really any esport, can be like a chess match. It's about countering the opponent's momentum and figuring out a new strategy in the end game. And there's no better end game than on this exact map. One more game to determine who's going to take such an important series for both these teams' league play destinies.
Like we talked about, for Akron Gold, they kind of need to win this one in order to keep themselves in contention. They're not technically eliminated, but the odds drop astronomically if they end up losing this one. For Ball State, it's a similar idea as the team pinch gets fired downfield. Look, we're going to ignore the fact that already it feels like Akron are just kind of freestyling here. Yes, the confidence is up. Ball State, you need to try and dissuade them.
And for any other team, I might say that's just kind of wacky and wild, and why are you doing that? But not with Akron. That was in the comms. That was commed 3 seconds before it even happened. So I love that play, and I hope they do even more of it. But I would also love them to get it together a little on defense. They're backpedaling, trying to get some possession, but instead it's going to be Oath. I would say uncontested, but misses that first touch. Phoebes tries his best, but can't get it below the bar.
Wasn't really sure what the idea of that play was initially, but all right, Oath. At least you can get the extra touch off the ceiling and get a pass out to Phoebes. Getting him activated in offense is a must right now for Ball State. Also not making mistakes on defense. That's real awkward from the initial challenge from Phoebes. Guh has to kind of clean up the mistake of both him and Oath on the other end. And we'll get to the backboard for Akron, but will it go any further? Not necessarily, as Oxy has to pop this one out center. Patty's there, maybe to just run interference, but he's not necessarily doing a great job of that up until he gets the demo. That'll stop any sort of counterattack from Ball State, but Phoebes keep this one close and maybe get some sort of offense.
Oxy's going to beat out on this one, but he will be downfield again, but so will Phoebes. He's almost man-marking that one path. He's going to try and get that 50 as well, but Patty able to get in the way just in time. Oath facilitating down over to Guh, but in that path, it seems like Akron's starting to lock down on defense. That was almost kind of their weakness, but those 2 games they won, they did score first, so if the pattern holds, one more goal for Akron could potentially put them in the lead, especially with Oxy uncontested, but he can't get it past that final stretch.
I like that we're seeing at least somebody held back right now for Ball State, though. They recognize that the open nets and these shots just on target shouldn't be getting past them at any point, so they just need somebody boosted up and prepared on defense. Great backup from Oath there as well. The initial defense can't get around the lead blocker, so he just dives in to prevent a double touch. Huge plays early here from Ball State.
Jonathan almost getting that 50, but instead Guh leaps over one, going for the block. Oath has to take the handoff, but instead has to double it middle. Phoebes wants absolutely none of that. I think we're going to see a lot of that. We're going to see some risks being taken, but I think if you're third man, there's absolutely no way you're going to dive in. You do not want to be the guy that makes that fatal mistake.
Oath might have made a fatal mistake if Jonathan had wrapped himself around that one. Very close angle. It was never going to be easy, but at this level, sometimes you just have to expect that they'll make that touch. Guh knew that that touch wasn't going to be made, but did he expect the follow-up downfield that goes back to Jonathan? Oxy did. He's expecting the very lackadaisical defense, and I'm a bit surprised by it. That initial touch showed no effort, and then Ball State just kind of lets this happen.
I love this touch from Jonathan. It's not even something I thought he was going to try to pull off. I thought he was going to try to flick it or back pass it or kill it in place, but no, he dishes it middle. Oxy gets an excellent 50. And honestly, the last defender, I think, might have just assumed Patty was going to fake it based on the angles, but no, he slots it, gets the lead, and again, is the pattern going to hold? That has led to a lot for Akron, but not if the kickoff heads right into Phoebes' path.
Finally, Phoebes is back on the board. His first goal in 4 games. And yes, Guh does lead the block, but notice who actually gets the bump. It is Phoebes. I'm going to put down a little asterisk for the assist from Oath there. It's a good one as well, but Phoebes, man, glad to see you back on the board.
And Phoebes, I need him to wake up because we know what he's capable of. We said he's quiet, but it doesn't mean you have to score every single game. And honestly, I don't really blame them based on how Akron's been playing. So if he can get back in, I would love to see Ball State become an offensive fury yet again, but they need to be able to patch up these gaps in the midfield. That was a lot of space for Oxy. This time doesn't work out. Excellent pass up to Guh, but unfortunately intercepted.
Phoebes, not the greatest touch out of midfield. If he can stay close to... Okay, he cannot stay close to it. I was going to say maybe he can show some more resistance. I guess the smoke screen was technically enough. And as Guh gets around at least Jonathan, he will force Oxy to come in as well. Phoebes No boost here. I don't think he's going to have much of a play. He'll try to be the lead block, but he will make no contact. And instead, it's up to Guh to fire this downfield, where Oxy gets a couple of clean touches off the backboard. I didn't know if he was going to be able to clear that all too easily. Apparently, he did, and he'll get that one off the half, but only momentarily. Now, Patty in a bit of an awkward position. He passes it down to Guh. The save from Oxy required, and boy, oh boy, is Patty thankful for Oxy on that play.
Yeah, he really made a meal of that one, and honestly, he needs to be able to get real close to this one as well. Pre-jump fake down, Phoebes denied by Oxy, the desperation leap, keeping him in this one as Guh gets a double tap off the ceiling, but not much more than that.
Phoebes got to be careful here. Low boost for players on Akron, but eventually a challenge will be made, and Flip Reset doesn't really get it past any of them. Jonathan is there for the 50, but he does steal the boost out of mid, which means that this should be an extended play now for Ball State. Patty tries to take this to the sidewall. Phoebes, not a great 50, but at least Guh's there, or excuse me, Oath to back it up. Instead, Guh on the sidewall, try to pass it back out into the corner. Slow burn effect right now. Akron more and more awkward at every single play. They need to be careful as the final 30 seconds approaches and more shots go against them.
Only natural that everyone looks to overtime, but honestly, the way these teams are playing, it is looking a little flimsy, but I think that's just nerves starting to creep up on everybody as nobody is around for this one, and maybe Oath can have the last laugh. Final seconds. Oxy with a deflection. Guh with the beat over the top. Wait a minute, there's a bump in the backfield. Phoebes is thinking about it, but Patty will gladly escort that one back to midfield as Ball State will take one more heave, but Oxy's not taking any chances at all. OT to decide who takes it.
Couple of safe plays at the end of regulation there, and like you said, I don't really blame anybody for trying to play safe rather than sorry. If Phoebes had cut there and it failed, it would have been a counterattack. If we had seen a player from Akron try to extend it, it could have been Ball State to end the game. Both teams in a bit of a nervous position right now, and it seems like we're going back to a position that was familiar at the end of the game as well. Ball State back in the driver's seat. They immediately start off OT on offense.
Phoebes, excellent touch. You might even get a 50 as well. Patty's trying to channel to the corner, and he will, but unfortunately will give up that corner boost, if not for a beefy 50 from Jonathan. Everything resetting. Oxy trying to do his best, but will dive in and whiff. Guh dances past the second, trying to get the third. Flick high. Phoebes, it's only him with a reset on the line, but saved away. Oh, with the putback. He's sat on the Goomba Stomp to halt him in place. Akron barely holding on. They just need one more save, and Patty and Oxy will provide.
Oxy, luckily, did not have a flip reset against him. Oath otherwise would have probably put that on target. Things get awkward there for Akron, but they are able to survive, but maybe only momentarily, because here we go yet again. Go off the backboard, looking for a block against Oxy, will not find it. Oath, though, cuts out of midfield to keep this on the half, and Patty's got to dance around a couple of demos against Phoebes. He still doesn't have any boost, so this clear downfield will have to be his time to retreat and grab some. Jonathan, though, is going to stay aggressive. He immediately meets a challenge in the corner, and now Oxy lurking out of midfield will do the same. Akron, the transition into offense was instantaneous, and now it's Ball State who are on their back heel.
Yeah, it was looking, honestly, a lot like games 1 and 2 earlier, but now it's Akron with a little bit of space, but not a lot of real angles to go for. Oxy just has to dish that one. Jonathan into the ceiling, trying to trip up Guh, but it's going to take a lot to get past a man like that, having just made a main event. And now Ball State maybe trying to set up camp. Honestly, they're positioning well, and Oath, he's setting himself up well. Reset, back post! That is why he's Ghost!
Denying the reverse sweep against Akron Gold and doing it in style. Great lock into the reset, great extra touch. If it wasn't going to be of that caliber, it wasn't going in. And Ball State, they stay alive in the hunt for playoffs as they get the 3-2 victory over Akron Gold.
I mean, thank goodness I saw Luigi, Ball State alum, in the chat crashing out at the mere concept that Akron Gold could reverse sweep. But hey, they're just that good, but Ball State just a little bit better. Ultimately, our predictions stay pretty consistent, provided Nirvanta will be able to, stomach not having that one go his way. But regardless, yeah, Ball State is good. I know that this was going to be a close one, but Ball State always seems to find that clutch in those moments. And how many times have we had Oath be able to make that play as well? Really fitting that he is the player to be able to make sure that Game 5 goes their way. And in such an important match, they're higher up in the leaderboard, a bit more realistic that they can make that top 4, and this is just step number 1.
That's good to see again. We were hoping that Phoebes would be able to sort of weather the storm there and put up a performance in the final parts of that game that, you know, were really worthy of what he was doing earlier in the series. He does exactly that. He gets a goal, he gets an assist, he gets 100% goal participation in the final game of the series, and really that's what you want to see out of a player of his caliber and in his freshman year here for Collegiate Rocket League. So, again, really the correcting of the issues for Ball State is what wins them that at the end, and it feels good to see considering, dude, I'm not going to sugarcoat it. Games 3 and 4 were terrifying.
A little bit. I was about to say, I'm like, wait, what are you going to say? What adjective are you going to say? Terrifying, I think, is pretty apt. Really, just what we were witnessing. It was going all over the place, but I think both teams kind of balanced out. Game 5 was definitely, I would say, a bit precarious for both squads, but that's really what CRL is at the top level. We've seen an insane number of upsets. Definitely a record we're setting, if you want to have a subjective stat like that, for how many times an unexpected team has come up, but that also means that the parity is getting better. It's a shame Akron Gold takes that loss, effectively kind of knocks them out of a lot of contention, but Ball State, I mean, they're never disappointing, always entertaining, and even with all these different players to go, Guh and Oath leading the way, and I love to see young Phoebes also thriving, potentially a future star of CRL.
Well, we've got more left for the docket here today. If you guys want to see how the rest of the league play squares out, stick around. We're going to go to a quick break. When we return, we've got even more Collegiate Rocket League action.
Epic Octopus song.
Okay, now this is epic.
In the dark haze, polarized gaze, trying to find my way to you, where the spaces can't erase this. You're the feeling that I choose. I'm tired of running, 'cause you lost the feeling. You're
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to CRL. It is, of course, spring. And, of course, I have Oath with me from Ball State, who just were able to edge out and get the victory in that best of 5. Oath, talk me through that series. Akron Gold gave you a little bit of a scare there.
Yeah, Akron Gold's just one of those teams that if you go in without or like underestimating them at all, they'll come back and bite you. So I think that's we went up 2-0. And then I think we kind of let that mindset take over a little bit. We took our foot off the gas, and they're a great team, and that's not something you could do against players like those. So, yeah.
Yeah, I was trying to get a little bit of an idea from you if you saw Jonathan and Patty being a little bit silly on cameras, but I know you guys generally don't have stream up, but they were feeling confident even when being down, so absolutely do not get complacent. I do want to ask you again, we've asked a little bit this season already about Phoebes and how he's fitting into your team. Now that we're nearly all the way done with league play, how has Phoebes really fit into the team and gelled?
I think he's been fitting in really, really well. I think, like in my last interview here when we played, I think I said each time that we play together, each week, each CRL match, I think the chemistry is just getting better and better, and Phoebes is learning his spot in our play style better and better. And now with just a couple weeks to go left in both the season, and we've got NACE and CCC coming up, I think we're getting to the point where we're pretty confident against most of these teams, and we know we can compete with anybody. So, yeah.
Well, speaking now of league play, your last game is against Davenport. What are your thoughts on that? Being that Davenport mathematically isn't out because they have so many games left, one of yours included. Are you here to play spoiler? You know, are you here to get the best seeding possible moving into spring championship?
I think I did hear that this match does matter for seeding, and that if we're top 8 or something, then we get a bye first round. But more so than that, if we go into a match, we're gonna try our best to win. But Davenport's definitely a pretty scary team. When they're on, they're playing really good, so it'll be a good match.
So final thoughts, of course, we mentioned spring championship is coming up. This is like our final week of league play. What are your thoughts on this massive spring championship bracket we have? We have some people from, you know, last chance qualifier coming through in the lower end. We have everyone in league play moving forward. I think there's a total of 24 teams that are going to be playing and competing. What does that feel like to you guys?
Yeah, honestly, I think for me at least, I don't know about Gut and Phoebes, but I'm the kind of guy, like, I don't like to look too much into the bracket or who we might play, just because I feel like that can get pretty overwhelming pretty quick. The best thing for me is just to show up and play. You know, we'll play who we play, just go in confident, and hope we come out on top.
Incredible. Well, Oath, any last final thoughts before I let you go?
Say thank you to BK. He's been a great coach this semester without a coach, so say thank you to him. That's about it.
Amazing. Well, we will hopefully see you on the pitch again, and thank you again for your time, Oath.
All right, thank you.
Well, guys, that was a little bit into Oath and that Ball State team. Obviously, I think even for us, the championship bracket can be quite overwhelming, so it's nice to see that they're just focusing on the series in front of them.
I gotta be honest with you, for a team that went to a best of 5 all the way to the brink, they seem pretty chill about what just happened. I mean, we were watching that in the control room going, are they caring? I mean, Patty had so much space in that top third, Chicksa. I thought Ball State would be on ice skates, but they found a way to dig deep. And, well, if it's the one thing you can pull from that, please share with me just the overall vibe there. It seems like the sky's the limit for them.
Yeah, I genuinely feel like Ball State is very calm. I mean, I mentioned the cameras a lot about Akron Gold. They were very silly, very animated, very calm. I feel like there's this fake sense of calmness in the fact that everybody in league play makes it to the championship weekend. So a lot of people aren't taking it as seriously as it could be, but getting a bye, getting that better seating makes everything so much easier in the long run. So Ball State is doing their best to stay very focused on the goal ahead of them.
I appreciate you working that first series. And of course, we got 3 more series on the docket, but we have an update so far what's going on with those other games off stream. And well, first things first, with that loss here today, Akron Gold is pretty much out of the running for top 4, but no fret. Of course, there is the LCQ, the 3 letters nobody wants to see because they know how big that bracket is, but they have a chance of hitting that spring championship. So best of luck to them moving forward. And of course, St. Clair on the other side, 3-1 Indiana Tech. St. Clair itself in the running for the top 4. So fortunes are happening left and right. Taco, I want to kick it over to you. We got the results from the first series. You were there in the booth. What's this decision day, this Survival Sunday shaping up to you thus far?
I think it's very much a system in which you can't really control everything that happens, because with 6 teams, a lot of people are like, why can't you just give us scenarios? Because there's like 9,000 different possibilities of how this is going to end up, and it's why those 6 teams are still very much in that running. So I think this is a decision day. I think by the end of the day, with the amount of games we have currently being played on other streams or in private matches across NA right now, we will probably be able to determine at least a little bit closer to a final 2 teams going into whoever's going to finish their games maybe on Monday, who that 4th spot's going to be. But as you could hear it from Oath, there's still so many stakes to go. Even if you know that you're probably not going to be able to reach above that cutoff line, just having 1 seed higher or something will make sure you have an easier matchup, a more advantageous matchup, or maybe just getting a bye. And that's huge in a system in which 1 bad series can spell the end of your season.
We always say that at the beginning of the semester, that any given week, any given Sunday, all the games, all the matches are important, and we're seeing those dividends right now. We got to move on to our second matchup on our docket here today. It's Akron Blue. More Akrons, man. Give me all the Akrons taking on Concord. Talking about teams that maybe eliminated on some level, but very still much have something to prove. Bass, walk me through this, man. A roster of 6 individuals willing to ball out here today.
It's a weird one to be talking about these 2 guys as just sort of a fight for survival and placement in the LCQ when both of these teams won opens last year. Concord won a semester last year. These are 2 teams that should be at the very top of Collegiate Rocket League, but again, the competition has improved, and unfortunately, both of these 2 teams have kind of fallen behind the pace as of late. Akron Blue is incredibly talented, like we talked about in the prior series. This is usually the primary roster for Akron. Instead, it's been their gold teams that's more taking the spotlight as of late. But the one thing that does make it a little difficult for them to keep the spotlight is 5-ups on this team. Yeah, Dignitas 5-up is on this team. So a guy who's making top 8 in RLCS theoretically should always be at the upper part of Collegiate Rocket League, but I don't know, Novanta, lately it's been kind of a coin flip on whether or not we see the version of Akron that can lose to pretty much any team in this league, or the version of Akron that took down the number 1 seed in Northwood literally like a week ago.
Yeah, man, you talk about chips on your shoulders. Sometimes they feel like they want to be world beaters because they're overlooked, even in their own programs. And sometimes they get kind of rolled up, and you're like, what? The whole world's watching. It's kind of hard to see that, though. But, Chicksa, let me kick it over to you. This matchup here is a little bit more for the pride side of things, but is there a player out in your notes you're looking to really show up here today?
I think it's already been highlighted, but 5-up, we've talked a lot about him playing, of course, we know professionally on Dig, and then as well right now in the likes of CRL. And when it comes to sometimes CRL performance, the outside world can get kind of busy. So 4-7 for right now for Akron Blue is, they shouldn't be at this point lower than their gold team. If there's anything that I'm fighting for, it's against B team to be proved who's the better Akron squad. I think out of pride at this point, you should be fighting for that. So I need 5-up to step up today. We need to see, the player that generally places at the upper echelon in professional league play, and if he's not there, then the entire Akron squad kind of suffers. It's a similar thing on Concord's end of the field, where if they're not looking good in professional play, it also tends to show in the collegiate play as well.
Better Akron squad, probably an Akron Cup. Think about it, just an idea, putting it out there. But we have to go into predictions because both teams are ready. Bass, gotta start with you. You see what Akron Blue can do. You see what Concord can do sometimes. What do you got for this one?
Look, sometimes you just got to give it to who's got the hot hand, and right now, Akron is by far the hotter of the 2 teams. A, they just beat Northwood, like I just talked about. B, they've got 5-up, who's coming off of a top 8 in RLCS. And C, I just haven't been convinced by Concord, man. I really haven't. I want to be, but this has been... I know I said C is for Concord, but like, again, it's just one of these things where it really is difficult for me to back Concord considering that they have not had consistent results throughout this semester, and I kind of think, as silly as it sounds, I think they've written off league play. We talked about this before. I think this is a team that's like, hey, we're not making it through league play. Whatever, man. Let's just see how it ends. And then when they get into LCQ, they're going to lock in like nobody's business. So for right now, before they are locked in, I'm taking Akron Blue.
I love how you say you're not convinced, but when are you ever convinced there, Baz?
When you have a positive differential, this team's negative overall. They're 4-7.
Hey, I'm just saying. I got the facts here. I'm just saying. You're never convinced. I'm just putting it out there. Chicksa, what do you got for this one coming up?
Well, C is for Chicksa, C is also for Concord. Thank you for that, Bass. So I will take that in that regard, but I am going for Concord in this one. I think Crispy CMOS Duo is always really good if they're clicking. I honestly hope for the sake of pride, again, at this point, for every team's pride, they are trying their best at the end of league play. There's, yes, the weird complacency that everyone makes it, but for the sake of Concord being previous winners, and then ending the season negative feels so wrong. I hope that they actually put their best step forward and take this one, because on paper they should be beating Akron Blue in my opinion.
Taco, I gotta lean your expertise here, because I love Akron Blue's kind of crash the gate mentality, but that 1-2 punch of CMOS and Helix has really done some damage this semester. Who do you got this one coming up forward?
I think in a vacuum, Concord takes this one 99% of the time because of their quality and consistency, but we're not in a vacuum. We're in the weirdest semester of CRL we've ever seen. I feel like Akron getting a 3-0 over Northwood. I watched that live with Bass. We were also in shock, kind of holding each other because like, what is even happening right now? Because it was so terrifying, because it wasn't Northwood playing bad, it was Akron Blue playing very well. Concord has lost a step. They feel like they're not really locked in, and I think at least for right now, if Concord's gonna lock in, it's gonna be in the LCQ. I don't think it's gonna be right now.
I love the in the vacuum. That's like he's a nice person, but that's the most backhanded thing I've ever heard. You know what? Give me Concord, right? Look, I understand there's a whole thing about being on paper of stronger teams. I understand that there is a bit of the underdog play here, but Concord does have this kind of like wild card aspect. I love, we see 1 or 2 every semester. I think Concord is the one to get it done here today. And hopefully I'm right, because I was wrong in my last prediction. But the time for talk is over. We got to go ourselves to our second matchup of the evening. It's going to be Concord against Akron Blue. My mom used to say fortune favors the bold, but frankly, it takes a lot more than that. Who is going to get it done today? Casters, I have one thing for you to do, and that's take it away.
Two teams better truly on paper than their season has told us so far. Akron Blue 4-7, Concord 4-7, previous winners, previous champions right now on the back foot of things. It is the final weekend of league play, and both of these teams do not look up to shape that they have been like before.
Yeah, and the worst part is, Jigsaw, is that there's still a lot to play for, but you wouldn't really know it based on some of these teams. Some of them are saying, you're not going to take it seriously, but in this format where you are not eliminated until you go through that LCQ, it does matter if you get these wins, and they have a lot of games in hand to change their fortunes. There are multiple slots they can slide up if they both win out, but of course in this matchup, we can only have one winner, and both teams are going to be hungry. CMOS and Crispy, such an insane duo in RLCS, and now they're trying to show they still got that movement in CRL.
Yeah, a rare set of teams that we have right now where both have players that are professionally playing currently right now, and both aren't doing well in collegiate play. It's a weird situation to be in with the level of talent that we have now currently in collegiate Rocket League. But in all good notes, they're playing in serious cars. They have all played very focused to start off in this one, and I think that's the outlook you have to have. At this point in the season, you need to put your best foot forward to prepare yourselves for the master bracket that we have coming up soon.
And you need to make reads like that, 5-up, depriving Helix from the double, and being able to quickly get on top of those reads is going to be paramount to really anything else. Helix, you got to be able to get up for this one, as 5-up wrong foots him going to the back post.
That's beautifully slotted in by 5-up. on that one. He places it. Helix just doesn't have the read when needed, maybe faster than he could have anticipated, but great for Akron Blue to get on the board first.
And it almost seemed like Helix was waiting for a slower touch, so he started moving up, and then when it started rocking it over, his brain almost lagged for a half second and just couldn't load in his read in time. But either way, nothing really to cry about, especially as he gets a redemption chance. Takes on Bullseye, but unfortunately, Bullseye gonna get the better exchange of that.
5 up just to clear out CMOS. Good read, Bullseye coming through, but it is well done by CMOS, only for it to be taken at the final mark. Crispy turning in, down to Helix, but 5 up is there, even with a limited boost, moving this one forward. Can't manage to do much more than that off the back wall. Helix almost not ready, but on the transition, Bullseye saving last moment. Crispy shot deflected away, and Concord, try as they may, still can't get through. The defense off the post and down 50, still 1 and 0s on the board for Concord.
Excellent touch, but it's still not over. Samas trying to test that backward defense, but gonna be real difficult when 5 up is last back. He's often really that saving grace for this Akron defense, and now he's shown he can do it on offense. Fakes one, but he can't get the second.
A great patience out of 5 up right now. He's just testing Concord, and 5 up does sneak this one through. Persistent as they may, Akron Blue gets another.
That's so chaotic. 5 up gets lost, I think, really in the fold of all of those cars moving left to right. You can almost see that last defender on the Concord goal say, oh, okay, I have that clear. Wait, why is 5 up still up? He has no boost. Why is he still here? And then suddenly it's in on the near post. Akron Blue keeping things unpredictable, but also you're seeing a little bit of why they were able to get that 3-0 sweep on Northwood. A crazy upset, but an upset is only when you are not capable or thought not capable of getting those wins. And you can see they still got the trigger live from Akron, and honestly, they're doing a lot on defense just to be able to shut down Concord before they can get too far forward.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to pinpoint. Akron Blue has done so well of the last man back, challenging at the correct time, maintaining great 50s, and the presence there to stop Concord. They haven't been able to sneak past them. I think if Concord throws in some demos, a different look, and catches that lone third man off, there may be an opening, but for now, Concord itself needs to tighten up their own defense.
But I love this rotation because this is not necessarily the best pass in the world from Emilio, but he plays off momentum, and Bullseye has a striker's mentality. He sees all those players rotating, that gravity of the ball dragging them to the corner, so he knows if he puts that on target, even from a weird angle, definitely going to be between the sticks and in for a third. Concord really starting to reel here, and Akron, it seems like they're just warming up. They really want to put their flag down into the ground of this series and kind of affirmatively say that this is our series to lose.
Concord again, they're going to try through this one, but Bullseye has an open net to work with. A beautiful pass from 5 up on transition, and Akron Blue is cooking right now across the field.
He's just so fast. I mean, 5 up turned around and got the aerial off and got a pass directly to Bullseye, all on less than 100 boost in the tank. He's just that quick, and it's why you cannot play around. The one thing you can say about Akron Blue, regardless of their late season turnaround before or after, is that they are quick. And if you have a delay on your gameplay, it's not going to bode well for you. And right there, it looked like Concord's trying to get some kickoff magic, but Milio was well prepared.
Yeah, at this point, they just need to experiment in this series. The likes of Akron Blue has just been playing exactly as they need to play. As a team, they're doing well defensively, having someone back in rotation. They're doing well in transitions. You're seeing everyone on the board has at least 1 assist for Akron Blue. Their offense has been just dominant in every aspect, and it's hard to deny that Akron Blue right now looks like the better and more solid team. You have to wonder why they are currently 4-7 at this point in the season.
At the end of the day, if you're going to get momentum, it's better to get it at the end of the season than I suppose at the beginning, as you are able to actually carry that through. The thing is, it's a long journey through that LCQ, but the way the Akron Blues playing, I don't think you doubt the quality. They're playing against a former national champion 2 times over, actually, if you count land victories as well for Concord. But the thing is, everybody lags behind a little bit as CRL has gone on. Such a weird semester, and I don't think even teams like this are going to be impervious to that, as we're just kind of going down and waiting for Akron to end this game out of mercy. 4-0, and still Concord still looking for something on the board. Even when sending a bump, they can't get through.
That was a good look for Concord. The bump I said adding a little bit more aggressiveness in can sometimes throw off the likes of the defense, but still struggling. Helix's angle cut off by Milio. Final seconds on the clock. Akron Blue wins out in 4-0 fashion. Concord not able to get a single goal just yet.
And even still, I mean, Helix is going to leave to change out the cars, and hopefully they change a little bit, because I don't think they need necessarily to completely shift everything. They did get blown out score-wise, but it's mainly because it's an exercise in efficiency from Akron, being able to put away nearly half of their shots. And Concord not really that far behind on their own shots. They are getting opportunities, but thing is, Akron isn't really being too disturbed by it. I can't really notice a moment where they were too panicked. It felt like they had everything covered, and when you're playing ordinary offense, that's just not enough in this era of CRL.
I agree. I think 5 Up again looked very confident, looked very patient as the rest of the Akron Blue team, and that confidence and that patience does translate into the play you see out of them. They had very controlled touches. Their 50s were on point. They never panicked, and you saw at moments Concord panicking, trying to regain some semblance of fluidity across the team in their rotations. They just didn't have it on lock, but it is game 1 in a best of 5. Things can change, as we saw in the last series. We went to 5 when we thought it would be a sweep, so things can happen. Right now, Concord needs to focus, and they have to adjust. This is the adaptation that we always talk about, that you have to have across a team.
You can see as on the cams, it takes a lot to tilt Concord. Even at that 4-0 loss, they're not too concerned. So going into Forbidden Temple, we'll see if they can rescue this series, not drop too many more games, because again, trying to climb up that ladder has so many implications for how LCQ is going to look. But of course, 5 Up knows that. That's why he's trying to get one right off the rip, but he can't quite get the angle.
This may be open for transition on Concord's side. Crispy has boost, but Milio, even low on boost, challenges, takes away that opportunity. Early jump for 5 Up, and now last back is Bullseye. Pass across and not angled enough for Crispy to get the shot. Great challenge by Helix, but a difficult bounce. Goes back in midfield. 5 Up has boost in the tank. Flip reset here on target. Crispy gets away in time, but that one's open on the goal line, and Akron Blue a lead again.
Talk about a full team play. Bullseye gets the demo on the player on the backboard. That's pretty much an unsavable 50 from 5 Up. Crispy does his absolute best, but that's why you need all 3 players, because the finisher has the easiest goal of his life on the back end. And it just shows Akron Blue, when they are in sync, they are a terrifying team to try to counter.
Crispy on transition after kickoff. This one straight down. Helix's shot over the bar, and what a last-second touch by Milio to deflect this one away. And again, straight on transition, another shot immediately comes through from Akron Blue. They are looking ever so confident, both offensively and defensively.
Right now, you can tell that they are not hesitating at all in some of these reads. They're just that confident they'll be able to get there, and also trusting in the passes as well. Milio will not trust in that read, so instead he's going to back up, tease it up for Samas, but he doesn't have the best angle, so he'll hand it off to Crispy. 5 Up saw that one coming. Helix soft touch, and also will meet the demise of a 5 Up 50.
Milio on the clear. Samas can't get there in time. Crispy almost beat, but now Helix has an opportunity, takes time. Flip reset here. Can he angle it on target? Again, 5 Up in the way, saves this one, deflects it. I mentioned 5 Up would be that key factor for Akron Blue, and he certainly has been everywhere defensively so far, as well as offensively, really helping facilitate his team. Time's ticking, and Akron Blue may only be up by 1, but they still feel very in control of this game.
And yet, they still have to backpedal every once in a while to be able to get on some of these reads, like this one for Samas. He's got to reset. He got 5 Up again, going to be in the way. Back post, Helix trying to bend it around, but that's really tough to be able to get forward on, put that between the sticks, and naturally they will go away. I don't anticipate that to be the last of the desperation heaves that Concord's going to go for, because even though it's only a 1-goal game, it feels like shots come at such a premium, and honestly, good angle shots that you can actually do something with are even rarer based on how Akron Blue has been handling this defense.
Yeah, you haven't seen a lot of follow-up potential for Concord, and I think that's really hurting them. They're getting these one-and-done opportunities that are easily saved, or at least relatively easy on the likes of play that they've seen before. We need Concord to get better opportunities up front, a bump there, maybe a follow-up from somebody else, and that'll open up better shooting opportunities. We're near 8 minutes right now, and Concord has yet to score a single time. They have a lot of pressure upfield at this point, but do we foresee a shot that's just undeniable? Not yet.
And yet a demo in the goal line and a roll down. Crispy double tap. It's going to go off the post. Again, it's just trying to rush that play. That doesn't work out. They still have possession, so therefore they still have a chance. Air dribble bump. Helix certifies that one.
It took 10 opportunities, 10 tries for Concord, and they finally sink one here. All that effort put into a goal, and it was not easy. Akron Blue 8 saves. It took that many times for Concord to break the barrier. Does this give them enough momentum? I don't know, but that has got to be exhausting to finally find the recipe to score against this team that has been so solid on defense.
Yeah, and you're only halfway there because you got to do it again. And Akron seems not too concerned about their defense. They're still being able to get these saves away. They had to take a one-on-one, a rare one, to be able to get on through for that go-ahead goal. And also getting past 5-up, who I thought might have been able to get that dunk, but instead it's going to be an open net. Crispy will not waste it. That is placement.
Slotted through, and Concord for the first time this series has a lead. I think they just needed to open up the floodgates and things become a lot easier. Akron Blue, the creep starts to set in and you start to second guess yourself. You're unsure. You figure out how to break down that defense and you see the adjustments made. This is why a series is a series and truly not one game. But now they still need to retain defense for them. It has been difficult to be on the same page or get caught off guard, and now a blocker again. Helix tries and gets deflected away.
It's a clean enough touch from Bullseye, but it was just far enough for Samas to deflect that one out. Crispy almost held things up for 5-up, but 50 still goes through. Helix, excellent challenge. You can tell Concord starting to get a bit more aggressive on these mid-air challenges, going off the ceiling to shut things down, and that is kind of Akron's game. So if Concord can beat them at that game, then definitely some improvisation we're going to have to see from the Akron side, as definitely they went from a pretty dominant offensive performance to now a bit tepid of one. Just getting past midfield is a task and a half. So can they make this one count? Bit of a deflection, and you're not going to fool Crispy.
Yeah, thank goodness that Crispy did come in. Simos looked very uncomfortable, and I would hope the call out was there to provide that support. Another bump here. Crispy gets in the way just in time, and Helix has some time and a little bit of boost to move on forward. Simos, the read off the sidewall. Just need to buy another couple seconds of time. Milio pops this up. 5-up, has boost. Doesn't get the flip. This one deflected, still high here. Can it touch the ground for Concord? Not just yet. Helix waiting patiently, hunts this one down in Concord to take game 2 in 2-1 fashion.
Really icy play from Helix there. He had two players right next to him, and it's so tempting to just send that downfield and say, I just want to get it away from me. But he also knows that could be a giveaway. It's just giving up possession back to Akron for another chance. So he stares both those players down and hits it directly in between them to the grass to close that one out. And we can't say they didn't earn it on offense, Chicksa. They might have gotten dominated with a crazy team play in the future, but they were able to mount that comeback. 2 straight goals off the backs of 15 shots, and we didn't even go to OT.
Yeah, I think Concord had to put everything in the kitchen sink really at them, and it took a lot. Again, Akron Blue has been so solid on defense. It's why they constantly stay in series, or it can beat teams that are notoriously well known, you know, like Northwood, on their offensive capabilities. When you have a team that has solid defense, it's much rarer than we know the mechanical monsters that are in Collegiate Rocket League right now. So really impressed that Concord did not give up in this one, kept trying, were able to hold on, but I still don't like that Akron Blue is so comfortable making as many saves as they are. We should never see that many shots. Realistically, in a series that is this tight, we'll see more adjustments going into game 3.
And we would say typically, yeah, if you're giving up that many shots, I mean, it's a little rough, but hey, you're playing against one of the most dominant in-person teams of all time in Concord. They have such a great legacy, but of course, legacies don't mean much in the modern era. You still got to play throughout every year. Samas from a double. Can't get this one. Crispy cannot either. And I guess some things don't change. Akron getting the goal line defense, and on the counter, get a brilliant finish from Milio.
I was so worried that one was going to bounce out on the transition. for Akron, but Milio does read it well, sinks that one in. Heartbreak for Concord again. That's 2 shots by Crispy that should have been easy deflections in, and they're not. This could be the make or break point for a series even, just off that single goal. Hopefully Concord retains their confidence after that last win, but Akron Blue already back in it. Way to stay calm, and again, transition and yet again another shooting opportunity.
Ooh, especially if Crispy might be able to get this in yet. It's going to be Milio getting a save. Crispy has to hustle back because they do not want to give up another counter. If anything, it just really shows the margin for error, and really it's none for a lot of these plays. You miss one read, you send too many players up, and it's right in your net, and honestly a rare miss there from Samas on the pre-jump.
Yeah, I think that was actually more Crispy's fault over CMOS. That pass needed to be better suited for someone who had relatively no boost in the tank. But for now, the defense for Concord, we see adjust here. 5-up waiting patiently for this ball, and it does get a little bit too much of a pop away from him. Helix, not much boost in the tank, and Milio just sends it away. Full on boost, but Milio still jumping for this one, deflected by Crispy. Helix, is he there in time? The pop-up is real, and CMOS again, flip resets, puts this into the Akron Blue corner.
Bullseye went away and tried to get the boost. Problem is he gave up the pass, and that is threading a needle from Helix to get the equalizer.
I looked up for not even 1 second, and all of a sudden Helix was able to thread the needle between multiple different cars, teammate and foe alike, to get that one in. It's nice to see that everybody on Concord has now had some impact offensively upfield, and they are getting that much closer and holding on that much more to keeping this series that much closer. 5-up flip reset. He got so much power behind that one.
I would say someone signed this guy, but Dignitas well ahead of us to be able to get that one forward. And you have to think, you're like, you know, he's going to get bumped in midair. No way he's able to get, wait, why is he still on the ball? How is he getting that reset? And it's in your net. That's one of the better kickoff goals you're going to see, and it just shows that you're never truly out of it. Both these teams' offenses so explosive, and maybe they could double up again. Bullseye, decent touch, but not able to put it forward into the middle.
Still astounded by how much power he got from that after essentially floating in mid-air, and that's just the difference that this series could make. Akron Blue up 2-1 near the halfway point, and it has been a back and forth game. Number 3 pivotal. This puts whatever team on match point right now, and we've seen how important it is for every game to matter. CMOS doing his best, as well as Helix, to go and move forward. No flip reset there for Helix, so we can only 50 that. Early jump for Milio, and this one cleared away, at least temporarily, for the likes of Akron Blue.
When I really do like that one from Crispy. Held on to that flip just to make sure he extended that play out, and now he's just gonna have to play for some passes. Samas, maybe a bit too selfish, did have a dish maybe in the middle, but instead it's gonna go out and everyone's gonna go back to their corner and boost up for part 2. Samas, free flip, reset underneath Bullseye, scoops it right back over him, and Crispy can't say the same for his defender he's taken on. Another save from Akron Blue, and 5-up will make sure it goes the other way.
Oh, what a bounce, and Crispy reads it well. CMOS waiting patiently, back, flip goes forward. Helix is there, ends up rolling it. Milio in the way even after a demo may have opened up a better opportunity. Difficult save, CMOS still in the way after 2 shots made, and just like that, Helix back on transition, bumped almost into it. 5-up has just enough boost to get over it and holds on to it for Milio to move forward and almost catching Crispy off guard.
As fast as they're playing, no one's throwing the ball away. I really appreciate that from Akron as well. You've seen a couple times where they're rushing to a play and then last minute pivot and try to play the cheeky touch around, and I think that's buying them a lot of respect from the Concord defense. They're trying to actually still get on these reads, but the problem is it's mostly desperation touches, kind of like this one. 5-up dusts one player, but has to rely on Helix, and he can't muster up enough. So therefore, then Crispy in the rotation. No deflection either as Milio is lurking downfield. Samas, just in case, find the outlet pass to Helix. Will then find Crispy off the backboard from an angle. Helix can't make it to go. Crispy top shelf with not a lot of space to spare.
That play was so well thought out from the get-go. It was the same play the entire time from the midfield over to transition. Always somebody was in the area to retain control and put on more pressure. Wonderful passing play by Concord. Well thought out, very patient to allow that to happen, and Crispy's follow-up ultimately getting him the redemption needed. He is currently 1 for 5, but that one is the most important one we've seen yet. Just a little off on this one, and now low on boost is everybody in the field except for Bullseye, who picked that one up. Is somebody on Concord on the way back? Crispy, low on boost, manages to get the save and clear this one out. Dare I say we see overtime if something doesn't happen in the next 20 seconds.
It's tough. You can see how hungry Akron Blue is to get forward, because we have said, yes, they don't look too concerned when playing a lot of defense, but the thing is, that means they're hungry to get forward on their few chances. They do get to play offense. 5UP missed that one touch, and now they're maybe relying on some demos the other way. Crispy, last-ditch effort. Bullseye, heavy deflection. Where is Milio? He's just lurking with his limited boost. Not going to get that aerial, and 5UP says, you know what? Why not? I got a lot of boost, and he knows what to do with it. Lead block. Bullseye, he's lurking downfield. Crispy, just in time to make sure, yes, indeed, some OT.
I was not surprised to see the 0-second heroics come through, and it doesn't mean it's still not over. Emilio on the read, and the bounce is too high. It goes across the backboard even after winning the read. Heartbreak for Akron Blue. Could have ended it in overtime, and now they need to defend. Crispy patiently waiting. 5UP originally there. Bullseye now working the corner. Some boost stealing happening from CMOS as well as Helix. Waiting patiently. Still is Concord letting the play happen. Bullseye off the clear, has Milio upfield, and they will have to retreat for now.
Milio, good double 50, and he gets the boost steal on the far side, which means 5UP is wide open for this one. He's gonna tap it down. Milio picks his spot, and yet it's still gonna be saved. How about Bullseye from an angle? High lob. It's again 5UP lurking, but he knows he's not gonna get to this one, so he'll try to set up part 2. Milio behind him with boost, playing off a 50, but Crispy plows right through it.
CMOS right now just buying time, faking that he has boost, manages to get the 50. This one in midfield, 5UP well read. CMOS demoed on the back end. Bullseye demoing Helix together. And now 5UP, just a quick flick to relieve some of that pressure. Milio out into midfield. Bullseye shot, top shelf, and deflected on in. Akron Blue take game 3 in OT.
5UP slaps Crispy, slows him down, steals the boost, and when Crispy gets back, it's just not enough. It's cyberbullying all over, but it is Akron Blue clutching up in OT. They'll move on to match point. And my goodness, what a back and forth series we have for ourselves today, Chicksa.
Yeah, I wish it was more both of these teams were 7 and 4 and not 4 and 7, because I still could have seen the scenario either way. They are so evenly matched in varying different aspects. You see Akron Blue that ends up being a little bit more defensive, a little bit more counterattack. They have that sort of quick transition and those sneaky mechanics, and Concord has a lot of the conventional passing plays, the regular mechanics that come through, the cleanup potential. Both of them playing slightly different strategies that ultimately work for the play style, and everything that they have together. It's an impressive series so far, one we knew would be very close between these two, and they're just proving why you cannot count them out as we move on forward towards championships.
No, I mean, you can't count anyone out. I think a lot of people make this mistake, and this happens every single semester when we see certain teams, Wichita and Syracuse, for example, only 1 win in league play, and people are saying, that team must not be good. Well, we also forget, these are the best teams in the entire nation. So even if you have a bad record, there are better than 99.99% of teams in Concord and Akron Blue, also getting a lot of accolades, winning a lot of lands, always competitive in collegiate competitions, and when you see them play like this, it's not a surprise that it is back and forth. Both these teams even winning CRL Opens in the prior CRL semesters, so no strangers to success, but of course, it's never going to be an easy series when they do duke it out. Akron trying to make sure this one does not go to 5, a familiar sight for many of Concord's series, which they're trying to avoid, but this time they have to go the distance, and therefore they have to win here on Neo Tokyo.
5 up, no boost in the tank. We'll send this on to the Concord half. Simas taking his time. Dribble into midfield. Connection with Crispy, but well read by Milio. Helix last man back. Just a little bit of a flip, but 5 up is there in time. Crispy on the 50, straight down. Helix has an opportunity. Shot easily saved away in the corner. Concord still lurking, but can't do much more than that. Now transition for Akron.
That's such a cute touch there for Bullseye, and it almost worked out. The problem is pre-jump just didn't have enough speed to be able to beat out those pre-jumping on the defense. Instead, it's going to be 5 up there for trying again to take it to the far side. Crispy almost man-marking that one. In fact, handling that pitch so heavily that Bullseye can't get the read. Crispy in the mix. Helix just going to keep possession, but he's got to get past 5 up, who's actually the only defender back. The deflection as Bullseye tries to help. It just pandemonium for Akron, but apparently that's how they thrive.
Yeah, somehow they're managing to find enough bumps, enough 50s to always throw off Concord. Boost in the tank for Concord again, but Helix loses control. So Akron now an opportunity and a little bit more boost steal. Pavilio wasn't on the corner quick enough, and 5 up last back. A difficult situation. Milio on the turn to stay there. This one popping up. Bullseye coming in. And 5 up does have boost now in net. I was worried Akron Blue would be boost starved, but they have enough there to again deflect this away. Concord, try as they may offensively, they're the only team with shots so far, still struggling to get one that's truly undeniable.
It's really Concord being down the series isn't really hurting their confidence. There's a pre-jump for Tsubasa Crispy, and it might hurt him with the demo, but Crispy was able to lean backwards and channel that one to the corner for Samas to therefore take over. Pops it over Bullseye, or rather Bullseye pops it over everyone because Helix is the only one up, if only to be met by Milio on the backboard. Really making sure everybody is doing their defensive due diligence is of paramount importance for both these squads, because it really takes a full team effort, because there's all 3 from Akron trying to get the pass off, but Bullseye does not want to bite.
Definitely a bit unconventional, but it ended up working out. They're just causing chaos, and it's hard for Concord to read. Pop here, Helix will be to it first. Has enough of a touch, but Crispy wasn't waiting for it. Is this one gonna teardrop down? 5 up gets the bump out, but I don't know if Bullseye was ready for it to be that far away. Milio still working, demo here, but Crispy on it first, gets this one out and away. And we are tied somehow still at 0-0 in game 4. Uh-oh.
Milio with the flip, and that's not going to work out well for him. Samas sees his opening, and that's what happens. One play where you doubt yourself, and the other team's going to pounce.
Oh, that's so rough to see that mistake happen. Sometimes you get a little too over-eager, especially at the pace of play that we have seen. A mistake comes through, and that could make or break the confidence that you have, not only in the game that is currently happening. Concord now with one that they were given, but that doesn't mean that they can let up. The one thing I don't want to see is them just turtle up, because we know how well the likes of Akron Blue can play offensively if they get a good shot going.
I actually really like that build-up from Bullseye. I think his Samas sniffed it out, so he's able to take that short air dribble and bounce it over that challenge. And now maybe get the outlet pass to Helix, who again will play for some possession, not going to be able to get it. And now Bullseye on his horse with momentum and a flick. Samas gets the first read. Milio's got to pass middle. He'll try to find 5 up. Yes, Samas was chasing it the whole way.
The double commits for Concord are making me a little bit nervous defensively, but so far it hasn't gotten them. Crispy, not much boost in the tank. We'll just keep this one forward. 5 up there. Simas, the deflection. Back over to him from Crispy. No shot will be found. Helix to himself, but well read by Milio, who now sends this midfield, but Bullseye didn't have the exact touch. Good thing 5 up was there. Still dribbling, has all 3 defenders on him, and all 3 as well deflect that one. Again, I worry about them turtling up, but for now, no one is there in time to recover, and Akron Blue ties it up.
Man, I love to see this from Milio. Look at how little boost he has in the tank when he takes that aerial. That is purely knowing if he goes in a straight line and leans into it right at the end, that can be a laser to the top shelf. It's going to be difficult for anyone to get on as they backpedal towards their goal. And if Concord's not ready for this one, as they are, could have been even worse, but I guess no more kickoff goals here in Neo Tokyo, but at the very least, we could still have some dramatic finishes as Concord needs to be able to try to claw their way back in the lead so they can extend this series out. Crispy will not take that dive in. He'll play for the next one. Emilio's still too fast.
5-up shot here, fast but easily saved away. Crispy, no deflection, and this one is deflected out towards midfield. A couple seconds left on the clock. Bullseye off the corner, double demo. But CMOS just buying time, bumped away. 5-up taking it to the wall. Can someone get there back in time? This one looking to touch the ground, and we see yet again another overtime.
This is where things are really precarious, of course. Not much to play for in playoffs for the initial qualification for both these teams. It is about seeding for that LCQ. Every series matters so much. Therefore, Concord really needs this play to go, and it will not. Another save, but how about a deflection as well? 5-up in a foot race, which he will lose on the last second save.
Bullseye misses that touch as well, and 5-up to come through. Has 0 boost in the tank, but does get a bump through. Milio shot far left! And again, another stunner for Milio, and OT redemption after the mistake, and Akron Blue takes this series in 3-1 fashion.
Milio putting him in the backpack. He had a little bit of a mistake halfway through, but ultimately he is able to make up for it by getting both of those goals. And look at the smiles on the side of Akron Blue. Honestly, all the Akron squads play it pretty well so far, but definitely a lot of momentum for this squad in particular. As we mentioned, getting the upset over Northwood in their prior series on league play, and now getting another one to continue to stack wins late in the game, improving that seeding.
I feel like a lot of times people like to call out, who isn't doing as well, who makes mistakes. Milio, if that series went different, someone would have chewed him out for it. But he comes back through. He makes 2 very important OT goals, ends up helping Akron Blue secure this victory, get that little bit of a chip, feel that confidence again. And overall, I'm very impressed with how Akron Blue played today. This wasn't a cakewalk. This wasn't easy for them. They had to fight back through it, and yet they remained calm even after making those mistakes and did so well.
And being able to play a game like that against Concord, which many players or viewers, if they come in maybe a bit uninitiated to CRL, they might be saying, oh yeah, Concord looked a little weird. No, Akron Blue's just playing that well. They have found a form, they've found a strategy, and I think most importantly, they found a role for everyone. I think the biggest thing was Milio coming in for Patty on this blue side. How they're gonna play was kind of rocky earlier on, but they have found a play style that I think they've really tapped into. I think it's gonna make them LCQ Demons, because that's really what they're playing for, but of course, we have a lot of potential, Strixa, to still work through, and we'll be able to work through some of those after this break. We're going to throw you to another bit of commercials, but please stay tuned. More CRL Week 5 coming up after this.
Welcome to the undefined. To the undefined. to the undefined.
Two-step, then I bring you right back. Two-step, then I bring you right back. Two-step, then I bring you right back.
Welcome back, everybody, to Collegiate Rocket League. It is our final week, which means this is my final chance to speak to my GOAT. Milio, how we doing, my guy? Congratulations on the win.
Thank you. I'm doing great. Just glad we won.
Yeah, hey, man, it's been a streak of victories lately. I don't know what's going on in comparison. Maybe your teammate behind you in Bullseye. Hello, Bullseye. How we doing? Maybe you guys can give us a little bit of insight here, because this is actually, maybe you didn't know this, this is the first time all semester that you guys are actually above the gold team in standings now.
I know.
How does it feel to be back on top?
It feels great. I hope we can stay there for a little bit. I hope they, I really want them to beat Concord. Don't get me wrong. Come on, dude. But
just having a good time.
I would also like to stay high
the
in the
vibes seem good no matter what, huh?
They always are. That's one of the pluses.
Well, yeah, hey, look, man, I hope that they, I hope that you guys continue on with the success so far, but it does kind of feel like the success is maybe a newer thing for you guys. At the very start of the semester, it clearly, was not necessarily the same chemistry. Now you've gone and beaten back-to-back CRL champs. You just beat Northwood 3-0. You just beat Concord. What has changed and helped you guys find this new form?
I think the first half of league play, we just would, our scrims went okay, and we didn't really think about how to change play styles for the first half. We just show up, and on that day, if we were playing well, it worked. If it didn't work. But I think going into the scrim against WVU before we played Northwood earlier in the week, we just decided to just play fast and not care, and just didn't respect anybody on the ball, and it ended up working out in these last two series. Just play fast, play confident, and yeah.
I'm hearing disrespect is the key to winning, is what I'm gathering here.
Pretty
you
much,
disrespect
yes.
your opponents.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah,
you know what? At this point, unfortunately, you guys aren't going to get many other chances to do the same thing in league play, but you're already locked into the LCQ. How are you guys feeling overall? Because again, momentum's on your side. Obviously, the ambitions for all teams are to win it, but I'm gonna be real, man. I could see a world where y'all take that and make it into playoffs. I have to imagine that is the picture you guys are going for as well.
Yeah, very much so. I think as of lately, since we've been playing better, we're very confident going into it. Every other team that will be in the LCQ, we've beaten in some league or some scrim, some way, shape, and form. So we know how they all play, and we believe that if we just keep playing confident, do our thing, we'll be able to make a deep run in the LCQ.
I believe in you guys, and I appreciate you hopping on here for the interview. Clearly, you've got a lot of distractions around you, so I'll let you maybe go back to telling everybody to stop bothering you doing the interview, and maybe so you can give a little extra words of encouragement to Akron Gold before they get into their series. Milio, I appreciate you. Thank you for hopping on.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, that was Milio from Akron Blue, and as we just talked about, they're back on top! They finally have overcome their sister team in Akron Gold, and officially Akron Blue is now, the A squad all over again.
I'm sorry, was that a cactus? Was that a hand?
I don't know what that was, man.
Hey, man, I'm watching the interview there, and you know what's pretty interesting about Emilio? It takes a lot to look at a team and say, hey, look, we're good. What do we need to do to be great? And they really went back to the drawing board, and it seems to be paying off dividends for them.
Yeah, this has been a very impressive version of Akron Blue here, and I think that's the biggest thing, is that a lot of teams will come into events like this, and obviously they're not going to show the best version of them early, but at a certain point they'll lose motivation and just kind of go, all right, GG's go next. And I think it's especially easy to do so when you got a player like 5UP on your team who is maybe prioritizing his RLCS games a little bit more. But no, this team said, hey, we sat down, we made adjustments, and we did what was necessary. And honestly, credit to them for doing so, man. We heard the same thing from WVU, and look how that worked out.
Yeah, talking about WVU and their mammoth run. Shout out to Champ League, really reporting that over the weekend. But as we roll on this League Play Sunday, a lot more results are coming in thick and fast. I mean, Baylor 3-0 over Wichita State. Some people call it an upset. Some people here at the desk say otherwise. That was pretty solid. And Davenport 3-0 Ball State. So it looks like Ball State is having themselves a little bit of an issue here thereafter winning their match on stream. Davenport has an opportunity to end the season 11-4. It has to come with a bunch of victories quite like that. So that was the first building block when it comes to that as well. Ball State falls in the top 4. Taco, talk to me, man. Already, things are coming in. Got results left and right. How do you feel how this day is going to shake out?
I mean, the one team that we haven't really talked about because we haven't seen them and we will be seeing them a little bit later, Davenport has so much potential behind them because they have 5 games still to play within league play. So they can influence a lot of their record. They still only have those 4 losses. That is the #1 statistic everyone needs to be looking at this league play and paying attention to. Winthrop is the other squad that has a lot of ability to influence how high they can reach. But the thing is, only one of these squads can actually come out on top, and it's why we're counting all these victories. Davenport's been hot. They've gotten a great number of upsets, and we were thinking, okay, cool, but how far can they really carry it? That 3 over Ball State, we saw how good they looked earlier against Gold, and yet they could not put up a game. So I think when we're looking at these standings, it just continues to heat up. And again, there's no disappointing week of CRL this semester. It is just going to be action from start to finish.
If you're in the chat right now on Twitch or YouTube, put something in there. Let us read. I want to be able to see what you think about the results thus far, but we got to keep moving on to our third matchup of the evening, penultimate matchup, if you will. It's Akron Gold coming back for a double feature against Concord, also with a double feature, second time on stream today. And well, we were trying to think about predictions. We'll get to that in a moment, but I feel like it was one of the hardest ones to call. Chicks, let me ask you this. This is a different kind of matchup for Concord, but will the results be the same? Is there anyone here you think is going to stick out here and show out in this upcoming matchup?
Oh, stick out and show out. Let me give it to Helix this time. He's normally the X Factor. We asked how we would do it Crispy Seamouse a bunch. Like, this has been the ongoing story. And I think Helix, if someone's going to ball out, is going to try to have some redemption right now in this one, it's going to be Helix who tries to lock in.
Yeah, I'm with you. Always about that 1-2 punch. I love that Helix and Samas play. I think it's one of the strongest duos when it comes to CRL. Let's see if it does something for the team today. Now, Gold historically has had a different fate. I mean, their season has been pretty solid. They're fast, but the last couple of go-arounds really weren't the full strength. What can they do to lock themselves in for a chance of a dub here today?
Again, I think there needs to be a level of consistency, and I think there needs to be an immediate hitting the ground running. I think the warm-up that we saw from Akron Gold in their prior series today versus Ball State is not something they can afford here in any way, shape, or form. You need to make sure that, especially against a team like Concord, that you are immediately prepared for the offense that they're going to produce, the defense they're going to produce, and really the midfield pressure that will be required to get past said defense as well. So I think there's a lot that needs to be done. I have a lot of faith that Akron Gold can get it done, but I don't know, man. We had a kind of debate of like, what version of Concord are we going to see? I see a very angry Concord. I see a Concord that's not happy they just took that last loss, and they're going to use this as a chance for revenge.
Yeah, I'm not sure if an angry Concord is what you want, but I think we're going to get that. That's for dang sure. Because really, these two teams are technically quote unquote eliminated from top 4. Doesn't mean they have nothing to play for. A lot of things coming out of this series will definitely play a bit of a wave moving forward. But look, everyone there is ready to go. I think we're about ready to go in just a moment themselves. Though I will say, kind of a pre-prediction before we get to actual predictions. I think this one here today can go the distance. Well, let's do it. Let's get right into our next wave as we get ourselves ready for the next matchup, the evening prediction time. Taco, got to start with you. We saw Akron Gold on stream. We saw Concord on stream. Who do you got going forward?
So going into this one, I actually immediately was like, I like Gold, and I put him down. And then I thought about it some more, and I'm like, I don't really like how raw around the edges it looked Gold was rotating. They play really lethally on offense, but they give up a lot of easy goals. I think Concord eats teams like that for breakfast typically. I'm going to lean towards Concord, although I do agree with you, Navanta. I could definitely see this one going the distance.
Oh, man. Imagine that. Best of 5 on League Play Week 5. Why not? You know what, Fast? Let me know if you're in agreement with Taco or if you have another thing on top of your mind when it comes to predictions for the series.
Look, I agree with Taco. I think Concord's taking this one. I don't know if it's a head and shoulders difference between the two teams. I do think that there's a world where Akron Gold could win this series, especially if they pop off as necessary. But again, I think my concern is a slow start for them versus a Concord who are already warmed up. They just played a series and who, like I said, are probably not thrilled with the result that they just put out. Revenge is a heck of a motivator, man. And I think that for a Concord team who has already had a semester that I think is under par for their usual, they're going to use this again as a way to, let their frustrations out, if you will.
I haven't actually measured this, but I kind of feel that when teams are doing streams back to back, they tend to split. That's kind of just my headcanon. I'm not sure if it's real. Chicksa, am I crazy, or do you agree as well?
I'm agreeing with the other two casters so far that Concord is going to take this one. I do think that no way you let the same college beat you twice in one day. That's pretty embarrassing. So I'm pretty sure Concord, you know, if anything, they're fueled up. They do not. Similarly, so I think Gold though is fueled up to be back on top of Blue, because we had mentioned that Blue for once has the better quote-unquote record differential than them, but I do think Concord still looked very solid in that last series, and revenge is a crazy motivator at this point in the season.
Okay, I gotta be honest with everyone here. I'm scared because I picked Concord as well. So not only have you cast their curse through the desk, I do think Chicksa, what you just said, might get cropped out for a clip if that would be the case. I'm going with Concord here too. I do feel like there is a bit of a wild card thing about them. We saw how that can be on a bad side with that last series, but Akron Gold stumbling in the last part of the season, this semester, I do think Concord has the advantage, and I hope that I don't go 0-3 because I would be a nervous wreck if that would be the case. But let's get right to it. I think both teams are ready to hit that pitch, and meaning to know that, no, I just been informed we're going to hang out for a bit, and that's great because I have something on my mind that's been burning on the top of my brain. I'm going to ask you this, Taco. Listen, talking about different kinds of rotations, right? And we saw how Akron Gold and Akron Blue have different approaches to the approach when it comes to their offensive attack. I was talked about chapter and verse about how good Helix and Samas are when it comes to that 1-2 punch. What things do they have to do to break that defense to get some goals on the board?
I think Emilio in the interview said something that I love to see is that you have no respect for anyone on the field. You are playing players who have played RLCS in EU. You have players who have played RLCS in SAM if you're playing Fisher. So you need to be able to just go on it. You can't just wait and say, I don't want to get beat over the top. Everyone's going to get beat. You have to trust your rotation. So I think if this is the Akron Gold squad, they need to be able to take on that mantra, trust in the rotation. The chemistry is going to carry them through and kind of just full send, because I feel like in that last series, Akron Gold had those moments where they were going for it and other times where they would kind of back off, absorb pressure, and you can only do that for so long until you have something going in the back of your net.
Yeah, absolutely. We're getting the teams ready here right now, and I'm seeing Patty is trying to get themselves back into form of the last series. And I think I had a note in my notes of how Patty was just so good at occupying space, always seemed to be unmarked, especially in that mid pitch against that wall. And Chicksa, I'm gonna kick it to you. If you're somebody that really has an opportunity to score, it's only a matter of time before you really open up and have a career game. Am I right?
Yeah, Patty, you saw he had that cool, we slow-mode that shot down, you know, thanks to our back-end production. We slow-mode one of Patty's double tap reads. That was really just a phenomenal shot. And I think Patty, you know, I remember his intro into CRL as the freshman, and he has now been around for a little bit of a while. He has stellar plays like that. Honestly, also vibes to Oxy, though. I want to know what song he is currently listening to. He is bopping so much. Because, man, if there's one way to not get, like, absolutely, like, stale in a, you know, kind of a waiting situation, it's listening to some really good music. But yeah, I think Patty always has such good pop-off potential, and he has consistently been like that for quite some time. So if he is on and he's going to be hitting more of those crazy double tap reads, then I would definitely watch out for Patty in particular. Can I ask also another side note question? Because I only noticed this with Concord. What is better when gaming? A dark room, like dark, like you in the computer, or the only light? Or like Akron facility, they have all the light, they have everything. Which is better, in your opinion?
Well, I can't answer that question because I'm a diamond too. But I will say the dark room gets me locked in. I do feel like I'm inside of the vehicle, like I'm inside the Rocket Power battle car. I feel like I'm going to be able to be more hands-on with it. But you know what? An L's an L. Doesn't matter how bright it is outside.
What I don't understand is the players who play in pitch black, but then their brightness is on like 10,000%, and it's like a blinding flash. I'm like, I play on like super low brightness all the time, so I've never understood it. I mean, Helix is going to get a tan off that LED if he's any closer to it.
Just love it. It's like their face is all dark, but their skin is still like covered. So we talk about third man, and I know, or third man, or third vehicle on the team. Bass, I want to ask you this. A lot of the ink has not been spilled about Oxy and Crispy. If there's ever one of the two that you think they should really highlight when it comes to being able to step up and really be the round for that team, who do you have on your notes going forward?
It's got to be Crispy, man. I mean, we've heard this from multiple players. It's one of those things where Crispy is, I think by his own measure and by most other measurements, has underperformed this season. And I think that is not necessarily an insult to him. I think it's just the caliber at which Crispy has proven himself in other capacities and other competitions. This is a guy that multiple players in the league, if you ask, like, you know, who are the top 3 players, Crispy's going to be on that list. And he has done that time and time again. So I would agree that, like, he's got to step up, man. Helix and Samas looked pretty good in the last years. I feel like we didn't see much of Crispy, if at all. So I would love to see him pop off. I know that they have the potential to do so, but again, for both of these teams, they need individual players to step up. If they don't have that pop-off factor, that mechanical factor, this is really anybody's ball game.
Oh, anybody's ball game. And you know what? I love Talking League, but the time for talk is over. Let's get right into it. It's Akron Gold against Concord. It's double trouble for both these teams. A CRL semester can feel like a marathon, but now I ask, which side has a mental grit to get themselves over the finish line? League play week 5. Let's go.
Chance for revenge for the Akron schools, and, well, maybe a chance to do it all over again for Concord. These guys have faced off at multiple points, and while, yeah, obviously, Akron just got the win in the last series, in terms of national championships, in terms of outside competitions, it feels like it's usually Concord, and that's been the narrative over the last year, chicks, but now things have changed. Concord, with arguably their worst season so far, and coming off of a loss, this team needs some redemption, and this is their chance to do so.
Yeah, I love talking about these two schools in particular because Akron, we have said time and time again, is just so historic in terms of collegiate Rocket League, and Concord has been newcomers who have, generally speaking, done well in previous seasons. Not this season, as we're mentioning in time. We are currently in the present. This game needs to mean a lot to these two teams, and they have to do a good job out on the field. They had some time waiting, and now just as that, they'll be just as patient on the field. But right now, we will see, can Concord come back after this loss, or is Akron Gold as well going to come back today after, you know, a very tough Series 1 as well to start off the day?
This Akron team, like we said, has kind of been somewhere in between. At moments, we've had these guys ranked within the top 10 of collegiate Rocket League. At other moments, we've kind of been like, I don't really know how to rate you. Now, to be fair, it's kind of the same for Concord here. This is a team that definitively was top 5 in all of collegiate Rocket League coming into this semester, and as time has gone on, that has been less and less the case. So the questions only continue here for Concord, but if they can get a win early, it'll help them out. That, I don't think, is going to help them. This pass down should, but Helix cannot connect. Samas comes diving in. He's got no boost, so there isn't even going to be a 50, but early on, Concord with a couple of signs of life.
They're definitely trying, but not there on the execution, at least right now, but they have plenty of time to get back into it, get on the back end of things. Patty steals the boost, but Helix has enough in the tank to hopefully get this one away. No one on the read, and Crispy just picks up the ball that is waiting there. Good 50 and save by Patty. Patiently waiting is Helix on the sidewall. He will pick this up, but a great contest by Oxy from the backboard down. He'll get the clear out as well, and for now, pressure again released by Concord.
A lot of awkward dives for Concord in the opponent's corner. They've left the third man back at multiple moments here, and although it hasn't gotten punished yet, I don't necessarily think that's a winning strategy against an Akron who don't seem all too phased by most of the offense being thrown at them. One good counterattack, they can break out and find an opportunity. This could be the one, but Helix will stay steadfast as he makes the save and turns this one out to midfield. Then he's going to get it back to himself after a pass from Samas, but he doesn't read that either. Awkwardness for Helix here. I know that Novanta was saying this is the guy that needs to step up. This was the guy I was paying attention to, and through the smoke, fire, and flames, Crispy will find the first goal.
Yeah, I'm not going to say that was the cleanest execution, but CMOS enough in the way, gets a demo, gets a little bit of a bump, and Crispy's shot ultimately too difficult to be saved. It's on the back end, the last defender in net. So Concord finally gets on the board, but it has been difficult. The execution hasn't always been there. Some of those shots sloppier than needed, but for now, they're doing well to maintain a lead and some pressure. We'll see if Akron Gold can get back into this one and get some pressure of their own. They've only right now secured a single shot on the scoreboard.
But a lot of players downfield, too. I feel like we've seen a player ready to cherry pick at multiple moments, but when the ball does get to them, they don't really do much with it. It was Patty at the beginning of the game, and then it was Oxy on that last play, and neither one of them have really been able to do much with these long balls to open space. This could change if Oxy can get this to Jonathan on the sidewall. Yeah, he saw the same vision, and again, another player downfield that just doesn't connect with the initial pass.
Yeah, it seems like although you're cherry picking, you still need a little bit of boost in the tank to do something with
Absolutely.
it. And all these times you're seeing 12 or less in the tank, and the touch comes off weak and not as well prepared as it needs to be. Now difficult, everyone throwing themselves at the ball, and luckily for our Akron Gold, it does get cleared away. But for now, they need to stop clearing and just giving the ball away and have to get some good offensive pressure. If they're on a 50 there, may lead to some extended time, but no one's up, and CMOS is on the ball first.
And pass back out to midfield. Once again, Akron will try for something mid-air. The lead block didn't work out last time, and the air dribble doesn't work out there either. Patty will intercept out of midfield to keep this play going, and again, it just kind of feels like they're trying to make these passing plays develop. They're trying to connect mid-air, and either Concord will either A, call their bluff and say, you're not getting a shot here, or B, they will get in the way. Another good example, Jonathan hesitant to crash the net there, and so Helix will just poke it out to the side wall and find himself another escape. Akron, a lot of good development play, but no payoff so far. Not a single goal scored, and another passing play that doesn't connect how they were hoping for.
Yeah, this oddly feels like a slower pace of play for both of these teams today. They're not getting that same amount of fluidity as you normally see, but Jonathan's touch initially goes up of every post possible, and Patty able to clean it up.
That's a great save from Helix. Unfortunately for Samas, he knows he's going to probably need a follow-up one, and when it ricochets right back in front of the net, he's just looking around cross-eyed, hoping maybe he can picture where it is. Can't quite, and we've got a tied ball game with 36 seconds to go. Crispy, try for something mid-air. He'll get around one, can get around another. No, not even a 50 found, and Jonathan trying to wait for the pass out of midfield never gets to him. This will pop out in the corner, and actually it's going to be a good challenge from Concord, but unfortunately no follow-up to it. So Jonathan rips a shot on target, and as this one comes off the backboard, it's now up to Concord to make the full field march, and they don't even get out of their own corner.
Yeah, they're still struggling, and they don't have much boost in the tank again to work with. This touch is difficult. Helix on 0 boost. Why would you jump early? Jonathan cleans that up, and that's just a mistake at the goal line.
I have no words for this. I would like to try to give Helix the benefit of the doubt and be like, hey man, it happens to all of us. It shouldn't happen at this level. That is just an error clean through. He jumps early thinking the shot's gonna have more power. It just gets to him. He lets it float in front. And unfortunately, that's probably gonna be the dagger for this game. Concord gonna try to keep this one up, but wait a minute, Samas actually has a chance. Patty will bang this back to the other half, but Crispy should get there in time. If he can keep this up, there is still technically an opportunity. Nah, never mind. Spike down, and hate to say it, Chicksa, but that was absolutely Concord throwing away game number one.
Yeah, I'm hoping I'm just going to go with its muscle memory at its finest, because normally you're used to reacting at such a quicker pace, but that is absolutely just a mistake that you don't want to happen, and that's crushing as well, I think, confidence-wise. Akron Gold was the team on the back foot, I want to say, for most of that game, but at the end of the day, all it takes is 1 or 2 opportunities, and Akron Gold took both of those opportunities, so they may have played more patient, a little bit more reserved, but at the end of the day, they won the game just because they didn't make a crucial mistake.
And again, that's sometimes how it goes at this level of Rocket League, is that if you're able to play a more precise game, if you're able to avoid mistakes like that, you're likely going to be able to win. It doesn't necessarily take mechanical brilliance. In some series, it does require that. I think in Akron Gold series earlier today, it did require that. In this one, it's just them, again, playing as usual, and Jonathan doing whatever that is, man. He stared into my soul with that one. I could feel that deep down.
I mean, we know the vibes for Akron Gold have been good all day, and I think that does play a part into how the team's feeling as a whole throughout a 5 minutes of gameplay. We talk a lot about just the mental aspect of the game, and as for Akron Gold today, I don't think they've been thrown off at least one bit, and that keeps them in these games even when they seemingly shouldn't be. So now Akron Gold has a game up on this one, and Concord hopefully don't make any more crucial mistakes because they don't have any more to afford.
Again, these teams are both eliminated from making it to playoffs without going to the LCQ, so game differential isn't as important of a factor here. It'll obviously split hairs when it comes to seeding in the LCQ, but I think for both of these teams, they're confident enough in their own play that they don't really care who they match up against. Maybe there's some preference one way or another, but they should be confident enough they can beat whoever, especially, I was going to say, if Samas can hit shots like this, but not only does he not even hit the shot, it never really develops into one. Triple touch off the backboard's just got too much power. Crispy can do something else with the very, very light pinch down that never really turns into a pinch. And then the third man commits out of midfield. If Oxy can hustle and get this to a teammate, it could be a free shot, but instead it's another passing play that goes awry, and then an open net that still doesn't get fired upon. It's another miss, and from bad play to bad play, it's happening on both ends.
It's just sloppy at this point, and you would think that everyone is, trying to be as locked in as possible, but still the sloppiness keeps on coming out, and it's not what you want to see from either of these two teams that we know can play so much better. This, again, across the net again. Crispy just trying to buy some time. CMOS lurking. Helix there, but has no middleman as he was just demoed.
Again, a lot of miscoordinated passes that just don't seem to connect to the level at which we expect. And again, it may sound harsh for me to keep harping upon the same issues, but these are two teams that, as we mentioned, are incredibly high caliber and who have just players on it that have proven that through multiple accolades. We've seen the players on this Akron team win opens in CRL before. We've seen all of these guys make it to RLCS, and we've seen the other side do the exact same thing. Heck, these guys won a semester last year on Concord. So we're expecting a certain level of play, and right now it feels like both teams just are not coordinated enough. The symmetry or the synchronicity that is required in a series like this is just not there at the moment, and maybe Akron can change that up. It's a great back pass to Patty, but can they do anything as this one gets to the backboard?
Great clear by Crispy. Helix did also jump as well, though, so it's a little bit difficult for them to continue applying some pressure upfield. Patty beats out a couple. Jonathan sends this back down, but Patty no boost. Oxy just a little too far away to go in on the play, and he'll send it towards the other end of the field, but I think he's facing the wrong way at this point and having a hard time getting back on the recovery.
Moss, I don't think he's going to be able to do much with this one. He'll at least muster a 50 with low boost on the sidewall and a bit of an awkward approach. Helix, though, he's not going to hesitate on that one. Jonathan with no boost in the tank still going to met him for a 50, and Doxy will do whatever that is in the corner. He's low on boost now, which forces a challenge out of both Patty and Samas. Samas actually rewarded with a demo, and that means Helix can try to get this off the backboard. Patty doesn't need the boost, though. He'll make the save again. And Akron in a very tough position here. Low boost for all of the players, and Concord is just suffocating them at the moment.
Good 50 here by Crispy, and Jonathan has just enough boost to poke it into the corner. CMOS doing all that he may to cross side of the net, but Helix low on boost, can't get this one much closer. Still not in a dangerous territory. One thing I've noticed out of Concord now in back-to-back series, they are just struggling to get this ball clearly on the backboard or in front of net that they can actually get a nice follow-up opportunity on. Every time it's going to a defender and it's getting easily deflected away, they have to find better and more quality opportunities upfield.
Yeah, there's got to be some sort of connection at this point. We know both teams are capable of it. What's going to be the thing that breaks open the dam here and gives the first goal of game number 2? I think both teams have had their opportunities. We've been critical of the defense that has allowed said opportunities on both sides, but the offenses are definitely starting to find those connections and find more of those spots here and there. I don't think this is going to turn into much of one. Crispy can maybe get a 50 afterwards, but where's the follow-up from Samas or Helix? It's eventually there, but unfortunately the second man has been demoed, which means Jonathan can look for the lead blocker and Patty. Crispy dies and Oxy doesn't want to commit. It's an understandable play, but in a make or break instance like that, you need to be careful because here comes the counter on the other end. It's turned away by Oxy yet again, and Concord forced to retreat as we hit the final 30 here in game 2.
Crispy off the ceiling, gets another 50 again, follow up through by CMOS, and not much more comes from that. Helix's floater in midfield, Oxy keeps it close, able to deflect it to Jonathan, but quickly well read. Patty last back again in the way, defending. Jonathan can only put it out to the corner. Has a little bit of follow-up himself, but he's demoed for his efforts. That ball goes straight to Oxy, but has no shot to come from it either. Time has run out for both of these teams, and the only thing we can do in an overtime is not
Are you sure?
have overtime.
I don't think we have to go there. Last second shot from Concord, and oh, Jonathan, he didn't know what he was doing. Oxy dives at it too. No one's even back, and it's a free goal for Concord in a game that they absolutely stole.
Yeah, I don't know what to say. That was what
I
an
thought we
ending.
got rid of the West in CRL. Apparently it's still alive and well, and its energy has been embodied by Akron, Gold, and Concord. I don't know what else to say, man.
I just, again, truly, like, oh, what is happening in this series? Concord tried and tried and tried and tried, and then it only takes a 0-second pressure for them, of course, to get the goal they need to win game number 2. I think both of these games coming down to the final couple seconds just shows how much attention and how much focus you need in literally every second of a 5-minute game of Rocket League.
It's another game where the thing that it comes down to is don't make a mistake. It's a sucky thing to say that is like that's what it comes down to, but at this level of Rocket League, you make one mistake and it's going to change the outcome of the game. It can change the outcome of the series, and that might be the first time I've seen maybe not tilt, but a little bit of frustration in the eyes of Akron Gold. I think they know that they had that game maybe not locked, but it should not have ended the way that it did. Jonathan with a failed challenge. Oxy then dives in on low boost. He doesn't make contact either, and that's two players that basically pull themselves out of the play and go, Patty, you got this, right? Right? No, Patty did not have that, as a matter of fact. And then we have a best of 3 effectively from here on out. Both teams stealing a game in the first 2. It's the only words I have to describe it. Hopefully we have some more complimentary ones as we continue through the series.
This is the first time as well I've seen Akron Gold look a little bit defeated. Their cams so far, pretty energetic, generally speaking, pretty excited, but I think it's sinking in that mistakes can happen on both ends of the field. And now they have to lock in this one to get back in the series. Good pass to Jonathan, but no power behind that shot. Needed to have more. This one, a dangerous save, and Patty sneaks on through after that one isn't pushed away.
This is more what I want to see from Akron. Courageous challenges in the face of what could be danger. There's multiple players back here for Concord, but Patty dives in. Oxy gets a couple of good 50s to set him up. That's what we need. We need Akron with that very aggressive offense that just stays in your face and yells at you until you eventually succumb to the pressure. That's almost another chance for that. A bit of shenanigans off the kickoff, and maybe Concord can respond. No, a good 50, and Oxy should have this spread out at midfield.
Should, but would've and could've, but didn't. And Jonathan now follows up on the play as he should. Honestly, I remember Jonathan being a bit of a demo and aggressive demon, and I just haven't seen that out of him today. Where are the demos? Where is the aggression? Where is that clean-up, scrappy style out of Jonathan? I am expecting that, and I haven't seen it yet, and that's what I want to see out of him. Thank you.
See, that's not demo play, but what it is nice. Patty, that's a great pass out center, just knowing he's got to get this off the backboard far enough away, and it's going to force a challenge out of the 2 defenders there. One in the backboard, one in net. And if Patty can get to that one first because of the awkward angle, he's got a whole, or excuse me, Jonathan get there first, he's got a whole goal to shoot upon. And again, that's one of the, I'd say, longest standing duos in all of collegiate Rocket League. For those that don't know, Jonathan and Patty got recruited from the same high school circuits. The problem is that you can also bring in European talent and they do stuff like this. That's a response from Concord.
A nice shot by Crispy, who we called him out a little bit, and I think since then he's recovered, but his team has also fallen behind in the momentum aspect of things. Not used to seeing CMOS and Helix make as many mistakes as they've been. Helix barely able to poke this one away. So for now, it'll stay a 1-goal difference game, and Jonathan has some boost to work with to send this away. Patty up again, and CMOS, Crispy back as well on the save, and we go back to pretty much a neutral territory game.
This definitely feels like a better game from both teams so far. I think that the confidence is there from either side as we're seeing both teams not really shy away from challenges. The coordination hasn't necessarily improved as we're still seeing some double commits and awkward moments here or there, but I think that level of confidence is going to make for a very different game where there's just more opportunities and more plays that actually connect with one another. We talked a lot about passing plays being thwarted on either end. I don't think we're really seeing that as much here, but I also don't think we're seeing the passing plays develop. Both teams trying for something here, but right now, Concord is trying to escape their half. It requires 2 players, but challenges out of midfield, and Patty barely even flinches. Pass back to Patty potentially. He's going to look to snipe the corner. Helix doesn't even get off the ground there, so just keep himself calm and contained. 50 though goes right to the backboard of Concord, and Crispy has to make the save as Jonathan tries to extend the play.
Another double commit from Crispy and CMOS. So Helix's last back. He's bumped. Patty goes underneath the bar, has a blocker, and Akron Gold gets another.
Okay, I know Oxy doesn't get credited with the assist here, but this is awesome from him. Just mid-air collision with Helix. I think initially he was thinking it might be a pass, but as soon as he realizes that he can be said lead blocker, he does not hesitate. Fantastic play from Oxy. He won't get the assist on the scoreboard, but I'll chalk one up on my stat sheet. He deserves it for that one.
Yeah, nice to see someone else. I feel like we haven't said Oxy's name a lot, and that's due to him being, of course, new, as many new additions, and a little bit more quiet in gameplay compared to the likes of Patty and Jonathan. So you always have to wonder how all the puzzle pieces fit on the field, and Oxy has done well being a little bit of an assist maker. Although it isn't exactly credited in that play, it certainly deserves to be one. And now a couple of saves coming on through. Concord trying to get back in it, but now the passing plays move forward upfield and the transitions ever so fast for Akron.
I do think that's the biggest thing we're seeing from Akron right now is, like we talked about, a lack of fear. The courage is absolutely there, and the speed as a result has absolutely upped itself. The pace of play completely unrecognizable in comparison to the last couple of games, and maybe that can be something that Concord can take note of, trying to get these challenges downfield quickly so they can take advantage of the awkwardness that has been there at moments for Akron. This could be another awkward moment, and Crispy's shot just goes a little high. I like the idea of a mid-air passing play, but if it doesn't connect properly, it's not going to go on target. It's not going to make a difference. It is, however, causing more problems for Akron. They're sending multiple players at the same ball on multiple occasions, which gives space for Samas to try and get a 50 through, but he cannot. Akron, they have the lead right now, but it does feel like Concord, with over a minute to go, could find one good breakaway play and get themselves right back into this.
Concord's still just taking too long for a lot of their plays to develop. Seamoth had an opening there, but he just took too long. Crispy takes the shot, but it's well read and saved by Jonathan. Another drop down the slot. So nice. Finally executed in fashion for Concord.
If you don't succeed, try again. That's 9 shots now to Concord. They've only sunk 2 of them. It would be an egregious scoreline if not for the other side, where Akron has shot, let's make sure I do this correctly, 13 and only nailed 3. So yeah, both sides just firing on all cylinders. Maybe not every cylinder is hitting, but there's still a chance here for Concord. The offense has absolutely leveled up. All they need to do is find one more opportunity to COT.
Seamoss over to Crispy. This one doesn't touch the ceiling though, and a difficult waterfall down touch. Nobody back on defense. Seamoss almost gets beat, and Crispy does cut on the rotation to be there. Some time for Seamoss. One-on-one with Oxy, wins the 50, but Patty's there, clears it away into the open space. Helix sidewall. Difficult touchdown. Another 50 will go towards the corner, and Seamoss does get the ceiling touch and read. Takes his time, bounces it down, flip reset, just stalls. Follow up here for Crispy if he can get there, and now it'll come off the sidewall. Crispy needs time. Jonathan, well read, turned by Seamoss, 51, and seconds left on the clock for Concord. Can they get one opportunity? It touches the ground, and Akron Gold steals this one away again.
We keep saying the word steal. I do feel this is probably the most earned victory, if that makes sense, for Akron Gold. I think the offense looked better. I think the defense looked better. I think all around this was an improved game from Akron. And I think the unfortunate part for Concord is I would say the same thing. They definitely played a better game. I think the defense was better coordinated. I think the offense had more of a punch to a lot of the plays that they were developing. I think the unfortunate thing, though, is there was still some calamity here or there that I think Concord just kind of had to give way to. Akron are forcing these issues, whether it's through physicality, through their aggressive offense that just stays in your face. They're making it difficult for Concord to ever find comfortability. I mean, you look back in the replays, this goal starts from a double commit from Concord, and that was just kind of the game plan for the rest of the game.
Yeah, I do think, again, adjustments are being made, as they should be, but there's still a lot of sloppiness going on both sides of the field, and Patty seems very serious there for a second. I think, again, they are really thinking about and kind of looking at how this series is unfolding and needing to figure out how to play against Concord. And Concord needs to adjust to Akron Gold as well. Akron Gold and Akron Blue are entirely different teams in play style and in makeup and mechanicalness. They play entirely differently. So that adjustment period for Concord is having to play also differently against a different pace team and a different mechanic set.
It's going to be a very, very tense game number 4. We talked about this already, that neither one of these teams are competing for playoffs at the moment, but seeding an LCQ is incredibly important, and this is 2 teams that can easily see themselves somewhere in the upper bracket, in the finals, and anywhere in that LCQ. So they got to lock in, and they got to try to extend the series if you are Concord. Game number 4. If they win this one, we go to 5 in Champions Field, but that's a long way away, and already the initial shots from Concord are being denied by an Akron defense.
Ooh, bump here for Oxy, but unfortunately there was no follow-up by any teammate to be found, and that's just another missed opportunity for Akron, who's been a little bit afraid to commit upfield when sometimes they just need to go for it. This one, Crispy slots again, had an open opportunity as that ball snuck out, and now all of a sudden Concord back on the board.
Again, it's another moment of awkwardness there, though. Patty immediately goes to follow up his, I would say, errant touch off the backboard. Oxy goes for it as well. One of the two of them has to call each other off. You double commit like that without a third man back, it is a guaranteed goal pretty much every time. And although Jonathan does try to scrape back, yeah, good luck trying to win against a full boost Crispy. Good luck trying to win against a Concord who are finally starting to find backboard plays, man. It's the first linked pass from the two of them in, like, repeatedly that I've seen in a hot moment.
Yeah. It's just they had to adjust their quality, their execution, and when those things happen, Concord is the team that we have mentioned has won championships. Now they have to do so consistently across 5 minutes, and we've seen how plays in the final seconds have already impacted this series scoreline. So now Concord have a little momentum behind them, still trying to get through a couple of shots and plays. CMOS, I think, used his jump early, can't get back to it, and Crispy's touch deflected away by Patty.
Oxy up for this one early. He's going to be able to get around Helix, but he's not going to be able to do much with that ball. Jonathan fires on target. 2 defenders back for Concord. I knew there was a lead blocker, but I still thought someone would get to this.
I think it's really, there's no challenge that comes off of this ball. You often have to attack before that shot is counted as a shot on the scoreline, and a little bit slow to it. We've seen a couple of double commits from Concord defensively, or just 2 players occupying that same space defensively as well, and that's not where you want to be. Is this an open net though? And it is off of transition. Helix gets one back after that mistake defensively for Akron.
That's not where you want to be either if you're Akron, unfortunately. Just kind of overcommitting out at midfield. And yes, I know we've talked about the somewhat shambolic defenses at times throughout this series, but if there's one thing that you can't do, it's you can't send the third man without a guaranteed touch to resist the counterattack going the other way. Yes, Concord have missed some opportunities, but they are not missing something like that that's as free as ever, and it could push us to a game number 5. We've got 3 minutes to go, but definitely a revitalized version of Concord here in game 4.
Nice to have that buffer goal again in the series, but should never feel too complacent. CMOS has boost, has Crispy in midfield. I don't think that's the touch they wanted to combine, but it's a touch they'll have to take. CMOS back on and does get over one. Can't get the bump onto Jonathan, but Helix still there, keeps it on the back wall. He will not turn in and instead go back on rotation as CMOS keeps this one close. Sees Jonathan, who already pre-jumped, and sends it straight to Jonathan. At least I saw him there. And carefully, the touches need to be a little bit better for Concord.
Yeah, that was a little terrifying. I think everybody kind of knew where that play was going, and Jonathan kind of, I guess, called his bluff to a certain degree. Said, you're not getting this around me. There's no chance for you to do so. And it's actually worked out for Akron now because they have the offense in their favor and a decent amount of pressure. That demo should help them, but I think that was actually 2 players from Akron colliding against each other and more or less end their attack. This one passed back out to not Samos. Crispy's going to cut him off. He's got no boost in the tank, so I don't think he's going to be able to do much with this one, so Crispy will just kind of lurk out of midfield to try and extend the play. This one goes to the ceiling. Helix tries to meet Patty, but instead, Jonathan with a redirect last second. That is a ripper on target. Great play from Crispy to stay heads up, make the save. He's going to have to do it again. One more from Oxy. That's not even on target, and Helix to clear the lanes.
Helix as well has boost on transition, does get the flip here, gets over one, can't find the 50 on Patty, and Crispy isn't there in time either on the follow-up. Pop-up here for Oxy, just trying to buy time, but CMOS stays patient, pops it initially. Crispy towards the back wall, Helix is there, instead it comes down on him, and leaves it for CMOS, who has a net to shoot on, and slots it through.
I feel like Akron just never escaped the awkwardness of this play, whether it's the demos, the mid-air challenges that don't make contact. All of Concord knew they had them in a bind at that point, and all they needed to find was an open net. Back pass perfectly coordinated, great shot on target. And Concord, they're a minute 20 away from wrapping this one up and moving to Game 5. We said this would be a close series. We said this was going to go back and forth, but it really has been moments of brilliance from both teams, and the defense is really struggling to adjust as the offense absolutely improves from game to game.
Still time, though, for Akron. As they do as they must upfield. Jonathan sends to the sidewall, trying to get it back to himself, but well read by Simas. Jonathan on the turn, a little too slow to it, and Patty collecting in midfield, looking for that 50, does get one. The deflection stays on the side of Concord. No bump to come through, and Oxy too far forward. So Jonathan now trying Oxy on the bump. A little bit of a flick, doesn't go on through, and I think that's just a missed opportunity for Akron.
I like the idea of trying a musty flick. Do I like the execution of it? No, not at all. However, I do like a lot of what we've seen in this game from both of the teams. I think Akron are just having to adjust to a Concord who are really not missing their opportunities in this game, and I think Concord were well prepared for the version of Akron that they've been seeing through the latter half of this series. So I think for both teams, we're about to get a whirling in Game 5. It might just go down as a 0 classic. That will not go down as a mistake, even though maybe it should have. Another goal for the road as Simas finds a cherry pick, and yeah, we're definitely heading to Champions Field now.
I think it was both Novanta and Taku who were like, I totally see this going to Game 5. Well, it's going to Game 5, guys. I don't know who willed it into existence, but we are going to see game number 5 against these two. Yes. Okay. I just had to make sure no last-second shenanigans happened, but certainly interesting game, to say the least. It has been some mistakes out of Concord, some mistakes out of Akron, opportunities taken, clicking, and great execution followed up by some sloppiness. So we've seen everything just about in this series, and now this is Game 5 where you truly prove who's the better team on the field.
The one big difference in that game versus the rest of the games we've seen in the series, outside of, I think, Concord probably having the most efficient offense here as they go 4 from 6 across the board, is also that 4 mark, 2-1. Every other game in this series has been a 1-goal ball game, to the point where in Game 2 we had a 0-second goal that literally determined it all. That one's a multiple goal margin, and I will state, as much as we were saying, hey, Akron, you got a chance to come back, I don't know if there was ever a point in that game where I would say that Akron was the better of the two teams. I think that offensively and defensively, we saw a much more improved version of Concord that I don't think the Akron goal team ever leveled up to. So my concern now for Akron is that they waited too long. We talked about them needing to hit the ground running and not be complacent. I think they might have been, and now that they've allowed Concord to reach their full potential, good luck shutting them down here in what is going to be the final game definitively.
I think ultimately Akron looked a little bit lost, and they need to not lose themselves again in this series. They have to figure out where they need to be rotating to be more efficient upfield. A lot of great ideas, but maybe a bit too risky.
Let's see. Can they clean it up here in game number 5? We've had to go to Champions Field a handful of times here today. It's been nice to see. A great way to close out the CRL semester on our final broadcast of league play. And the final time we will see these two teams compete. Akron versus Concord. This is a classic at this point, and it's a classic that will not be won easily. Concord have to will their way to the first goal after a handful of saves.
And nice to see Akron is just, trying, but Concord is also just not giving up in this series, because Concord has now been persistent as ever when it comes to upfield presence, and getting one early is going to keep up that momentum and confidence that we've slowly seen develop out of them this series.
I gotta feel a little bit for Patty on that one, man. He dodges the bump, gets the save, looks for a follow-up, and his two teammates are nowhere to be found. Not to state that maybe they should have been there. I don't really know where they were in rotation, but unfortunately that is going to kind of sink the ship and give up the first goal here. As Akron do look to respond, Jonathan just straight up beats Helix. I don't think he was expecting the follow-up challenge in the corner. You'd expect a follow-up challenge mid-air here, though. That's why Crispy's just kind of taking this one delicately. Helix now to follow up. He'll take this to the backboard, look for a pinch-out center, and I'm going to be real with you, Chicksa. I kind of feel like that first goal has kind of shook Akron Gold to their core. They're playing a little bit more hesitantly than I've seen through them throughout this entire series.
Yeah, I think, again, the biggest word I used earlier was lost, and I think it's because Concord has had just so much more speed, so much more decisive decision-making at the end of the day, and it's catching Akron Gold off guard. They have to make adjustments, they have to match the likes of Concord, or they have to control the game themselves, and I just don't see them taking it within stride and controlling it themselves. They need to figure out where Concord's going to be and how to go against it. Shot here again, same post, and Crispy to slot it in on the follow-up.
We're starting to see two issues arise here for Akron. One is the fact that they can't find these follow-up clears. The initial save is being made every time, but when it comes time for the second man to then clear the line, just get it out to midfield, get it out to open space to give them some time to recover, it's not happening. And the second issue for Akron, his name is Crispy. Crispy, his 5th goal in 3 games. He has absolutely come to life during the back half of this series, and they are struggling to shut him down. Last game was arguably his least offensive game because he only scored 1 goal. Oh, but what's that? He gets a playmaker instead. He has 3 assists. This dude is all over the ball on offense, and Akron need to find a way to slow him down.
It always doesn't matter in Rocket League if one of your teammates isn't having a good day, because at the end of the day, there is 3 of you on the field, and you feed the hot hand. You feed who's currently working against whatever team you're up against. CMOS may have a better day, Helix may have a better day against another team, but at the end of the day, right now, Crispy is doing the best, and they have to keep utilizing him as much as possible. Patty up on this one, and Helix does get in the way. Crispy, not the read that's needed, but he'll take some time, grab that one into the 50, as well as CMOS will try to get a 50 and a shot of his own, but Jonathan does put it off towards the corner, but I think too heavy of a touch to give away possession on the follow-up.
They're just not really stringing any of these plays together. Another great example is Oxy just kind of pops this one to no man's land, and then that's got to be a goal for Akron. Of course not. They shoot it up high on a basically open net, and Helix comes away with the ball as Crispy's not really sure what to do with it either. Awkwardness and calamity, and yet somehow, some way, Concord not only survive, they don't concede, and almost find another. Crispy looking for, I don't know if I'd call that a pinch. I don't know if I'd call that a shot with the butt of his car. It's whatever that was. What it is still a 2-0 lead for Concord. Akron have had their opportunities, and they just can't sink any of them. Meanwhile, Helix is trying to fire from the side angles with 0 boost, and doing so relatively successfully.
Right now, Concord's just living in Akron's half. They are consistently putting on shot after shot, maintaining possession, keeping these touches close. Crispy now up this back wall, doesn't get the touch, but CMOS does retain control, get back in it, sends this one a little bit too hot, but we're just going hot potato back and forth on the Akron side. It has yet to leave this blue half, and we are still living there as time is slowly trickling down.
The problem with hot potato is usually it's a competition between 2 teams where you don't get caught with the potato at the end. One of the 2 teams is playing hot potato, the other one is playing, please don't pass me the potato, we don't know what to do with it. This has been just Akron getting battered into their half over and over again, and every offense we see from Concord just exposes more of their inconsistencies. Whether it's the inability to clear this out to midfield or the inability to transition with any efficiency, Akron have got to find a game plan right now, because that's not enough. Jonathan, you're shooting from the rafters while there's already a player in net. That's never gonna work.
Yeah, that one just isn't tricky enough to catch off guard. Helix takes time. Oh, Crispy doesn't expect that time. Bumps his own teammate, but that's okay, because again, you have 3 players on the field, and even when 2 mess up, that's what the third one's for. CMOS, a little bit of mechanics from the ceiling himself will add on 1, and right now, Concord's looking pretty good with 29 seconds left.
I've had my fair share of criticisms for Akron and conceding some of the goals that they've had in this series. I've got no criticisms. That's just Samas popping off, man. The fact he gets back into another reset after just flipping towards the ball, hoping to make contact to extend the air dribble, yeah, I don't really blame the front man for not making a successful challenge and not finding the opportunity. I will blame Jonathan if he misses this one. He does not. And with 19 seconds to go, there is life left in Akron.
And never say never. We have seen crazy things happen. I am worried, though, because Akron hasn't strung together a lot of plays in this game in particular. kickoff shenanigans? Do we see Akron brew up something interesting? No, instead it goes to Helix, but there is a demo. Patty has Jonathan on the side wall. This one pops out. Oxy is there. Keeps it high. Jonathan waiting, and this one by Patty doesn't get on target. And I think time has just run out for Akron. Thrilling 5-game series. Concord does end up taking it in stride.
And again, this is the concern we had walking away from Game 3, which is that it was back and forth. Both teams had their opportunities for the first 3 games, but in Game 4, something changed, and it was very clear to see. 4 goals for Concord. They end up going 3 to the good as only conceding 1, and then they only concede 1 in the next one as well. Goals conceded through the first 3, 5 against Concord. Goals conceded the back 2 goals total. It's a very different game. As soon as Concord cleaned up their defense and found the same output on offense, they were unstoppable.
Yeah, I think Concord peaked at the right time. At the end of the series, they did exactly what they needed to secure their ending wins. As you can see, the relief on their faces right now, they're certainly excited for the victory. I think they've struggled a bit, holistically speaking, and it feels good to finally get a win, figure things out, have some people peak at the right times. Do they have a lot of reflecting to do? Yes. Ultimately, I think they will look back on this series and see that they came out on top because of that perseverance, but so much of the season still left for them. And again, peaking right now is the right time to peak.
Yeah, this was definitely the best version we've seen of Concord on stream so far. I hope to see the same version of them in the LCQ. Again, neither one of these teams has a chance to change their fate. They're going to go to the last chance qualifier guaranteed at this point. But I want to see that version of Concord when they get there. Heck, I want to see that version of Akron Gold when they get there as well, man. That was not a bad game from Akron Gold. I think that they played well throughout the series. Again, sometimes, though, when the lights shine brightest, you can kind of succumb to the pressure. I don't want to point fingers, but I think that was probably the worst game we saw out of Oxy out of the 5 games that was played, and I don't think it helped the team whatsoever. So my hope for Akron Gold is that they can continue to clean up their play and they can come into the LCQ red hot and ready to go. Concord, we don't need to question that nor have our concerns. We've seen what they can do when they lock in. Question is, do we see them again at the LCQ? You'll see more of us in just a couple of moments. We're going to head to a quick break. When we return, our final series of league play here for the broadcast. You do not want to miss it.
It's alright, I know it slips so easily. Fighters and lovers in your eyes, running around your head. There's 1,000 enemies, but there's a fire lighting up the dark. We're gonna watch them fall, 'cause if you need a little wild card, I'll be the one you call. dark haze, polarized gaze, trying to find my way to you. Where the spaces can't erase this, you're the feeling that I choose. I'm tired of running, 'cause you lost the feeling. You're disconnected in your touch. Are you believing in what I'm seeing? Or did the high life get too much? It's all on you now to figure out how. You lost the fire in your eyes, 'cause I can't change it. What you're wasting now that your gaze is polarized. Now that your gaze is polarized. When the haze clears all of your fears, now we have nothing left to lose. Fill the spaces, we can erase this, and not the feeling that you choose. You're tired of running, 'cause I lost the feeling. We're disconnected in our touch. Are you believing in what I'm seeing? Or did the high life get too much? It's all on you now to figure out how. You lost the fire in your eyes, 'cause I can't change it. What you're wasting now that your gaze is polarized. You lost the fire in your eyes. It's all on you. Easy love I can show on the outside, it's not that simple. When it's tough, I don't show how I feel looking out my window. I get caught living in these thoughts, but I'm never lost. For a second I forgot.
Back with more CRL. We're also back with a lot of players on camera here as we're joined with Samas. Immediately breaking down. Oh no, but yeah, we got basically the whole Concord crew looking tough on camera. I'll cross my arms too, don't worry, to be able to match the vibe. Samas, congrats on a Game 5 victory and also pulling off clip of the day with the flip into the reset cross map.
Yeah, man, always feels good, you know, ending I think we got one more game after this, so, you know, always feels good and good to win, and we're ready for champs, you know, we're going to make it there.
Well, I mean, yeah, that skips past a lot of stuff because I was saying, you guys are kind of playing for seeding. You're going to the LCQ. Do you feel like that, knowing that you're just playing for seeding at this point, do you feel like that takes the pressure off of you to play better, or does it really actually force you to kind of lock in and make sure you're getting every single win you possibly can?
I mean, I think The only time we had pressure was week 1 and week 2, and then after that there was no pressure at all. We've had a rough semester, but there are some things we couldn't control, and there are some things we could have controlled. But hey, we live and we learn.
I mean, that's what college is all about. You live and you learn. But beyond that, I mean, it's not like really the semester's only been chaotic for you. I mean, this has been a crazy semester with a lot of upsets. What do you feel like is really fueling that within CRL? Do you just feel like everyone's really good, or is just everyone really inconsistent?
I think everyone is just really bad, to be honest. There's not a single team that's scary anymore, and that's due to the lack of like just playing the game and being good at the game, and that's why it's so competitive now.
I mean, we do see some streaky teams, but I have to admit there are some teams that are saying like, hey, how do you improve? They're like, well, we've actually really like locked in. And I'm like, oh, so you realize you had to actually work for it, because yeah, we've seen a lot of losses come through, but at the end of the day, I mean, there are a lot of things that go into how well you play. One thing I have to touch on is you guys were playing almost in pitch dark. Is that the meta? Do you feel like you guys play better when the lights are all off and you guys are literally only being illuminated by the screen?
To be honest with you, we just have no dope. We're just waiting to LCQ, and hopefully we get some dope. We're coming for that scholarship money.
Well, there you go. Yes, yeah, you got to be able to work for the scholarship money. You don't want any debt leaving college, for sure. And we also have said, going forward, you say you're playing for the LCQ, you're playing for all that. And on Champ League, I know we've been saying for weeks that Concord just feels like you guys are going to peak at the end of the season. And do you feel like there's any team in your path that you actively want to avoid, or do you feel like you have a good matchup for pretty much anyone on your day?
I mean, there hasn't been anyone we've really struggled against. Maybe, I guess we struggle against, say, Clair week 1, but I mean, I just think it's just like anyone can win it now. And when anyone can win it, that means we're going to win it.
All right. And with that said, I mean, you said St. Clair was something you struggled with a little bit, but also they're playing last match on stream against Davenport. Who do you have as a prediction for that Davenport and St. Clair in a must-win series for both?
Well, all I'm going to say is Zai and Jazzy lost a little step, bros. I'll just leave it at that.
You know what? That's always going to be a mark on anyone's career if you lose to Kemp. But hey, you know what? He made main event. Congrats to him. And of course, congrats to you guys as well. Another win under the belt. Looking forward to you guys at LCQ. Any shout outs you guys want to give before we let you get on with your night?
Shout out No Dope. Shout out No Dope.
All right. Excellent, Savaz. Thank you so much. See you, the boys, and have a good rest of your night.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Oh boy, Concord, a team full of characters in the best possible way, and also a lot of highlights, always keep things interesting.
Have no idea what they're talking about. Dope? What dope? Slide dope? But it's cool. Must be 5 degrees below zero in that room, though. See how many hoodies they had on? Man, it was in 6 different layers. Anyway, that said, they had a challenge today. They know they're playing for pride, playing for seeding. They couldn't lose 2 Akron teams at the same time. Taco, they got it done. From your vantage point, what was their keys to their victory?
I mean, honestly, watching a lot of that through, it's just Concord being able to enter that flow state of just being able to trust their gameplay. I feel like I like Concord when they're just playing natural, when they're not really pressuring themselves. I think the problem is you can kind of tell they are a little bit goofing around. They were giving away some silly ones, but ultimately when they really lock in, they're a terrifying team because it does look really effortless from them. You forget just how good these players are, kind of like this. That is such a filthy reset by Samas on the reset going forward, cross map. So I think it is a shame this team has such a bad record by their own standards and by their own admission, but it also shows that even teams that have a losing record are still some of the very best on this entire continent at the collegiate level. They're so talented. They just need one good series and they can beat anyone.
Yeah, beating everyone seems to be the soup du jour, right? No team is scary. I'm just paraphrasing what they said. As we're getting more results piling in today on today's, I don't know what it's going to be called officially, Decision Day or Survival Sunday. Baylor 3-1 Akron Blue, second Baylor win on the day to keep them in the running for that ever so highly coveted top 4 position. Bass, I don't want to ask you to do a prediction so far, but has Baylor get themselves the best chance thus far?
No, if Baylor gave themselves the best chance, they wouldn't have lost earlier in the season. They got a great chance, but I don't know, man. I think for a lot of these teams, I think even for the ones that we just mentioned, talking about Akron Blue and Concord, there are multiple teams that I think just didn't hit the ground running. They started off, unfortunately, far too slow, and these are the consequences of it, which is that I think Baylor are a team that probably should have also only taken 4 losses throughout the semester. They've taken a couple of silly ones, and I think it's come back to bite them, and I think now it's kind of, the fate is no longer in their hands in the best way possible because St. Clair here, if they win this one, the threshold at minimum is 5 losses max. If all of a sudden Baylor loses another game, they are automatically out of that. So things are getting interesting here, but also at the same time, man, Davenport are actually doing it. It's kind of crazy, but they're like actually keeping themselves in here to where there is not an unrealistic world that they make it into playoffs.
Yeah, Davenport supporters must be feeling it right now, but let's get into it. Our last match of the evening is going to be featuring St. Clair against that Davenport squad. Both teams are in the running for that 4th spot, if you can believe it. Shout out to Parody, y'all. Let's take a look at these lineups. Some of our stars we've seen on stream before. It's kind of like an all-star game if you really love putting pressure. Jazzy Sai and Vesh against both Tuck and Cam. And Tuck, I'm going to go back to you on this one. St. Clair and Davenport both have a chance to really punch your own tickets here. What are you thinking about their chances?
I mean, we've had this schedule change so much throughout the week because we had a lot of players had to drop out or we had teams not be available. And when I finally saw the schedule and I saw this one on as our final kind of marquee matchup, I was hyped because this is such a crazy storyline for both. St. Clair starting the season nearly untouchable, almost unanimous, saying they're #1 seed again. And then they kind of fell off, whereas Davenport started the season somewhat middling and then has gotten upset after upset after upset to the point where I don't even think you could say it's an upset. They're just playing really well. They've tapped into a great form, and now it's just a match up of really who can lock in on a series that will define their top 4 chances. Davenport unbelievably still in the hunt, and St. Clair are back-to-back defending CRL semester champions, are still in that hunt, and they really have to fight for it because they have been caught up with.
Does seem that locking in has to be the thing today. Chicks, let me ask you this, man. We've seen flashes of brilliance from of Jazzy and Sai. Do you think they can find a way to really hit that meta? Team Chem needs to be almost flawless here to get the dub.
I think at this point in the season, we've seen mistakes happen even out of the best players, and we've seen teams like Davenport that have kind of backloaded their schedule to have all the games. They've already won a very dominant game today, and now they're looking to be kind of that dark horse story that comes through at the end of the. You just can't underestimate anybody. St. Clair on paper, I think the better team on paper. Sai, Jazzy, Vesh have so much experience behind them, have all the medals to work with. Davenport, I don't think was even in this situation in conversation until we really looked at it today and said, wow, they're starting to upset teams. Wow, they haven't played them. Wow, they're winning. They are winning. And it's now become a little bit of an awkward scenario where if you catch the end of this week 5, the last bit of league play, and get caught off guard, then you may be in a scenario where you're a lower seed than anticipated.
I guess this next question is for the Champ League representatives in the room, both Bass and Taco. You talk about this season or this semester of College Rocket League CRL just being like topsy-turvy. Any given Sunday, any given qualifier, any given event 3v3 open, and it can go anyone's way. And I think we're seeing some of that results now because the last, particularly week of league play, there's so many schools are in the running for that coveted 4th spot. I mean, what's been your take thus far about how CRL has evolved as a league?
I think this is, again, the ultimate goal for CRL, is we want this. We want this level of parity of where every single team is never a guaranteed win. I don't want to go back to the days of where Northwood, Boise State, Columbia, UNLV just kind of run their divisions and there's not a team who can touch them. This is what we want. I want to have the champions of last semester come in here and be threatened by a team that wasn't on the radar to start the semester. We did a ranking where we said, hey, here are the teams that are contenders, or the guarantees for playoffs. Here are the teams that are contenders. Here's the teams that can compete. And then we had a good luck category of like, hey, good luck in this semester. I don't think you're going to do much. I'm pretty sure Davenport was either at the good luck tier or a little bit above that. The fact they are here now with a very real chance of making the playoffs, this is what we've always wanted. This is what makes CRL great. If this is your first time into CRL, welcome. We hope you stick around for many more semesters to come. It is always this entertaining.
Yeah, I love when you make lists and rankings because you always get dragged when you miss.
You're always right.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. That's the best part about this. But let's get right into it. Both teams are getting ready on the pitch right now, so it's time for predictions. Chicks, it's our last matchup of the evening. Who do you got going in?
Yeah, I don't think I've ever been so unconfident when it comes to predictions, especially this season. I'm going with St. Clair just purely off of history, off of chemistry, off of I know this team a lot better. Am I confident? No, I'm really not, but I have to pick at the end of the day, and for now, St. Clair has shown themselves and proven themselves before. Davenport, please prove me wrong.
It is kind of messed up and make you pick. You can't be like, let's make sure both teams have fun. But I hear what you're just saying.
That's why I want to smile.
Yeah. What do you say, you?
I think for me, I was back and forth on this one, and I'm kind of done doubting Davenport. I think they got it. I think they figured it out. I think they're in the sauce, and right now, it's all been down to Bolty. When they got those wins, I was saying, okay, Bolty's always been the player that I feel like he's trying to find his space, but I watched back those upsets that they had earlier in the season against Maryville, up against Baylor, and they looked locked in. So I'm just going to say I think Davenport's got it. I think St. Clair, maybe not truly believing in what Smas said, but they've lost it a little bit. Cy and Jazzy, they're not necessarily Thanos like they have been earlier this season. So I'm going to give it Davenport, although I do think this is going to be close, just like all the matches we've had on stream today.
Dope name for a team. Not necessarily Thanos. Bass, what say you?
I say I disagree. Look, I got love for Davenport. Shaners in chat just poking and prodding at me this entire time. I don't think I've ever had a person respond to me more often. However, that being said, Shane, you also told me you were done coaching this team, and your own players said that you guys were barely scrimming and not practicing. You have trolled me 18 times this semester. I'm not going to give you my support until you prove otherwise. I'm sticking with St. Clair, man. They won last semester. They are one of the best teams in the nation. I don't care that they lost RG, because guess what? You have Vesh! It's Vesh, dude! He was supposed to be on this A roster. The only reason he wasn't is because he had complications. Otherwise, this guy would have stayed on this main roster. He would have been here. Look, I got love for Davenport, but they haven't given me a definitive answer all season on if they even have a coach. Apparently, he's here today, so I guess so.
Wow, man. There you have it. I too are going with St. Clair, but I wouldn't be as nice as possible. Make sure all your hate goes to Bass, but not me. Look, I am in the host spot. Gotta give up the Seb. You know what I'm saying? St. Clair all day. Hell will get down for the Canadians. I do think they're a bit faster. I do think they're a bit more aggressive. I gotta go with the North. But you know what? It's showtime. We have to get to that pitch right now. It is Davenport against St. Clair, our last matchup of the night. I'm not a guy that believes in luck, but I'm all about destiny. Both teams have a chance to shape their own tonight. Can they get it done? We're about to find out. 5 games or less, so let's get to it.
Both these teams have so much to play for, but of course, that's exactly how we like it here in CRL. Davenport, a team that we have doubted for semester after semester. When are you gonna get it together? When are you gonna be like your big brothers, St. Clair? Well, maybe it's right now, Bass. This is the type of matchup we look forward to, and this is exactly how you close out a night.
This is what we want. All the stakes in the world here as Davenport have a chance to keep themselves in contention, and St. Clair can set the floor. If they lose this, there's a world where you could maybe have a team sneak in with 6 losses. However, conceding a kickoff goal is not going to help you get there.
This is always one of those fun moments when I predict a team and I'm like, I think they're going to do it. And then 5 seconds in, they get scored on. And you're like, all right, buddies, don't do me like this. Like, I'm trying to at least give me a couple more seconds of a little bit more back and forth. But hey, you know what? I'm just going to write it off as kickoff goal. Let's assume that everything gets back to normal. One thing, if you guys are uninitiated Davenport, they're high flying, they're pre-jumping, they're always in the mix on offense. Just maybe not that time.
They're always in offense. The shot's going on target? Debatable. Maybe it leaves to be seen. However, through the first minute or so, we're seeing both teams exchange blows on either end. I'd like to see that all of Davenport are not going to back away after the initial challenges. However, St. Clair can try for something here. Cy looking for the dunk. Can't get around Bolty. Good backboard defense, but Jazzy rips another with precision through the eye of a needle. Brother, what is that?
And this is a hard read because he has to pre-flip this one and then perfectly hits that one. You can tell. I mean, Cam, he's got thousands and thousands of hours, and he didn't even jump because he was so confident that that was not going in. Or maybe he just gave up because he says, well, you can't snipe it any better than that. St. Clair looking like they're coming for that 4th spot in playoffs, looking elite on offense, and also pretty brave, just diving on forward and then getting the fake challenge to steal that boost away.
I think the big thing we've talked about with St. Clair is that obviously we've said, you know, oh, there's been a bit of a fall off for this team. They're not quite the same, maybe not caliber, but expectations is what we saw at the beginning of the semester. Need I remind people the only reason that has happened is because they've only lost to the top 4 teams in Collegiate Rocket League. They haven't taken any egregious losses. They haven't played poorly at any moment. They just haven't necessarily stepped up to the very best that we have seen in Rocket League. But again, that's kind of something we've seen through all of our top teams. No one's been perfect. No one's been infallible. And I think the St. Clair roster is kind of, you know, being maybe not disrespected, but definitely not being given the respect that they deserve through the back half of this season. If they show up here today and just kind of put on a clinic, I think they're going to re-earn that respect, and they're doing so already. That's 3 goals in a minute and a half.
I'm almost getting a flashback to the very first week of CRL where Vesh was coming in, we're saying, well, you're replacing Arju. That's a lot to ask for. And then he was just lights out shooter. And right now, that seems to be the case. 100% so far off of 2 shots. And right now, propelling St. Clair up and above. They are looking lethal on every single touch going forward. And that's exactly the St. Clair you do not want to be against here when you're trying to fight for your playoff life like Davenport is.
And the problem is that it's not even like Davenport's playing poorly and like all of a sudden they're making mistakes. It's literally just St. Clair are like peaking. Again, every shot that they have taken has been of the utmost precision. They have had an incredibly efficient offense so far, as they've got 3 goals on 5 shots. So even if the goal doesn't sink, they're putting something threatening that makes your defense work for it. Speaking of which, they're gonna have to work to save this one off the ceiling. Bolty will make the read. Here comes Jazzy to keep the pressure going. That's an awkward challenge that'll pass itself out to midfield where almost Vesh gets another touch to his teammate. Still maybe has Jazzy in the opposite corner. Brock's going to hunt this one down and look for boost, but in doing so, he gives a lane that Jazzy can get it out center. Here comes Vesh. Shot not on target, denied by Cam. And finally, we're starting to see some more resistance out of Davenport. The only problem is they're still down by 3 goals.
And unbelievably, we just hit halftime in this game. It feels like it's not really flying by. In fact, it's crawling, just hoping that Davenport can maybe get something on the board. But right now, it seems like the midfield defense just as good as the goal line defense. Cam thinks twice about that one, and maybe that's a mistake because Vesh has a reset in the back pocket, but challenge comes in at the right time, so no further damage quite yet from St. Clair, although Jazzy will just watch as Asai will lob one straight down the middle. Now the counter to Cam, off the post, Balti, immediate follow through, and finally something on the board.
You're never going to keep him out forever, and they finally do find some life here in game number 1. It's a great shot from Cam. As much as it may seem like a missed touch, he's trying to bait the defender out. Again, standard shots are not getting past the St. Clair team. You throw something to the backboard that they're expected to go on target, easily they will miss that one, and a good follow-up from Bolty without hesitation finally gets Davenport on the board. They need 2 more just to see an OT, but with 2 minutes to go, that is plenty of time.
Yeah, when listening to the stats in the back end, Davenport, in fact, needs so many wins that they need all the differential as well. So keep in mind, if they lose even 1 game, they can only go max plus 19 in differential, which is a key tiebreaker. That ties with Maryville, who's already in that top 4, and they can win that head-to-head. But once they lose 2 games, they can't get first anymore. Granted, that's a lot. They're just looking for 4, and they're looking to stay in this game. Another goal line stop.
Great goal line stop and the pass out. Brock immediately up to it after Bolty's redirect. Is it going to be enough? Not quite. And instead, actually, maybe some aerial play on the other end as St. Clair tries to show him how it's done. Vesh can't find contact after his initial touch, though, so Cam instead tries to drag this one out to midfield. Brock is there, but he's immediately challenged by Sai. And Vesh has got Sai downfield with a pre-jump. Maybe it would have been better had he stayed planted, but either way, it's St. Clair now with some possession to work with. They're going to take this one back, though, and the team pinch, whether intentional or not, sends itself to the corner, and a double commit out of Davenport. A huge opportunity, but now a pre-jumping Sai gets no extra touch. Vesh does it solo?
Well, ultimately, this is just a guess from Bolty. This is the worst position. You have a flip reset in the back pocket. You know Vesh is capable of that, but instead Vesh just full send, smacks him out of the way, and it's going to be a pretty easy goal. Granted, at this level, if you're playing up against a team that has a 2v1 on you, most of the time you're going to be screwed, and especially with Vesh shooting the way he is, that is his hat trick to start off the series.
I'm just saying, I'm pretty sure that was ghost touch. Sai, you should at least have an assist, if not the goal on that play. I'll mark one up for you, my guy. You would have had 3 and a playmaker in this game. Instead, you only rely on 2. But I think they got the job done regardless here, Taco. We said game 1 had to be a statement for Davenport if they wanted to prove they could compete in this series. This is anything but that, unfortunately. They've had moments of brilliance, but this is St. Clair returning to business as usual.
Vesh just getting every single thing going his way, getting a little pre-flip, even on low boost and low speed, getting the flip into the reset to continue those plays. And St. Clair, so insanely mechanical. Even when losing arguably one of the best in CRL, they are still such a lights-out team. Sai, you are ridiculous.
You didn't get the last goal, but you absolutely got this one. Crazy pinch off the midfield, and the fact that he reads it immediately and knows he can beat out the initial defender who makes a challenge, turn that into a double touch. I mean, these guys make it look easy. It is anything but. St. Clair back on top here as it is 5-1. Game 1 we were hoping would be close. This has been anything but.
And right here, this is where things start to really go off the rail. We say this is a feeler game to see how these teams do play against each other. Well, apparently, St. Clair, they are not concerned whatsoever. Coming into this one, getting one more for the road. How about 6-1 to start things off with 16 shots to the good?
There you go, Sai. You still get yourself your hat trick you were hoping for. It took a little bit longer to get there, but it's a hat trick nonetheless, and it's 4 goals for Vesh. Like we said, some people had concerns if this guy could fill the shoes of Arju when he left St. Clair. I did not have that concern, and clearly he did not either. St. Clair putting on a routing here in Game 1.
And what's crazy is that a lot of players I have talked to about St. Clair, because I'm always curious about the player perspective of being actually in the lobby against these players rather than just us as analysts looking at the results. I say, what is your review of St. Clair? And they say their offense is kind of taking a hit since Arju left, but their defense is really good. So when a team that is known as having really good defense but not a good offense is scoring 6 goals in a game and making it look easy, I fear for anyone on the other side of that pitch.
I don't think we've really got an example of their defense. Obviously, there's a couple of saves here or there, but it feels like they lived on the Davenport half, and that's evidenced by 16 shots! 16 to 5. They outshot them by over 3 times the amount, man. St. Clair just kind of going in this first game. And again, I think this is for St. Clair to make a statement here. I think this is one of those things where a lot of people kind of wrote them off and went, oh, you guys are no longer definitively top 4. Who knows if you're going to be able to make it back? And then went, y'all forgot. They're back on top, man. This is an incredibly impressive game from them. I think they've got a lot left in them, and I think they're only just getting started.
I mean, 2/3 of this team is a back-to-back semester champion within CRL, which is something which is unreal because we talk about how good every team is and how amazing there's so many contenders now, and yet you're still able to go back-to-back. That is ridiculous. To even contemplate that this team could do it 3 different times while also having a roster change in the middle of that really dynasty that they're forming is ridiculous. But of course, this has also been a semester of spoilers, and my goodness, this Davenport played that role so well. One game doesn't mean anything for the series. Differential might be out, but you gotta focus on the bigger picture. And right now, Jazzy is starting things off just the same. Bar down banger.
He does not miss, and the fact that he gets this off a read from the corner like that from a pinch from Vesh is even more impressive. This ball was flying at light speed, and somehow he perfectly nails it off the bar and in. Davenport must have been thinking coming into this game, surely we get like 2 seconds to Nope! No, you do not. It's already in your net, and it's 1-0 to St. Clair.
They're just so consistent. Look at Sai, he pre-jumps that dunk and then also lands on the rebound. Like, every mechanic is intentional. They're so good at connecting with each other, and this is also what makes St. Clair so good. They are all individually insane players challenging for main event slots in NA RLCS and very rarely make mistakes, I say, misleadingly, as the miss leads to Brock.
They are still not infallible. Again, these guys can still take mistakes here or there. They can still bleed. That's probably their worst mistake all day at this point, as it's just kind of a failed read off the sidewall. Nobody's prepared for what could be a shot on target. And, you know, honestly, it's good. DU just shutting down the momentum for a little bit. Hopefully this lets them stabilize and turn this more into an even series.
It's also important to be able to get those goals because you're not going to get a lot of freebies, so when they do come up, it has to go in. Speaking of side, no boost, none needed, back post slaughter.
After like 2 seconds, we barely even got to analyze this game before immediately to Jazzy and Sai putting on another clinic here and finding the second goal. I need to remind people, we asked him last semester after he won if Sai claimed himself as the best Collegiate Rocket League player of all time. He's seriously got a case for it, man. This dude's accolades stretch a mile long, and he's done it in multiple regions. Just truly one of the greatest talents that Collegiate Rocket League has ever seen, and he's proven it all over again.
He has been insane every single semester. He has a world championship under his belt back in the day when he's playing in EU, and then he came to NA and just kind of is teaching everybody how to effectively play the game. Even to get some RLCS success, so we do like to see that. But of course, Davenport, they can't be intimidated by that, although I don't blame them for that. Getting dunked into their own backboard is not fun, especially when getting out of the midfield is so tough. There's at least one beat, but Cam only has so much in the tank. Can't beat out that aerial. Sai gonna go off the sidewall, doesn't get it. Sai is trying to hand it off to Jazzy, and at this point, it almost feels like they're pre-jumping.
I think they did. I think Jazzy genuinely pre-jumped that, expecting Sai to get the sidewall redirect, and he went, all right, sure, if you get this to me, I'll be there. Unfortunately, what it did do, though, is throw numbers downfield and allow Davenport for probably a pretty easy transition that, hey, I know we've said Davenport, you can't miss these opportunities. They're never missing this.
The thing is that St. Clair trusts each other so much that it almost doesn't even matter if they miss. The problem is you are still susceptible to the other team being really good. Bolty, name we don't really mention too much, but he's never going to miss those. Gets the one-on-one air dribble bump as well, just to make sure that goes on through. And even off kickoff, they do have an opportunity as Brock stole that mid boost. Cam quickly up, beats out Sai. Bolty might be able to knock it as Brock is waiting. He's a little late to the read, but does beat out Vesh. Demo in the midfield. Cam calls him off. He's trying to get the shot, but the bounce shot will not fool Jazzy.
I like the idea from Cam there, though. He's expecting the player in net to be prepared for the shot, so he tries to do a little bit of trickery by bouncing it off the ground. It's not a bad idea, and it's a player that I do want to talk a little bit more about. I think Cam's got to be a guy to sort of focus on if you are a Davenport fan. He's one of the most historied players in all of Collegiate Rocket League, another name that'll be hung in the rafters, as he does have a a CRL championship under his belt, as he did it with Columbia so many years ago. That being said, he's a guy who we haven't really talked a lot about through this series in particular. I'd like to see him pop up more, but so far he's got a single assist in the series and not much more to speak of.
And you can certainly see that Davenport are being a lot more economical with their boost, trying to make sure they only use it enough to be able to get to reads, make sure they take these 50s cleanly, and so far it's working out pretty well. Granted, it's not going to get them a lead, but it keeps them in the game. I think they'll gladly take that after that blowout of game number 1. You also need to make sure you're keeping an eye on side. No double tap reset on this one, and now with a counter, Jazzy's going to have to get up to stop Cam, and does so well.
I do like that we're starting to see Davenport meet these mid-air challenges a lot more often. We were talking about the pre-jumping passing plays that we saw from St. Clair that would more or less go uncontested. It is no longer the same thing. Somebody from Davenport is there to meet these challenges almost every time, and almost there to take advantage of some mistakes. That was relatively open net, and instead, it's a counterattack the other way. The shot not on target, and Brock back in time for the follow-up.
It's just agonizing for both teams. I think, honestly, that miss, or quote-unquote miss, on the far side from Davenport was them playing the 50, and they were playing the shot, so then everybody misses. Regardless, not going to hurt anybody because it's still very much in contention, and you can see a lot more ball chasing, but that's deliberate from Davenport. It's like how they want to play. They're all twos demons, and they know how to play at pace. Sai has to do so to get back to the back post, and does make the save.
Well, speaking of twos, a quick little plug if anybody is wondering. We got more Collegiate Rocket League action throughout the semester after this one. The league play may conclude, but we will also have our 2v2 competition, and I expect players like Sai to compete in it. He's doing just fine in threes, though. The lead reestablished for St. Clair.
That's a rough one from Brock. He actually could have jumped earlier from the corner, but I think he trusted that to roll off the wall. Instead, it bounces just widely enough that it's going to be an easy slot from the sidewall for St. Clair. Sai second, St. Clair's third, and with this lead, they can hold on to it for 70 seconds, but you never know with Davenport, especially with those lead blocks. Brock trying to get on top of it, but can't quite do it.
Yeah, Cam doesn't really have anything on the follow-up touch there in the corner either. He's at least able to contain it, but he's got no boost, so he can't really do anything with it, and instead, the challenges from St. Clair will send it back into the Davenport half yet again. Sai? I think he's actually going to get some extra space here due to a couple of demos. I don't think either team were really expecting it, and Vesh was not expecting the power off that pass. Poor Vesh is sitting there like, yeah, if you need me, I'm there, and then he just lightning bolts it straight at the hood of his car.
And being able to get those passes off and do the unexpected, that helps a lot, but also you need to be able to make sure you're all on the same page. Davenport even triple committed briefly on that defense, but I don't blame them. They need to dive in on a lot of these reads, especially because it keeps rebounding in dangerous positions. Brock and Cam getting each other's way, but I think that just confused Jazzy.
I think he was expecting the 50. The 50 doesn't arrive, and he's like, well, I don't know what to do with this. And then the 50 does arrive on the other end, and they concede. Calamity on both ends, and it comes out to the benefit of Davenport.
I'm just going to say calculated, but also great read by Bolty. Understanding Vesh wants to put that one to the corner, so he doesn't even go for the read. He just jumps all the way to the right and gets the best dunk possible. A flawless assist right into the path of his teammate. We're tied up again. He'd be looking to OT, but you never really know in a game like this.
Yeah, you gotta just imagine that. They're like talking to each other going, that's exactly how we drew it up. That's the play that we were hoping for here. This is definitely not how St. Clair drew it up, but they'll take it if it works out. Again, chaos erupting here off the kickoff, and it looks like St. Clair will have one more chance. To the ceiling this one goes. Is anybody there for the read? Bolty is, and he'll spike it down. We have overtime. Game number 2.
This would be such a huge game for Davenport. Still a little sloppy, but still has a chance to make up for it. Thing is, nobody's up with Vesh, and that usually spells disaster. Carries it all the way down, but Bolty makes the save and tries to carry it forward.
All right, it's a bit of a weird way to start off the OT, but it would be a weirder way to end it if that went in. Jazzy's trying to trace back. He eventually gets the save. I think it's Cam who's in front of net for a little bit of misdirection. And, all right, it seems like the shenanigans that ended off of regulation are not going to escape us in OT.
Love the 50 game from Davenport. Thing is, counterattacks are always a possibility. Heavy deflection, that's going to be just wide. Brock knows it and plays it to Bolty. That's wide open, but he can't angle it from a distance. Vesh from the sidewall, right to Brock, into Cam, top shelf. Jazzy somehow gets in the way. One more chance for Bolty. Double, no. Vesh again is there.
And that's why we say St. Clair, one of the best defenses all of Collegiate Rocket League. They're in the right place every time. It doesn't matter if they're low on boost. You've got somebody planted on the backboard, prepared to take away any chance at a double touch, a passing play, whatever you will have. Are they prepared for this one again? Not quite! Mid-air, Bolty saw that one 2 ways to Sunday, and he ties up the series.
Bolty already in the air for this one. This is why Davenport is so fun to watch this semester, because they've always done this and you say it, they're just messing around. Nope, they're just that good. Able to get the Game 2 victory, and it took some doing, but not even St. Clair can keep an offense clicking like this quiet for long.
I like that, Cam. Just a couple of eyebrow raises into the camera. He knows, oh, okay, all right, y'all underestimating us, don't you dare. And this is the problem that we have with St. Clair, maybe getting overconfident in that one. I don't know if you felt the same way, but maybe a couple too many pre-jumps for them, especially when they weren't in the lead. They had the lead at moments here, but in comparison to game 1 where they blew them out the water with a 5-goal margin to end the game, you can't afford to be playing a little nonsensical. And I think it too many times, St. Clair got a little cute with it. They need to go for something more standard like this, passing plays that turn it into bumps, final shots that just go on target. They have to be more clinical. That was just not the version of St. Clair we saw in game number 1.
But also you see a lot of saves required as you're looking at this highlight reel. I mean, this goal is so spectacular. Even with 2 goal players in, it's hard to be able to stop the unexpected. But this is what Davenport's been doing all semester. I feel like they've always had this mentality of let's play fast, let's be chaotic, let's really stretch the team that we're playing against to see how well they can adapt to our level of skill. Because these are not just 2's mains. Cam and Brock alone have been well within top 100 into that 2,400 MMR range. They queue this 2v2 tournaments, which you can also sign up for, hint, hint, within the CRL Opens. But the thing is, they've never really been able to chain that play style into something cohesive in 3s until the semester. Is this the start of something more? I guess St. Clair will have our answer in game 3.
Let's find out. Game 3 officially underway, and like you said, there's a lot of players to keep your eyes on, but I'm going to go back to mentioning this guy who was just on the ball. I think Cam's got to come to life here. Still, again, only a single assist through 2 games. You expect him to be more involved in the offense, and instead it's actually Brock who gets the scoring chances started early. He does not convert, but Brock maybe to get it back to Cam. Can't quite. It's intercepted, and St. Clair, crazy read, and would be an even crazier angle, but Bolty will deny. The follow-up on target, and Cam to send it the other way.
Jazzy hyperventilating. He's trying to sprint all the way back, and he just gets there in time. And not only that, gets the extension. Brock get beaten out. That's a great pass into Vesh, and it doesn't get much better than that on transition.
Kids, if you ever wanted to learn how to counterattack in Rocket League efficiently, watch Jazzy. This is exactly how you do it. Forget the boost out of midfield. Forget picking up pennies in the corner. Get a good touch on the sidewall and move as quickly as you can. If you know the other team has committed multiple players up forward, your goal is to go the other way as fast as physically possible. Not only was it a great pass from Jazzy, heads-up play from Vesh to be there at the right time in the right place.
Right, the layoff into Brock. Problem is a little bit of a heavy touch. That's fine. Someone on the sidewall. Bolty into the ceiling. Brock lurking near post. He's going to miss. How about a tactical whiff right into Cam?
I asked for him to show up, and he's finally doing so. This is more what we're looking for. And Cam, such a heads-up play as well. He recognizes the awkwardness off the backboard, and before anybody from St. Clair can even make a move at the ball, he's jumping for it immediately. You can't get complacent, St. Clair. I said that was the problem in Game 2, and it clearly still is here in Game 3.
And I would guarantee anything that was a calmed play from Davenport. Same with this. How about the pass middle? Slot to the back post. Vesh can't keep it out. Blink and you miss it. Davenport in the lead.
I'm feeling like a prophet right now, man. I asked for Cam to step up, and immediately he scores 2 goals for us, and the only 2 here in game number 3. Is he listening, Cam? If you are, keep it up, brother. You're looking fly.
And Cam, he's a consummate entertainer if anyone's ever been in his stream or chatted with him at a LAN. He does like to be able to bust out something flashy, but of course, he's been a top player in CRL for a while for a reason. He can peek out of nowhere and also be able to be in the right place at the right time. St. Clair, I think, a little shell-shocked right now. I don't think they really anticipated suddenly just having all these misdirections coming in and all these weird mid-passes that are always finding their mark. Can't say the same about that Brock shot, but very much lurking and almost having a third.
Uh-oh, Jazzy, though, time, space, and the reset. It's still not enough. Bolty picks up his third save of the game already. We're not even at halftime. And Davenport, I mean, we kind of said, hey, don't let St. Clair get going, because if you do, it's going to be hard to stop them. Apparently, St. Clair should have let Davenport get going. They are looking electric after that first game.
Yeah, the rotation's still a little bit off at times, but for the most part, they're getting the reads when they need to. Brock, hefty clear downfield. Cam's not going to get it, but how about a deflection? 50 on Sai, another deflection well past Vesh as Bolty is going to try to lock things down in the midfield. He'll go back into defense, but St. Clair, they're trying to keep it small ball right into Bolty on the save, and the catch from Brock is only going to be stopped by Jazzy. And it seems like Davenport always has that next read locked up.
And the big issue for St. Clair right now is they're used to putting this team in the blender and just kind of putting the pressure on until eventually something gives. They are just not seeing that right now. Davenport are not only doing a good job at making the saves necessary, but they're doing a good job of then transitioning it downfield and just not letting them get put into that vice grip that ever squeezes. We're halfway through the game now. There's still chances for St. Clair, but Davenport, the preventative play is night and day in comparison to the start of this series.
I mean, just pay attention to how Davenport challenges. It's so twos-coded. They're just constantly trying to be annoying, get a weird touch, and it definitely gets frustrating. St. Clair, at times, they don't look as cohesive. They found the counterattack goal, but since then, it's been a lot of weird situations, especially when Brock is breathing right down your neck trying to get this read, pinch across. Jazzy had to be careful. He didn't own goal that one.
Sai trying to get this one off the half, still can't. He barely even escapes the corner, and actually he does not escape the corner because Brock was in it right back there, and the ricochet across Ned almost gets read by Bolty. All right, I like it. It's a little cheeky, but it doesn't work out. Instead, it's passing play. Vesh is there, double touch, targeted in, and a heck of a way to tie the scoreline.
Cam and Bolty both turned around at the same time thinking, what's the worst that can happen? Vesh is always the worst thing that can happen to you. He has been a nightmare, especially in the skies. Easy as you like on the double tap. If you don't have a hand up, you are going to be in trouble.
Man down. It's a statement in Rocket League for a reason. It has been true for forever, and it will stay true in this series. You know what else is true? Vesh putting up a highlight reel performance. That is his 6th goal in 3 games. He is averaging 2 goals a game right now.
That's the performance you need, especially against a surging Davenport. It will not give him the lead, but at least it does tie him up and maybe thread a needle. Davenport can get right back into it. They've had quick responses so far. Maybe this another. Sai needs a 50. He's only going to get a partial one. Where is Bolty? He's all the way back getting boost. Can't continue the rotation.
That's a really early jump from Bolty, and Jazzy knows that, so the first reset is just to get around him. The second one is to get it to Brock, and then the pass out to Sai. Vesh sends it to the backboard, fakes the aerial. I'm not sure if he thought he was getting beat to it or what the deal was, but that's not going to be enough. This will be... Taco, I got my first goal that I'm just flabbergasted and confused by.
Well, apparently this was Rocket League, but he just took out the sniper and took out the scope and say, hey, that back corner is wide open if I hit that hard enough. Excellent hit from distance from Cam. It might look like a generic goal, but that's all awareness. Recognizing the rotation is way too far forward and just seeing how hard you can hit it just over the head of that last defender.
All right, and well, Cam, we asked for you to come to life. You've officially done it. That's a hat trick for him here in game number 3. If they're going to win this game, it's going to be a lot to do with Cam, but it's not quite there yet. A minute to play, only a 1-goal differential between the two teams. St. Clair have got plenty of time, and pretty good aerial. Sai, reset in the back, can't get around Brock, though. Follow-up from Jazzy is there, but it is far too late, and it's back on the St. Clair half yet again.
Bolty, excellent predictive play. Not able to get it past the second layer, but maybe that's what Cam is for. Trying to fake that one, get the side a bite, but no one following up immediately. Demo in the backfield. It's a St. Clair down a man. The respawn in the back post means everybody from Davenport going forward. All 3 players on offense. Again, this is how Davenport plays. They have to hold on to a lead, but they're just going to keep on going, and that's the result.
All of that play hinged on this boost steal in the corner. I'm not sure who it was, but they stole it at the perfect time, which leaves all of St. Clair trying to figure out where to go. One player with any boost to really work with, and everybody else just scrambling. St. Clair from starting off the series with a dominant 6-1 victory to looking down the barrel of 2 straight to Davenport.
The Saints, not necessarily in disarray, but they have to be wondering, how does it go from game 1 to this? Maybe one more can boost their spirits. That's got to be in from Vesh. And with 2 seconds to go, another Vesh hat trick has kept this one in the realm of the possible.
Do you believe in magic in the final 2 seconds? Cause off of this kickoff, this has gotta be it. St. Clair with one last chance here. If they don't do it now, we avoid overtime. And Davenport on the verge of series point. They'll keep it up. Wait a minute, size downfield. This goes to the backboard. Where's the shot? On target and denied. There's still another chance and they can't keep it up. Davenport 2-1. They have 1 to go and they keep their playoff dreams alive.
Again, this is what I was saying on desk. It's not really just a freak result when you've done it 3 separate times from Davenport. They have beaten so many high-level teams in this league play, and it's because of gameplay exactly like that. If you're wondering why I'm confident, why I'm high on this team right now, it's because they rotate like psychos, but they're all on the same page. They all are fully committed to the idea that they will just shove pressure right at you until you crumble. And even a team as organized as St. Clair, as you can tell, they can stick with them, but they are not impervious. They will give up a goal or two off of these clean comms, even with all 3 players in the box. And I think right now, if you're St. Clair, you have to figure out a counter right now because all this chaos is just a bit too much for them to handle.
Yeah, and the crazy thing is that Davenport have handled all of the chaos. They've handled all of the pressure. That is 13 shots. Again, double-digit shots in favor of St. Clair, and they only convert on 3. Davenport, in comparison, don't even reach double digits. They get to 9, and Bolte didn't even have a shot. He just went, hey, Cam Brock, here, I'm going to feed it to y'all. Do whatever you want with it, and it works out. He gets 2 assists. Cam puts up the performance of a lifetime with 3 goals and an assist. Dude, this is getting into that territory. We've got to remind people at home, playoffs are still very much in possibility for Davenport. And if they keep it up like this, it's not just likely, it's almost surefire because one of the biggest competitions is literally the team in front of them.
Yes, and being able to play this game, I think that's part of the tilter. This is not just a for fun series. This has so many implications for the rest of your semester, and so therefore, play against Davenport, a team that you're saying, yeah, you might have gotten upsets, but we're built different. We're not like those other teams. Turns out every team is like those teams because anyone can beat anyone, and Davenport believes in themselves in that regard. How many times have we seen a heartbreaker on Neo Tokyo? Nearly started one with that miss.
Yo, St. Clair, look, I'm okay if you guys lose this series. It would be heartbreaking to me considering the fact that I predicted. Y'all, I'm not okay if you just start crumbling here in the final game of the series. The shots off target, the misses on defense, they've got to be careful. I think you nailed it, Taco. You said the pace of play, the calamity that Davenport are intentionally playing with, it's getting to St. Clair.
It's just hard to predict when you have a team that will never hesitate to turn on a dime and challenge you on a half rotation. Because most of the time in threes, you only do that in selective cases. Davenport, if they see an opportunity, they will go for it. But the thing is, everyone buys in on it, everyone's quick to it, and everyone sets up wide open plays like this. I think Cam might have overcooked that one as Jazzy, with the last-ditch effort in his boost tank, is able to clear that out.
Well, at least it's an eye for an eye here. Both teams having opportunities, neither one of them able to convert so far. And we go through the first minute scoreless. Jazzy, you're very late to that, so you'll go for the bump, and Vesh will go for the backup. How on earth has Davenport not scored?
And somehow it's all goal line defense. Jazzy with the redirect. Brock is actually going to get off the wall wrong. The timing goes wrong, but everything right for St. Clair.
Not like this! That can't be how this goes. Jazzy gets the shot. It's a pretty one, but Brock just gets tripped up coming off the side post. Can't make the save, and if there was anything to take the wind out of the sails of Davenport, it's giving up a goal like that.
Looks like he was trying to get a wave dash into the clear, but the problem is that can go wrong so many ways. But hey, Brock can maybe get it right back, if not for Jazzy. Always patrolling that back line, getting a dunk as well. Can he get another continuation? The catch is at least something, but he's going to have to hand it off to Vesh.
Vesh, though, time, space, and a challenge from Brock. That will be the only reason he doesn't do something mechanical. Jazzy tried for something mechanical as well. Pass out center, though, won't get side a bite, and I think that's a huge difference. St. Clair, they did not hesitate on sending in the second man, but now I think they realize if they can just keep the pressure on and allow Davenport to just play it back to them out of midfield, they give themselves a way better chance at controlling this offense.
Davenport trying to keep it high, knowing that St. Clair isn't challenging immediately, and maybe they have them beat on speed, maybe on mechanics as well. That's double tap again from Bolte, but Vesh susses that one out. And with a heavy deflection, Sai's got to be careful. That's a fake, but that's what Brock was waiting for. Another high lob, and Jazzy was waiting for it. Not only getting the first touch, but I would say a pinch, if not for the deflection.
That's 2 players colliding from Davenport, though. I don't know how prepared they'll be for a counter-attack. I was incorrect. The follow-up touch, though, needs to be on target, and they make no contact whatsoever. The passing play on the other end will not miss the mark as it gets sent intentionally to the backboard, but Bolte is there. Cam fires it to the opposite corner, and now here's the problem with Davenport with this go offense. They just start throwing the ball away, and with the St. Clair who become more hesitant and a lot more patient, they're just going to give away possession.
Side dusted. That's one's wide open, but Brock doesn't have nearly enough boost. He's gonna barely miss. Bolte puts it right back. That's gotta be in from Cam, and yet Jazzy is a wall.
He does not jump. He knows that Cam's going to try to play that over him and just muscle it through, so just stay planted and get the best 50 possible. Very heads-up play, and a heck of a way to respond from the skies. Side drops it on their head. It's 2-0 St. Clair.
And that's just pure fundamentals. He knows it's wide open. He just has to get it below that bar, and he does not miss from there. You wouldn't expect him to if you're Psy, and always dangerous. Vesh has been elite on the scoreboard, but he's got an assist. He's got a save. He's a bit of an everyman this game, which you do need. You need everyone to be able to peak, to be able to get this series over with, and more importantly for St. Clair, to force a Game 5. Heavy deflection. Jazzy, I don't know if he has it cleanly, but he has it enough.
How did he get that touch? That's straight to the ceiling, and he keeps it close to himself. It doesn't turn into anything, but Brock is saying, hey, you had a clean touch. I've got a better one, and I've got Bolte on the follow-up. It's initially going to say Cam's got him, but Cam did not. They're lucky that this one goes in.
And Cam's just having a rough day shooting, but it's not always his fault. St. Clair has been in the way. They've been getting their saves, and that one, at the very least, does have a third man following up. Bolte keeping it in the realm of the doable here for Davenport. And even St. Clair starting to click again. They're never too far away, though, that Davenport can't mount that comeback.
Bolte on the backboard, looking for something to clear the lanes. He just can't find it, and Sai's gonna snipe the top right. Salt in the wounds here as Taco, we got a minute 20 to go, but we're looking more and more likely for Champions Field.
That's an unforced error from Bolte, unfortunately. That's an air dribble he's done 1,000 times, but unfortunately, I think he tried to get around it to flick it middle because he saw a player already up. In doing so, he actually underhit it, gets a wide open shot, and, well, we always know how that ends.
Yeah, you're not going to miss at this level, and unfortunately for Davenport, I think they've missed a lot of their best opportunities in this game, especially early here in game number 4. That's not necessarily out of the realm of possibilities, but I do think that St. Clair has corrected a lot of the issues they had earlier on. I don't think that they're allowing Davenport to set the pace of play. They are allowing Davenport to have these more aggressive touches, to send it back out to midfield, and they're just going, all right, man, send it back to us. We'll recontrol, repossess, and start all over again.
Vesh going to call off Jazzy, which is probably the best opportunity. Thing is, it leaves a little bit of space in the midfield as Bolte was up for this one, but not high enough. That pass had a bit too much sauce, but Sai has just enough to be able to almost find Vesh on the pre-jump. Taking a page out of the Davenport playbook on that one.
I think he got a bit of a ghost touch, too. I'm pretty sure that he thought that one was going to be in, but unfortunately, the ping had other options. It's okay. They can just do this instead. 4-1. Now it's starting to look more like game 1 of this series.
If nothing else on this series, a win would be great, but if nothing else, Vesh is climbing the stat leaderboard for goals. I mean, he's been ridiculous. I don't even know the average. I'm sure you have that a lot at your disposal, Bass. But again, that just shows Vesh is such a reliable play. You just chuck it anywhere near him in the air on the attacking third, and you know that what's going on target.
I do want to give some credit where it's due as well. Vesh is absolutely putting on a clinic here. That's his 8th goal in 4 games. He is still averaging 2 goals per game, which is just ridiculous. The thing that only makes it more impressive is that, well, guess what? Guess who's giving it to them? It's Jazzy. He has 7 assists through these 4 games as well. The 2 of them have just been throwing it back and forth, and almost every single time it comes up with a goal. This has been an impressive response from St. Clair. After game 3 where we had many questions, we now have our answers, and the answer is game 5. We're headed to Champions Field for our final series of the semester.
Well, I'd have it no other way on broadcast to be able to close it out with a Game 5 series. And I was saying that I think this one could be back and forth, but this one is like really back and forth. We've had 2 close series wins or game wins from Davenport, and then St. Clair more or less just blowing them out of the water when they do win. So they either win big or lose close. And that's, I guess, a decent avenue to occupy if you're St. Clair, but they're going to have to lock in because as we've learned from this semester of CRL and really in a microcosm here in this series, it is completely unpredictable.
We have no idea what could happen here in this final game, but we appreciate you guys coming along for the ride. Again, a reminder to those at home, this is our final series here on broadcast, our final game on broadcast for the semester. There will still be a couple more going on throughout the background here as there are still teams that need to play out their games. But for here on the Rocket League channel, for here for the main broadcast, this is the best thing we could have asked for, man. We wanted a Game 5. We wanted a nail-biter. This is all of that and more.
And being able to take it to game 5 is great, but also, again, we want to remind everyone of the stakes here. These teams are playing for that final spot in the top 4, which essentially skips the entirety of the LCQ. You get a massive buy-in guaranteed into our spring championship, which both teams are very much thinking they could do. You have to believe that you are capable of getting into that final spot, but it starts here with a win. One loss, and that dream is effectively shattered for most of them. And Davenport has a lot of games in hand, but that just means it's even more variability. Can they lock in one more time, or is it going to be St. Clair, again, our defending back-to-back CRL champs?
See if they can start off right. Absolutely! Off the ceiling and in. And Jazzy is keeping the streak going. Another offensive production for our previous playoff MVP.
Poor Balti is thinking, that's okay, I've seen that before. You're going to go for a reset. Jay says, nope, I'm just going to go for your pure power and pop it right over. Sometimes the best goals are the simplest ones, especially when they come right off the kickoff.
And that's the opposite of the duo we have mostly seen. This would be the opposite of the expectations, as immediately Balti makes a challenge. But honestly, again, as we've said, it has been Jazzy and Vesh who have been the 1-2 punch combo that is necessary for St. Clair. However, that is Jazzy's only 4th goal, and that is Vesh's only 3rd assist. It's usually the opposite. Let's see if maybe Sai can get involved in the scoring as well. Jazzy, a great 50. He won't find another. And it looks like we might have a bit of tech issues here. Yeah, I saw that disconnect, and we're going to pause this one so we can make sure everybody's all ready to play.
Yeah, I don't know what sin Sai committed, but Jazzy, he got smited quickly on that one. But luckily, he is back, and it is not too big of a deal. They're all laughs. I mean, they don't know what happened there, so we're just going to quickly reset from kickoff and figure out how we actually get the time back on as we confer with our referee. But we were able to catch that one quickly, so players are not really too perturbed by it, and it looks like everyone is ready, so Bass, we can get right back into it. Not often do you get a timeout, but usually we want to save it, beyond just the in-game technical timeout.
We appreciate our admins thoroughly for just immediately being on top of that. When they saw the disconnect, paused it as soon as physically possible, and immediately are getting back to it to make sure everyone is prepared to play. Again, appreciate y'all for tuning in here today, man. This is the excellence that CRL has to offer through the players, through the people working behind the scenes, through all of you lovely folks at home. We're hoping to give you guys a show, and we want this to be as fair a show as possible, which means off the kickoff, we are back to a 1-0. The single goal for St. Clair will stand, but still a lot of time left for Davenport to respond.
Especially if they can dance through and get a bump. As Jazzy, I think he actually did get tagged and yet still got that aerial off. Got to be super frustrating for Davenport, especially if it does lead to something more. Vesh trying to slow things down and does result in a weak clear. Now he's turning for a demo. Sai, 50. Brock, he's backwards. He's trying to help out Balti. He's inside of his own goal. That's a triple tap, if not for Cam.
Jazzy was hoping he had just a little bit more time on that one. He had the flip reset in the bag. He was hoping maybe he'd be able to use it. Unfortunately, he cannot. Instead, his teammates will look for a passing play in front of the net that doesn't quite connect. Jazzy throws this one out center, and that's both Brock and Balti committing. Good thing is that Brock got a pretty nice touch, so he'll at least be able to clear it to midfield, and now give a chance for Cam to play some defense as well. He'll miss the ball, but so will the follow-up shot. Wow. He'll make the save on the next play, and Cam, after a bit of a low light, will show a very much highlight.
And you got to make up for it somehow, but hey, Sai, he's still around. He's looking for a double. Cam says, I've seen that before, not this time. Catch and carry to the midfield, scoop and a half to Balti as he's going to beat them coast to coast. Davenport, how do you do it?
You just got to stay resilient. That's exactly what Davenport did. It was a couple of mistakes on defense, but they do not miss the mark on offense. And Cam immediately there for the follow-up. We said this is the problem for St. Clair. There is no hesitation from anybody on Davenport. If they get an opportunity, you can be sure they're going to follow it up.
And that's just pure faith as well from Balti. I mean, he doesn't have a great aerial, but he knows it's all reliant on getting that flick. And Cam gets a flick and a half, the best reset we've seen on the day. And now there's room for improvement as well. Cam over the top. Dash, he's a little late to this one. Brock back post. Jazzy uses that one, the third eye, to see that shot coming.
You're not going to be able to sneak it past all too easily. It's going to take the most in order to get a goal here in Game 5, and that's already been shown at multiple different points. Sai trying to get something started here from the sidewall. Not a lot of boost and a lot of space. Actually, a little extra space as the double reset almost makes its way in. Brock said, not today. I am not getting clipped on.
However, Vesh still has an angle. Balti, good pre-jump as Brock actually jumps at a play I was not a fan of, but he's able to get that read away. Problem is they got almost nothing in the tank, and St. Clair might sniff it. Sai, low shot. Cam not going to be disturbed on that near side as Davenport slowly starting to solidify the boost totals, and they will eventually get their clear.
I like the idea. Try to sneak it low. You're expecting a shot high. See if maybe you can just snipe the bottom left corner, and if that'll be enough. It wasn't quite, but Davenport still struggling to get away from said bottom left corner as another shot goes against them. Inside now, can send it back in the half. No boost for anybody on Davenport, which means eventually they will leave this net open. Jazzy seizes the moment, and it's 2-1 St. Clair.
Now Cam's on low boost. He's trying to aim for that corner so it goes up the line. Instead it bounces off the sidewall. I mean, Jazzy was playing pure prediction on that one. He was not positioned for, I think, what Cam was intended, but he was ready for that deflection when it goes middle. And of course, he's never gonna miss it from there. Wide open net. And again, all three players of St. Clair showing clinical efficiency in front of net.
This has been a very good game from St. Clair so far. Very few mistakes, and honestly, the biggest issue is that Davenport, even if they do see a mistake, they just haven't seized the moment. We've talked a lot about how quick this team is to react to so many mistakes and blunders on defense, and if they can't find those, it's going to get more and more difficult for them to find their openings. Their first goal they found was off of an intentional missed shot off the backboard and then a follow-up. If St. Clair had read that, it wouldn't have even been a goal, but instead, they have to find new creative ways to get through and how to stop this offense. That's the initial save. Where's the follow? Not there in time, as Sai can get a back pass to Vesh and keep the offense going.
They're so good right now, and you can see St. Clair, this is the mode that they play in that everyone is so terrified of, just chasing the ball down, playing possession, and trying to drain down that clock. 70 seconds away from St. Clair being able to ice out a series that they really had to fight for.
Oh, good reset, though, from Brock, and he'll be able to stay around for the 50. Where's the follow-up from Davenport? It's not there in time. Wow. Two players to it, Bolty and Cam. I don't think they communicated who's taking the shot, and in doing so, the shot that does arrive is lackluster, and that's me putting it very mildly. Underneath a minute to play, Davenport, I don't know if you're going to get many chances like that. You need to do something with them.
Brock barely gets on top of this one, and now Vesh is headhunting, but unfortunately he will get hunted. Cam with a demo on the counter. High lob. Vesh gonna have to call inside to be able to bail him out on this one. Brock not able to get much on this one, but the high deflection means that Jazzy can just put it on target with Sai lurking downfield. No touch, but the clock keeps on running.
Chance for Fesh to keep this offense going and pin Davenport back into their own half. Waste valuable seconds they cannot afford. Could be a breakout for Brock, but he's real awkward against Vesh. He knows he's lurking. He knows all of St. Clair are there just to keep the pressure on. So instead, it's going to require Cam with a passing play. Brock, a good 50. Where is Cam for the follow? Denied on the line. Bolty to keep this one alive, but if it hits the ground, we're done. St. Clair survive, and Davenport, unfortunately for them, their chances of making playoffs diminish significantly.
Excellent clutch coming in from St. Clair, but also 3 saves on 7 shots from Jazzy. He was doing everything possible. I mean, we talk about Sai, we talk about Vesh, but it turns out all 3 players on a really good team on a back-to-back-to-back semester champion potentially in St. Clair are very good at this game, and they show it right there. Excellent job by Davenport. It's why I picked him, but you know, I can't get them all right. St. Clair show the ice, and there's a reason why they are always in contention for the very best CRL has to offer.
Yeah, this is a team that I know we had some questions about how much, you know, would they drop down in rankings after the leaving of Arju as he goes to Maryville. The thing is, Vesh is just that guy, man. He's so incredibly good, and I know that we didn't get to talk a ton about him in the final game there, but Vesh again Sai again also putting up not only an incredible performance on offense, but defense and across the board here. Jazzy, I think we talked about this before. There's a reason we said he was the MVP or unofficial MVP of last playoffs in the last semester. It's because when push comes to shove, there is not a single guy in all the Collegiate Rocket League who is more clutch. This dude, he truly turns into a diamond when the pressure is on the most.
Yeah, it's a terrifying thing to even contemplate playing against St. Clair like this, but also it just shows the parity is slowly getting there. Davenport was a team that was really struggling to even to make main events, be able to get some points on the board, and now they are going toe-to-toe with one of the best teams that we do have within CRL. So the potential is there, but we have to ultimately focus on the binary outcome. It's either a series win or it's a series loss, and even though their chances do diminish, there's still a lot of games to play for other teams in the league. However, with St. Clair, as you said, they have to win out, and that's just one step a little bit closer. So they're just trying to focus on everything ahead of them. But my goodness, I mean, every series tonight has been spectacular. We love to see it to be able to close out week 5.
Yeah, this is everything we could have hoped for here. And now we also get a little bit of a picture of how the rest of the week is going to go. It's catch up to St. Clair. St. Clair have now set the floor. If you have more than 5 losses, you physically cannot make playoffs anymore. That is what they have done because that is their final game this semester. That is officially their 15th game. They will go 10-5 plus 11 as their final differential. The next couple of teams that can pass them can do it through, again, making sure that they do not drop more than 5 games and getting over that plus 11 differential because unfortunately St. Clair hasn't really lost to many people, so if any of the teams underneath them tie them, you can see how that might become a problem. But a lot of coulda, woulda, shoulda, a lot of breakdown here. Instead, we'll let other people talk about it. Let's bring back in the desk as we continue on with our final series. The night concluded, and I don't know about you guys, but dude, I'm sweating. That was an insane series.
Yeah, it was kind of interesting the way it started off. You thought it was going to be a hit parade or an offensive onslaught for St. Clair, but ultimately it was the bend, the don't break defense that got them through. Chicks, I want your thoughts about this one because it's something that you couldn't predict going in the way these games shaked out.
Yeah, I mean, Davenport had that fight in them, and they certainly showed that. I gotta admit, though, St. Clair always has some of the crispiest shots I've ever witnessed. It seems like every time they just slot it. I think in the first couple games, they had how many bar downs go on in? They just always find that angle, and it's just that execution that St. Clair has that always puts them on top. At the end of the day, they find that clutch moment, and they're just able to ice out because of it. It's really, truly amazing watching St. Clair now do what they can with their mechanics, with just the play style they have as a roster be so seamless at times. Davenport still is a dark horse. I think a lot of people underestimated them, and truly at this point, I don't think they're lower than 8th, really at the end of the day, or close to it if they lose out entirely. So they're doing a really good job of still being in that upper half echelon now of CRL that we weren't anticipating.
Yeah, there really was a kind of a fun thought experiment going into the series about whether or not Davenport could end up on top. Wasn't going to be the case, but how funny that could have been if that were to happen. Taka, I got to ask you, though, because you're the most analytical person here on the desk. You're just like a brain and a half, man. I love it. I'm going to talk to you about the fact that even though they found a way to win technically, there really was some signs of flair, creativity in that mid-pitch. They found a new meta. I'm talking about St. Clair here.
I mean, at St. Clair, the thing is that I usually think of like EU teams as like being very possession heavy and being able to like find each other in space and all that. But St. Clair has such a flair to them that's really fun to watch because they do go for double resets and it works because it's not just doing it for show. They're actively doing it because it's unexpected. If you're giving them pressure, you're going to get punished. And I think the big thing about St. Clair that really makes me happy to watch them play at this level and get into those RLCS main events or into those Swiss stages, day 3s, etc., is because all of them separately can command a game. I don't think there's a lot of rosters you can say, well, no, every player can peak. Every single player on St. Clair can be the guy for that game. And I think there's a lot of teams that know that. And because of that, they kind of play a little bit more anxious around St. Clair. I think Davenport hung in there, honestly, just because they didn't respect them, because they don't respect anyone. They just challenge like psychos. Almost worked, but St. Clair just got that quality. As Bass said earlier on, there's a team that has a couple losses, but it's only to the very top teams in CRL, and that's for a reason.
Yeah, I'm with you. That feeling of being the guy on a squad is something that doesn't happen often. When it does feel like a little bit of a buff. And well, if there was going to be a car of the match, a battle car of the match, got to give it to Vesh. He's actually going to be our interview here today, going out here with an offensive onslaught. Got to give it up for them in that effort. So first of all, thanks you much. Congratulations on the dub today, Vesh. What a performance that was.
Yeah, that was definitely a performance. The games had definitely everything. Perfect goals, misses, everything.
Yeah, okay, we'll talk about the misses here, but Davenport, pretty formidable. You pretty much were lockstep in the standings going forward. When you talk about getting ready for this matchup, was there anything you did differently on the pitch with scrims, or did you treat it like any other week of league play?
Well, we definitely took a little bit of a change, especially after the losses on Thursday. We had a long talk and VOD review where basically I got flamed a lot, but I deserved it. I low-key deserved it for sure.
Hey, you know what? I understand. Sometimes you gotta flame some of your teammates.
Yeah.
So when you get yourself back into the mental state and a little bit of tough love was going out there, did it feel like things were already clicking, or were there a bit of a time for you to adjust what your new objectives was? Because I felt like that first game, you were on another level, got brought back down to earth, and then you found the third gear on the back half of that series.
Yeah, we definitely started off strong, then got a little bit more loose, and they also picked it up, so it got way closer. There was some unfortunate goals as well, but yeah, we got it in the end for sure. So,
you know, as we roll on the next couple of weeks, we got the last chance qualifier, we have the spring championships. Is there anything going through your mind? Are you thinking about the forest through the trees, or is it day by day, game by game, series by series?
Well, definitely thinking about us the most. Like, we pray for Fisher to beat Winthrop, but mostly about ourselves to to play as well as we can.
Yeah, I mean, is the sky the limit? You think you're gonna walk away with the dub, the championships? Do I tell Seb now? Do I raise a flag for Seb, or?
Well, maybe not yet. We'll see.
One of the things I actually enjoyed about your play in this series here was that using the wall to your advantage, being able to cut through and find open spaces. I gotta say, was that something that was practiced on the pitch, or did you guys have that team chem another level? It just felt like it was second nature.
Again, back to the replay reviews, like we definitely saw that we didn't play offensive and we couldn't like take pressure on the enemy team, and that was mostly because we're not playing through mid and we were just playing towards walls, and so we definitely like try to work on that, and that's how it works,
yeah.
Right?
Fantastic to watch, man. It worked, yeah. It worked. It was a show, definitely fitting of the last match of the stream. Vesh, before we get out of here, now's your chance to sound off. Tell us what your supporters are feeling. Tell us what the haters are feeling. What's on your mind? Share this all right now.
Well, shout out Seb. I saw his reaction to our losses on Thursday. that was definitely funny, but shout out to my biggest haters and supporters, James and Nico. Biggest supporter, Yusuf, and like my friends from home and parents and friends from here.
Yeah, absolutely. Well earned, well deserved. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much.
Cool, calm, collected is the mode operandi of Vesh. Doing a fantastic performance here today, but seemed to be almost nonchalant about how cracked there were. Let me talk to you, man. Vesh, what you feel about some of the things he said today?
I think he's just being very honest. I think the honest, like, the truth is that Vesh, and I think all of St. Clair, part of the reason that people have been so complimentary of them is that they can admit when they're not playing well. And I think that's the biggest issue we saw, is that St. Clair in their previous two series that they said they lost, yeah, I don't think they were playing to the very best of their abilities. And because of that, I think it's good that teams can come and go, hey guys, we suck. That was bad. We should not do that again. And the fact that Vesh is not only taking accountability, but that they're recognizing that there is a higher potential for them is something I admire of them, and I hope all teams do. I think there is true importance to recognizing that, like, there is always better you can do. I don't care if you are world champions, which they have been on St. Clair. There's always room for improvement, and I think the fact that they recognize that even in this isolated series was incredibly impressive.
Yeah, impressive. Definitely. Talking about digging deep and finding yourself the dub. Let's take a look at some of the results that we had today here on stream. We had 4 contests back to back. We got a double dose of both Concord and some Akron Gold, and Akron Blue made some appearance as well. Taco, anything surprise you coming off the results from today?
Yeah, Akron Blue and Concord didn't lock in and give us 4 best of 5s going to 5. But outside of that, I mean, I just love to see that all the teams here are all over the place. Honestly, the surprising thing was watching Ball State play against Akron Gold. I'm like, wow, they really locked in. You know what? Love to see it. Let's see the best of luck in their future series. And then we immediately saw in reporting 40 minutes later, Davenport 3-0 Ball State. So it's like, oh, well, okay, I guess form doesn't matter. Transitive property doesn't matter. So there's a lot of stuff going on in this one, but I gotta say, for the amount of quality that we could have had across all these weeks, we really closed out week 5 with a 4-banger series.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, it says a lot about CRL that even on the last week, we definitely had matches with something to play for. Let's take a look at the league play standings over here. We do have some results coming in. St. Clair with their dub with that 4th matchup. Baylor can no longer catch them and are eliminated in the top 4 hunt. And St. Clair, though, are not locked in. The ticket has not been punched, but hey, look, they're that much closer to the promised land. Chicksa, any surprises as you look at the standings here today?
Baylor being eliminated. I think there was a lot of hype out of this Baylor roster, and they cannot make it at this point. Of course, we've talked a ton about Davenport and being that dark horse, so the fact that they're still in the running is shocking. But honestly, St. Clair and Winthrop Fisher all being up there fighting for that 4th spot, we could have seen it being anybody's game. And then Maryville, Northwood, WVU, also all that makes sense. Our top makes sense. The record being so close is what I think are all a little bit more shocked on and have continued to be shocked on this year. There isn't a definitive number one in my book right there. To me, they're all even.
Yeah, and Bass, I know that predictions and rankings are like what you look to do, but the top 3 as it is right now are locked in: Maryville, Northwood, and West Virginia. Were any one of those surprises now we're at the end of semester play?
I think that West Virginia could be counted as a surprise, not necessarily because I'm surprised to see them end up here, but because of the way that they started. And again, that's another team that kind of had a real, hard-to-hard conversation to be like, guys, we're not playing up to the level that we're supposed to. We should be better than this. We have the capabilities of being better than this. It's time for us to lock in and prove that. And I'm glad to see that they did, because again, they went on 8 straight victories in order to get to this position. Before they started this, I'm trying to make sure I get the math in my head. I think they were 3-4 before they started this just absolute climb back to finish off the semester 11-4. So to a degree, I'm surprised to see West Virginia. On the other hand, I'm happy to see them here, and I'm proud of the team for putting together the pieces that they absolutely should have from the beginning and deserve this result.
Yeah, that 8-0 run was almost generational, but those who are eliminated, they don't really go home. They have a chance to qualify for that spring championship, and they have to go through the LCQ, the last chance qualifier, and that mammoth bracket. Taco, help me to make sense of this. There's a path to the spring championship, but how does the team get there?
So just as a reminder for everyone, the format for this semester is you play in qualifiers and you either make it into league play or you don't. Everyone who doesn't make it into league play played through opens. Based on how well they did across 3 opens, they get points and they get seeded as the top 8 teams from those. That's those teams in the lower left corner, those lower round number 1. And therefore, they have to go through all of that lower bracket also with no other lives. This is double elim, but only for those teams in the top. You might notice it says league play. All those teams that don't make that top 4 cutoff are shoved into the upper bracket. They have 2 lives. Some of them get a bye if you are 8th through 5th. And so therefore, that's why we keep talking about seeding. We keep talking about how it matters to be able to finish the season strong. Because it's not just you throw up your hand and say, okay, we'll play in the bracket. No, it matters a lot because it gives you not only an extra life, but make sure that you are in the best possible position matchup by matchup. So a lot to play for. Keep your eyes peeled for all the matches still yet to be played.
Definitely one of those games where you slip and end up in the dungeon level. You have to fight like 30 people to get out.
Exactly.
That's exactly what it feels like. But the idea of going through the LCQ is to punch your ticket to that spring championship. And well, let's take a look about who's already in, who wants to be in. Chixa, we look at who's in and who could potentially be in there. What say you about potential matchups down the line?
Well, we know that Maryville, Northwood, West Virginia are going to be somewhere placed between here. The exact placement of 1, 2, 3, and 4 still yet to be determined on who plays spoiler. But honestly, I see good runs out of the likes of both West Virginia, who is on the up run, as we've mentioned. You know, if they are feeling momentum and feeling good, then I see them doing quite well. Northwood has looked shaky, so they always manage to find what they need to when it comes to championship bracket, and we find them to be undeniable. So I think right now, looking at both of them, they're going to be the 2 that I look at the most, but it's kind of hard to figure out yet until I truly see where they're seated, and that seeding does decide if they get a first round bye.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. You're kind of predicting in the dark right there. So my bad, apologies. But definitely Maryville is locked in. They're our number 1 seed. As we get ourselves more shaken out with those who move on, we'll have more clarity. But yeah, the spring championship bracket, the one we're more familiar with, definitely is going to have its victor in about 2 weeks' time. And also happening around the CRL space, we do have the 2v2 opens happening right now. The Open 1 registration has already closed. Games will be played on April 23rd at 7 p.m. Eastern. The 2v2 Open 2 registration, the final CRL spring event. You can sign up for it. Closes Friday, April 24th at 1 p.m. Eastern. That's during the day. Make sure you do that. And games will be played on April 30th at 7 p.m. Eastern. So like a 7-day grace period between signing up and actually playing. And in the meantime, make sure you check out your local comments, your community streams who will be carrying some of the games of not only the 2v2 Open and of course the LCQ. Bass Taco, do you know anyone right now who signed up to cover some of those games? Just off the top of your head?
LCQ or the 2v2s, or just both of them?
This is both. Either one. Get shout out community right now.
I don't know if we have anybody in particular who are going to be doing that, but I know that usual suspects will probably be there. Shout out to Shu, shout out to Kev Dog, shout out to Pyro, shout out to TJ. I think that Nate Dog did one as well. I'm trying to remember all the guys who have helped cover throughout the semester. There's been a handful of them. I don't know if I mentioned Pyro J. That's another one that I would like to shout out as well. DJ TJ, I don't know if I mentioned him and Bepic, but both of them are covering that. The best way to do it, just go and look around. Go and pay attention to the guys who have been covering this so far. Go and look through socials. Go and look through the individual teams. And honestly, go follow the programs. These programs are usually going to tweet out about where it's going to be somewhere on their social media. They're going to have this sort of, hey, go check in here to go watch it. A lot of these schools will actually broadcast this themselves. I think Winthrop actually is broadcasting all of their final matches on Tuesday. I don't know if that's going to be on Kev Dog's channel, but again, go and look for the universities, go and look at their pages. Their esports team should usually have some sort of announcement if there is going to be a broadcast and where it's going to be covered.
Got to give a shout out to the community. They really do support not only CRL, but the movement in general. 2 weeks' time will be the spring championship. We'll be right here in the mainstream, but next week's LCQ is going to be covered by our community. So before we get out of here this evening, before we say toodaloo, just want some final thoughts about what's going through your mind of this week of league play action. Start with you, Chicksa. What's on your mind?
League play may be over, but Rocket League in the collegiate space is certainly not over. One thing about LCQ is watch those lower bracket runs. Every time someone makes a crazy run, and I'm sure this one will be, without any shock. It's going to happen. Something crazy is going to happen. Someone's going to qualify who we think truly shouldn't qualify, but you know what? They deserve it because that was their last chance. So really excited to see how that all breaks down next week. And of course, always excited for our doubleheader weekend, championship weekend. That'll be both Saturday and Sunday. So that's exciting when you see that kind of double-edged weekend. Sometimes teams do really well on one day and really poorly on the next.
Yeah, to get to the top of the mountain, it is a marathon to do so. Peligro Burrito. Dater Taco, what do you think about today's action? Any final thoughts?
Just throws in burrito and then as I the translation. Anyway, it's been a good weekend. Honestly, I'm a huge fan of how these series ended up. And also, we still have a lot of games left to be played, and those are going to be in various places. So, like Bass said, check in the community. Most notably, I believe Kev Dog might be broadcasting all 3 of Winthrop's remaining series. I was just talking to one of the players, T. Corral, and apparently they're playing all 3 of them on Tuesday. So you are going to see these rankings, all these standings that you see change really drastically in the space of about 3 hours sometimes. So all the teams have to get their games in by Wednesday. So by Wednesday, we will definitively know what that championship bracket looks like. And of course, that LCQ bracket, which I agree with Checks 100%. That's going to be absolute pandemonium. It's just going to be screenshot for screenshot of, can you believe this result went through? And unfortunately, yeah, you're going to have to believe it because this whole semester has been like that.
Bass from the Mother Trucking Pass, what say you?
Look, man, it's been a great semester. I'm glad that we get to do this ride all over again, and I'm glad that all of you guys at home get to experience this. The big narrative that we've talked a lot about is that, people have asked for a very long time, Rocket League, we want to see you guys go back to league play format, whether it's professional circuit, a circuit underneath it. They just love this league play style. I hope you guys enjoyed this semester. This is what league play is like. This is what Rocket League play is at its peak, in my opinion. You want this level of competition. You want this level of parity amongst the top teams. It's awesome that we are on our final broadcast, closing it out, and we still don't know what teams are going to playoffs. We've got 3 of them locked. There is still potential for one of 4 teams to make it in that final spot. It has never been this close. It continues to level up every single week. I love CRL, man. I'm glad that we all got to be back for another semester, and we appreciate all of you guys at home for sticking with us throughout this entire thing.
Wouldn't do it with anybody else. That's right. That concludes league play. Next time you'll see us in about 2 weeks' time for the spring championship. I can't believe it. Really, the biggest season, our CRL, is in the books, and we are moving on to crown our spring champion. For our commentary team and our analyst spot and Vaudable and Seb, my name is Novanta. We'll see you then.
see, and then I pass the weekend